Every corner of our globe has its share of ancient myths, deities of fertility, war, and love. Some are benevolent guardians, while others, ruthless and merciless, seem to revel in human suffering. This is a compilation of all the mythological gods I've covered so far. I hope you liked the video. Number 1. Morrigan. The Morrigan, or Ghost Queen, was a fearsome Celtic deity and an Irish goddess of death and battle. She was both a single deity and a triple goddess, made up of the most powerful goddesses in Ireland. She was the keeper of destiny and the purveyor of prophecies. Appearing before great battles as the goddess of fate, the Morrigan offered prophecy and favor to heroes and gods alike. As the Ghost Queen, she circled the battlefield like a conspiracy of ravens to carry off the dead. Her husband was Dagda, the great god, who came to her for prophecies before great battles. The Morrigan was also the goddess of prophecy and destiny, and as such, she saw the future of all things, including the end of the world. She knew everything, and would occasionally share her knowledge with others, for a price. Her prophecies were never wrong, and her words were exact. Number 2. Cthulhu. Cthulhu was the great hero of the Ulster cycle, champion of the Irish realm. He was the son of the gods, lover of the fairy queen, and enemy of many worthy opponents. Descendant of the gods, he defended Ireland and Scotland from his many threats with unstoppable fury and an iron will. His passions were great, his sorrows deep, and his actions undeniably heroic. To this day, he remains Ireland's best-known folk hero. Cthulhu was first and foremost a warrior. From an early age, he trained in Ireland and Scotland to become a powerful killing machine. His skill was unmatched, and he was more than capable of taking on many enemies at once. In battle, Cthulhu's greatest asset was his battle rage. He used to go berserk in the heat of battle, becoming an unstoppable force that would kill friend and foe alike. Those around him had to do everything they could to calm him down. In battle, he wielded Gay Bulg, a spear of deadly pain fashioned from the bones of a sea monster. Cthulhu was bound by 2 separate Gaias, magical taboos that granted him great strength, as long as he didn't break his rules. The first of these rules was that he should take and eat whatever food a woman offered him. The second was that he couldn't eat dog meat at all. These Gaias would ultimately lead to his demise, as he was forced to make an impossible choice between the two. Number 3. Lugh. Lugh was the Irish god of kings, justice, and government. Master of all arts, he was also a cunning trickster and the wielder of a saul, the lightning spear. His titles were numerous, but the most famous of his was Lamfada, of the long arm, a reference to the length of his spear in battle. As the god of oaths, he dominated rulers and the nobility. He also served as the god of justice in his many guises. His judgment was often quick and merciless. In what may seem like a contradiction, Lugh was also a trickster who was willing to lie, cheat, and steal in order to defeat his opponents. Lugh used various weapons and tools throughout his adventures. The spear, Sleg. This spear was unbeatable in battle and could take the form of lightning when thrown. Fragarak, or the Answerer, sword of his adoptive father Manannán. The sword would force those he aimed at to answer questions honestly. Various horses, including the horse Enbar, which could travel by land and sea. And the last of his companions was Philinus, a renowned greyhound who always caught his prey, was invincible in battle, and could turn water into wine. Number 4. Brigid. Brigid, the Exalted, was the Irish goddess of fertility, poetry, and dawn, among other titles. Brigid often appeared as a fiery-haired goddess wearing a sunbeam cloak. Sometimes known as the goddess of wells, Brigid was one of the most prominent deities in Ireland. Beloved by poets, she was a master of both healing and smithing. Her festival, Imbolc, fell on February 1st and marked the midpoint of winter. She shares many similarities with the Catholic Saint Bridget of Kildare, the patron saint of Ireland. Evidence of worship of her has been found throughout Ireland, reflecting her importance as a powerful deity. And I take this opportunity to mention that if you like mythology and the gods, go through the channel to see the video of the Norse gods. Subscribe if you want more content like this on the channel. Number 5. Cernunnos. Cernunnos was the Gaelic god of beasts and wild places. Often called the cuckold, Cernunnos was a mediator of man and nature, able to tame predator and prey so they could lie down together. Although Cernunnos himself appeared primarily in ancient Gaul, similar characters have been found throughout the world, including in other Celtic regions. Often he appeared as a bearded man with horns. Cernunnos was a nature god who ruled over primeval nature and uncivilized forms. Animals were his subjects and free-growing fruits and vegetables his reward. Classic depictions of the deity included assemblies of animals such as moose, wolves, snakes, and aurochs. Such gatherings were made possible by Cernunnos' ability to bring natural enemies into peaceful communion with one another. Number 6. Danu. The Irish mother goddess Danu was the ancestor from whom all Tuatha De Danann claimed descent. Despite her importance to Irish mythology, Danu remains largely a mystery. Many scholars believed that the Danu was a representation of the Danube River. As the goddess of sovereignty and power, Danu would grant gifts to rulers and the highborn. Though such gifts varied in value and substance, it is nonetheless clear that the kings, chiefs, and gods of the Tuatha De Danann drew their power from her. As a mother goddess, Danu was believed to have nursed many of the gods and instilled in them a sense of wisdom. Number 7. Aran. Aran is the Welsh lord of the kingdom of Annion, also known as the Underworld. A just ruler, he is a powerful mage who leads the hosts of Annion and is a master hunter. When Christians began to demonize Welsh mythology, Aran took on many negative traits and gained titles beyond the traditional Lord of the Underworld or Otherworld. He became the Lord of the Damned, who oversees souls denied Christian paradise and whose hounds of hell eternally seek out the souls of the impure. Number 8. Angus. Angus the Younger was an Irish deity of love, poetry, and youth. His music and his poetry enchanted women and inspired kings. Angus served as one of the chief bards of the Tuatha De Danann. His cunning and poetic use of language often allowed her to outdo her elders. Angus's youth granted him certain powers over life and death, including the ability to raise the dead. His breath would grant life to those he wished to resurrect, though the effects were not always permanent. His magic allowed him to transform kisses into birds, animals that he preferred above all others. Angus's appearance was that of a handsome young man. He was often accompanied by birds that circled his head and acted as messengers and tormentors in equal measure. Number 9. Ceridwen. Ceridwen is a Welsh white witch, a sorceress of great power. She can brew life-altering potions to change her shape and inspire knowledge and beauty in others. Ceridwen is one of the most powerful witches in Celtic mythology. Both a mother and a wise woman, she is blessed with the gift of poetic wisdom, inspiration, and prophecy, collectively called Awen in Welsh tradition. This power comes from her magical cauldron, where she brews excellent potions to help others. Potions brewed from her cauldron range, such as changing the appearance of others, allowing the drinker to shapeshift, or giving Awen's gift. Although her potions grant the gift, they are also quite dangerous. Once she gives herself the gift, a single drop of the potion has the power to kill. She is very careful who gives her her potions, as she does not wish to harm others, but she knows that power comes at a price. Ceridwen is a white witch, which means that she uses her gifts and her cauldron to help others. Number 10. Gwydion. Gwydion was the great magician and trickster. His character, like his magic, varied from benevolent to evil. The name Gwydion could have meant born of the trees. A cunning and skilled wizard, Gwydion was able to use magic to enhance his own abilities and change the shapes of others. While his main attribute was his skillful mind, he was also a capable warrior strong enough to defeat one of the most powerful lords in Wales in single combat. According to medieval Welsh poetry, his magic could create women from flowers. Number 11. Cailleach. Known as the Queen of Winter, the Cailleach controlled the weather and the winds. Popular with poets, the divine witch remains prominent in Ireland, Scotland, and the Isle of Man. Cailleach determined the length and harshness of winter. Her name is a common Scottish and Irish Gaelic word meaning old woman or witch, mostly as a veiled old woman, sometimes with only one eye. Her skin was deathly pale or blue, while her teeth were red and her clothing was adorned with skulls. She could leap mountains and ride storms. She was a creator deity who shaped much of the known landscape. It is not clear if she did it on purpose. Her tools of creation and destruction included her hammer. with which she was able to control storms and thunder. In some legends, she also controlled a well that occasionally overflowed and flooded the land. Number 12. Dagda. Dagda was the chief of the Irish Tuatha De Danann. His children were plentiful, as were his lovers. He was not only the god of life and death, but also of fertility and agriculture. He too was a druid, and as such was proficient in all things magical and mystical. His beard was long and unruly, and he wore a woolen cape around his head. Dagda often carried with him 3 holy relics: the Coir Ansik, a cauldron that could produce a bountiful feast; the Lorg Mor, a powerful staff that possessed 2 different powers. His head had the power to kill 9 men with a single blow, while his handle could revive the dead with just a touch. The Waithni, an ornate harp carved from oak. This harp could place the seasons in their proper order and master the will and emotions of men. In addition to these items, the Dagda owned 2 pigs, one always growing, the other always roasting. Number 1. Zeus. In Greek mythology, no god was more powerful or more revered than Zeus, king of the gods, god of thunder and lightning. According to legend, Zeus was born to the titans Cronus and Rhea. Cronos, fearing that one of his children would overthrow him, swallowed each of his newborns. But Rhea managed to save Zeus by hiding him and tricking Cronus into swallowing them up instead. When Zeus grew up, he led a rebellion against his father and the other titans. With the help of his brothers and the Cyclopes, he defeated them and became ruler of the gods on Mount Olympus. Zeus was known for his wisdom and his sense of justice. He was a just ruler who defended the natural order and punished those who broke the rules. He was often depicted as a wise and regal figure, with a long beard and a thunderbolt in his hand. But Zeus was also known for his many romantic adventures, both with mortal women and other goddesses. These adventures often generated jealousy and conflict among the gods, and many of Zeus's sons and descendants became famous heroes of Greek mythology. Zeus was revered as a powerful and influential god who controlled the forces of nature and ruled the affairs of mortals and immortals alike. His lightning bolt was a symbol of his power, and he was often worshipped with sacrifices and offerings. I'm more simple. I am satisfied that if you are liking this video, you hit the like button and comment below. This is the only way to beat the god of this platform called the algorithm. Number 2. Poseidon. In Greek mythology, the sea was ruled by Poseidon, god of the sea and earthquakes. Poseidon was one of the 12 Olympian gods and was known for his power and strength. He was often depicted as a muscular, bearded figure, wielding a trident, which he used to raise storms and control waves. According to legend, Poseidon was also born to the titans Cronus and Rhea and was one of 6 brothers. Like his brother Zeus, Poseidon fought against his father and the titans, helping to overthrow them and establish the rule of the Olympian gods. Poseidon was worshipped as the god of the sea, and many sailors and seafarers prayed to him for safe passage and protection. He too was associated with horses, and was often depicted riding a chariot drawn by magnificent steeds. One of the most famous myths of Poseidon has to do with his trident, which he received from the Cyclops. With this powerful weapon, Poseidon could cause earthquakes, create storms and tidal waves, and even split rocks and create springs. Poseidon was worshipped in many temples throughout the ancient world, but one of the most famous was the Temple of Poseidon at Sunyan. This temple was dedicated to Poseidon as the god of the sea, and was a popular destination for travelers and worshippers alike. Poseidon may have been a fearsome and powerful god, but he was also a symbol of the vast and unpredictable power of the sea. His influence is still felt today, and the stories and legends of him continue to amaze us. Number 3. Hades. In Greek mythology, the underworld was ruled by Hades, god of the dead and the afterlife. Hades was one of the 12 Olympian gods, but unlike his brothers Zeus and Poseidon, he ruled the underworld, the realm of the dead. He was often depicted to her as a stern and distant figure, with a dark beard and piercing eyes, seated on his throne of bones. One of the most famous myths of Hades involves his kidnapping of Persephone, daughter of the goddess Demeter. Hades fell in love with Persephone and tricked her into eating pomegranate seeds, which meant that she had to spend part of the year in the underworld as her queen. This myth explained the changing of the seasons, as Demeter mourned the absence of her daughter and refused to let the plants grow. Hades was also associated with the river Styx, the river that separated the world of the living from the underworld. The souls of the dead had to cross the river with the help of the ferryman Charon, and Hades would judge them and assign them to the most appropriate destination in the afterlife. Another famous aspect of Hades's mythology is his watchdog, Cerberus. This three-headed beast guarded the entrance to the underworld and prevented living beings from entering or dead souls from escaping. In the underworld, Hades presided over the fields of asphodels, a place where ordinary souls would go after death. However, there were other destinations as well, such as the Elysian Fields for heroes and Tartarus for villains. Hades may have been a dark and sinister figure, but he was also a major god in Greek mythology, presiding over the afterlife and ensuring that the dead were judged and assigned to their proper places. Number 4. Hera. Hera was one of the most powerful and influential goddesses in Greek mythology. As the wife of Zeus, king of the gods, she was revered as the queen of the gods and goddesses, and she was known for her beauty, intelligence, and fierce determination to protect her family and her dominance. Hera was the goddess of marriage, childbirth, and the family, and couples often invoked her for her blessings on their union. She was said to preside at weddings and bless the marriage bed, and she was revered as a protector of families and children. But Hera was also a goddess who commanded respect and loyalty. She was known for her powerful and unyielding nature, and was often depicted holding a scepter, a symbol of her authority and power over gods and mortals alike. Throughout her mythology, Hera was a force to be reckoned with. She was known for her intense rivalries with other gods and goddesses, particularly with the many lovers and illegitimate children of her husband Zeus. Hera was often portrayed as a jealous and vengeful figure, punishing those who crossed her path or threatened her family. But Hera was also a goddess of great beauty and royalty, and was often depicted on her throne, surrounded by peacocks, symbols of her majesty and power. Despite her fierce reputation, Hera was also a complex and multifaceted figure, embodying both the positive and negative aspects of the human experience. She was a goddess who inspired both awe and fear. Number 5. Demeter. Demeter is one of the most important goddesses in Greek mythology, and she is known for her abilities as a goddess of agriculture and fertility. It is said that Demeter was the one who taught humans to cultivate the land, to sow and to reap. She is also considered the protector of the fields, and her blessing was believed to be necessary for a good harvest. Another of Demeter's abilities is her ability to control the weather and the seasons of the year. She believes that she is able to grow plants and crops just by moving her hand. Furthermore, it is said that she can cause earthquakes and other earth-related natural disasters. As a loving mother, Demeter is known for her great strength and determination. When her daughter Persephone was kidnapped by Hades, the god of the underworld, Demeter devoted herself to searching for her tirelessly, and her grief caused her to neglect the land, which caused a great famine and gave rise to the seasons of the year. Number 6. Athena. Athena is the goddess of wisdom, military strategy, arts and crafts, justice and civilization. Athena is known for her intellectual and strategic abilities. She is the patron saint of the city of Athens, and it is believed that it was she who taught humans to grow olive trees and to weave, making her the goddess of crafts. In addition, she, Athena, is a warrior goddess and protector of heroes. She is known for her ability to plan strategies and carry out successful tactical actions in war. She is also the protector of warriors and brave men, and it is believed that she can grant them special abilities in battle. Athena is a fair and civilized goddess. She is credited with creating laws and promoting justice and equality. She is also a protective goddess of citizens, especially women and children. Number 7. Apollo. He is the god of the sun, music, poetry, healing, knowledge, and prophecy. Apollo is known for his beauty and his grace. It is said that he is a talented musician and poet, and that he is the creator of the lyre, a stringed instrument that became one of the most important in Greek culture. He is also considered a healing god, and is believed to have the ability to heal illnesses and injuries. Also, Apollo is known for his prophetic ability. In Greek myth, Apollo is said to be able to predict the future and send messages to humans through oracles and prophecies. He is also the protector of the city of Delphi, where the famous Oracle of Delphi is located. Apollo is a warrior god and protector of heroes. He believes that he can grant special abilities in battle and that he helps the heroes in their adventures. He is also the god of the sun, and it is believed that he drives his chariot across the sky each day, bringing light and warmth to Earth. Number 8. Artemis. Artemis is one of the most important goddesses in Greek mythology. She is the goddess of the hunt, the moon, wild nature, and protector of young women. Artemis is known for her skill in hunting and protecting nature. It is said that she is an expert hunter and that she always manages to catch her prey. She is also the protector of wild animals, and it is believed that she can punish those who harm them without reason. In addition, Artemis is the goddess of the moon and is related to her power and beauty. She is believed that she has the ability to change the shape of the moon from dark to light, and that she is able to control the elements of the night and the mysteries of the full moon. Artemis is also a protective goddess of young women. She is considered a protector of maidens, and it is said that she can help protect women in situations of danger or difficulty. Number 9. Ares. Ares is the god of war in Greek mythology and is known for his ferocity and bravery on the battlefield. Ares is believed to be the god of war and conflict. He is described as a fearless warrior, never stopping at anything and having incredible strength in battle. Ares is often depicted with armor and weapons of war, such as swords and spears, and it is said that he can protect and aid warriors in battle. Although often described as a violent god, Ares is also known for his capacity for justice and the protection of family and loved ones. In Greek mythology, Ares was considered the father of the Amazons and was seen as a protector of warrior women. In addition, it is said that Ares had the ability to transform into different forms, which allowed him to infiltrate the battle and surprise his enemies. He is also related to the fertility and prosperity of the land. Number 10. Aphrodite. Aphrodite is the goddess of love and beauty in Greek mythology and is known for her beauty and seduction. Aphrodite is said to be the goddess of beauty and attraction and has the ability to make people fall head over heels for her. She is considered the protector of love and passion, and it is believed that she can influence the hearts of men and women to fall in love. Also, Aphrodite is known for her ability to seduce. She is often depicted with great beauty and an aura of mystery that makes her even more attractive. She is able to use her beauty and charm to get what she wants, and she is said to have seduced many of the gods and mortals of Greek mythology. Aphrodite is also considered the protector of fertility and reproduction. She is associated with the creation of life, and it is believed that she can help women who have difficulty conceiving or having children. Number 11. Hephaestus. Hephaestus is the Greek god of fire, metallurgy, and crafts. Hephaestus is often described as a lame god, and this disability is believed to be due to his being thrown from Olympus by his mother Hera when he was born. However, despite his limp, Hephaestus is a talented and powerful god. It is said that Hephaestus is the god of the forge and metallurgy, and that he has the ability to create powerful weapons and tools for the gods and mortals. He is also known for his ability to create magical items, such as Aphrodite's magical belt, which made her irresistible to men. Furthermore, it is said that Hephaestus has the ability to control fire and metal, and that he is able to make metal melt and mold to his will. He is also credited with mechanical and technological skills, as he is said to have created many ingenious machines and gadgets. Number 12. Hermes. Hermes is the Greek god of trade, travelers, thieves, messengers, and shepherds. He is known for his ability to travel between the world of the gods and the world of mortals, as well as his cunning and quickness. It is said that Hermes is the messenger of the gods, and that he has the ability to quickly travel between Olympus and Earth to carry messages and news. He is also credited with guiding and protecting abilities for travelers, especially those traveling by land. Also, Hermes is known for his cunning and ability to deceive. He is credited with theft and deception skills, and is said to have deceived many of the gods and mortals of Greek mythology. He is also depicted wearing a winged hat and winged sandals, which allow him to quickly fly from one place to another. Another ability of Hermes is to protect shepherds and their flocks. and he is considered the patron of shepherds and herdsmen. He is also credited with healing abilities and is considered a protector of the sick. Number 13. Dionysus. Dionysus is the Greek god of wine, festivals, and fertility. He is known for his ability to create wine and spread ecstasy and joy among mortals. Dionysus is the god of wine and is credited with the ability to create wine from grapes. Furthermore, he is often depicted in the company of satyrs and nymphs, and it is said that he taught mortals the art of viticulture. He is also credited with the ability to transform water into wine. In addition, Dionysus is the god of the festival and is often depicted in the company of bacchantes and drunken men. It is said that his presence can spread ecstasy among mortals, causing them to break free of their inhibitions and indulge in joy and fun. He is also credited with fertility abilities and is considered a protector god of nature and animals. He is often depicted as a handsome young god, dressed in animal skins and crowned with a wreath of ivy. Number 14. Hestia. Hestia is the Greek goddess of the home, family, and architecture, and is known for her role as protector of home and community. Hestia is the goddess of the hearth and is credited with the ability to protect homes and communities from mortals. She is often depicted sitting on a chair with a veil, symbolizing her role as protector of the home. She is also credited with the ability to hold the sacred flame, which symbolizes the continuity and stability of the home and community. Additionally, Hestia is the goddess of architecture and is credited with the ability to guide architects and builders in the construction of homes and buildings. She is also considered a symbol of stability and continuity in society, and is credited with preservation and conservation skills. In Greek mythology, Hestia is known for her calmness and her love of harmony and peace. She is often depicted as a kind and protective goddess who has a calming and comforting presence. One. Ebisu. Perpetually smiling and often dressed as a fisherman, Ebisu is one of the 7 lucky gods and is, in fact, the only one originally from Japan. The image of him has seen widespread use throughout Japan due to its close association with wealth from the sea and business prosperity. Often depicted as a stocky fisherman in a large hat, Ebisu is associated with the bounty of the sea and the luck it takes to bring said bounty home. He is always smiling and laughing, and carries around a fishing rod and a large fish, usually a red sea rafter or red bass most of the time. As the patron saint of sailors and those who live off the bounty of the sea, Ebisu is represented in animal form by whales, jellyfish, and whale sharks. 2. Amno Uzume. Amno Uzume is the Shinto goddess of dawn, a master of joy, humor, and dance. A highly positive kami, her ingenuity brought Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, back to the world, saving the land from the eternal night of winter. Amano Uzume is credited with creating many forms of Japanese art, such as kagura, a kind of dance that tells the stories of kami, and some forms of comedy and theater, such as ancient no. Amano Uzume is often performed in kyogen, a tradition of comic theater, and here she is often shown half-naked for comic effect. Due to these theatrical connections, Amno Uzume is the goddess of revelry. 3. Susanoo. A powerful and boisterous guardian kami, Susanoo's moods are often as temperamental as his actions are chaotic. His fight with the dragon Orochi led to the creation of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, a part of Japan's sacred regalia. Susanoo is a tumultuous deity at heart, and his chaotic mood and disheveled appearance are direct reflections of his status as a storm god. The seas surrounding southern Japan, where many of his shrines are located, reflect these attributes. Like many storm, wind, and sea kami who serve under him, Susanoo can be both benevolent and malevolent. He remains one of the most famous heroes in Japanese mythology. In what is now his most famous feat, he fought and slayed the fearsome 8-headed dragon, Yamata no Orochi. Susanoo's own shrines are plentiful and popular. They include Kumano Taisha, his most important shrine, in Matsue, Shimane Prefecture, as well as the Yasaka Shrine in Higashiyama and the Hikawa Shrine in Saitama Prefecture. 4. Fujin. Fujin is the Japanese wind god, a powerful elemental deity whose pocket of air moves all the world's winds. Appearing alongside his brother Reijin, the god of thunder, Fujin is neither good nor evil. though he is often a destructive force. He is one of the best-known oni, demons, devils, or trolls in Japanese folklore. With green skin and wind-blown red-white hair, his monstrous face is like a hungry ogre with wide, fearful eyes. He wears a leopard skin, and around his shoulders is a large pocket of air, which he uses to propel himself around the world, which in turn creates the world's winds and storms. Fujin rides on a cloud, alternately represented as a gray thundercloud or a fluffy cumulus. Each of his hands has 4 fingers, one per cardinal direction. Although Fujin is seen primarily as a destructive force, he can also be associated with less intense winds that are gentle and refreshing. Therefore, compared to his brother Reijin, Fujin is somewhat less intense and more careless. 5. Reijin. Reijin is the Japanese god of storms, a chaotic being born of death who brings the world rains of life, as well as chaos and destruction. He flies through the sky in dark clouds and casts lightning bolts on the unsuspecting inhabitants below. A popular kami despite his connection to death and destruction, Reijin is depicted in Shinto and Buddhist imagery, as well as popular belief and folk art. Reijin is the master of thunder and lightning, controlling the power of storms. His connection to Yomi, the land of the dead, is part of his being, which is made clear through his hideous appearance. With a terrifying, toothy grin, stern eyebrows, and lean, muscular appearance, his expression is almost always angry or gleefully destructive, like a hungry demon. Despite this, he is often depicted wearing a traditional Buddhist halo, a common motif around holy or divine figures. He also appears with a drum, with which he creates thunder. He is always in the company of Fujin, the god of the winds, and occasionally the thunder beast, Ryu. Reijin is the one who brings rain, a blessing to farmers. It is said that Reijin's lightning bolt, when he strikes a crop, produces a bountiful yield. 6. Amaterasu. Amaterasu is the queen of heaven, the kami, and creation itself. Although she did not create the universe, she is the goddess of creation, a role she inherited from her father Izanagi, who now defends the world from the land of the dead. Amaterasu's main role is that of the goddess of the sun. In this position, she not only serves as the literal rising sun illuminating all things, but also provides nourishment for all living creatures and marks the orderly movement of day into night. The sun represents order and purity, 2 of the most important concepts in Shinto. All things in creation are ordered, from Amaterasu to the inhabitants of Jigoku. The imperial family owns 3 sacred relics that come directly from Amaterasu herself. Together, these relics are known as Japan's imperial regalia. Yata no Kagami, the mirror of 8 sticks, was used to lure Amaterasu out of the cave in which she was hiding. Yasakani no Magatama, the great jewel, is a magatama, a curved necklace of beads or jewels common during the Japanese prehistoric period. The great jewel is believed to have been lost during the Genpei War. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grasscutter sword, also known as the heavenly sword of gathering clouds, was owned by Amaterasu's brother Susanoo and represented virtue. 7. Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi no Mikoto is the Japanese god of the moon, a proud deity of order and beauty. Tsukuyomi, the estranged husband of the sun goddess Amaterasu, spends eternity chasing her across the sky. Tsukuyomi is very compatible with his wife Amaterasu. Handsome and composed, he believes in order and etiquette, and enforces it whenever he can. His application of such ideals extends to the point that he is willing to kill to maintain order. Although the moon is often considered beautiful and worth seeing, Tsukuyomi himself is seen as a negative figure in Shinto and Japanese folklore. However, this does not prevent him from having shrines, such as one at Matsuno Taisha in Kyoto. 8. Izanagi. Izanagi is one of the divine creators who, along with his wife Izanami, created the islands of Japan. He is the father of countless kami and the bureaucracy of the heavens, presided over by his daughter, the sun goddess Amaterasu. Izanagi is considered the father of the Japanese pantheon and is sometimes portrayed as a creator deity. Although the latter is not entirely accurate, it is true that he is the father of many kami. Izanagi also fends off Yomi's forces and ensures that every day there are more births than deaths to preserve his creation. Izanagi's story is central to the Kuniyumi, the origins of Japan told in many traditions. From the void came heaven and earth. At first, however, only the sky was populated. Seeing that the earth was intact, The primordial deities gave Izanagi and Izanami their blessings to fill it with life. 9. Inari. Inari is the Japanese kami of prosperity, tea, agriculture, especially rice, industry, and blacksmithing. A complex deity with many faces, Inari is referred to as masculine, feminine, and androgynous, depending on the context. Although Inari's role has changed over time, they have been popular throughout Japan for over 1,000 years. Inari is perhaps best known due to her association with foxes, called kitsune, who act as Inari's messengers and receive protection in return. Inari is an incredibly popular deity who has more shrines dedicated to them than any other kami in Japan. A third of all the shrines in the country are Inari shrines. This is largely because Inari's many attributes have given the deity great significance to Japanese society and have helped Inari stand the test of time. Over the centuries, as Japanese society has changed and its priorities developed, Inari has changed along with the culture to take on new roles. 10. Ninigi. In Japanese mythology, Ninigi is the grandson of Amaterasu. Sent to Japan to cultivate the first crop of rice, he brought civilization to both kami and humans, and is the great-grandfather of Emperor Jimmu, Japan's first emperor. Ninigi is therefore the honored ancestor and progenitor of the current imperial family of Japan. By planting the first rice seed, he brought civilization, justice, and agriculture to the country. This story could be seen as representing the immigration of the Yayoi people from the Asian continent to Japan. Unlike the hunter-gatherers who populated Japan during that period, the Yayoi were farmers, and their arrival coincided with the boom in cultivated rice. Ninigi also links the Japanese imperial family to the gods, acting as a kind of bridge between the ruling class and the divine. Ninigi became mortal and died. A burial mound associated with Ninigi is located at Inogorio in Hyuga. Number 1. Itzamna. This god was counted among one of the most popular Mayan deities in the pre-Columbian pantheon. He was designated as the king of heaven, night and day. In the mythic narrative, his dominance over these vast domains is powered by innate and even arcane knowledge, as opposed to supernatural strength and unquestioned kingship. To that end, he was often portrayed as a toothless old man with a gentle demeanor, a hooked nose, large eyes, and a cylindrical hat, alluding to his leadership qualities. In some cases, he is portrayed as the son of the powerful but capricious creator god Hunab-Ku, who caused floods to wipe out the human race. Rather, Itzamna is portrayed as an antithesis to his father, as he helps the ancient Maya invent writing, sacred calendar systems, agriculture, science, and Mayan medicine. This suggests that, mythically, Itzamna also played his role in the creation of human beings. In short, he was perceived as a cultural hero who laid the foundation for a civilization that would later flourish. Itzamna is also identified as the husband of Ixchel, and together they were revered as the couple who gave birth to a whole generation of powerful gods. Interestingly, in terms of etymology, Itzamna means lizard or big fish in the Mayan language, with the prefix itz also alluding to divinity, prediction, and even witchcraft in other associated Mesoamerican languages. To that end, Itzamna is also called by other names, including Kukulkan, and being depicted as a feathered serpent or even as a hybrid creature with human and lizard features. Number 2. Ixchel. Ixchel was an important female deity in the Maya pantheon. Often called the Rainbow Lady, the goddess is associated with the moon, weather, fertility, children, and health. In the mythical narrative, she was known for the dual aspect of herself. As goddess, she was represented as a young and beautiful seductress who advocated fertility, marriage, and love. In this aspect, she became associated with both lunar cycles and rabbits, and was often given epithets such as Ixik-U, Moon Lady. Historically, the deity's eminence as one of the important goddesses can be discerned from the depictions of her in works of art and centers of worship. To that end, the Maya may have made a pilgrimage across the Caribbean in ceremonial canoes to one of their temples on the island of Cozumel, now the ruins of San Gervasio. She, on the other hand, was represented as a withered old woman who had the power to create and destroy the earth. Counted among the mighty gods of the Mayan pantheon, the goddess was also depicted with claws, fangs, and a red body adorned with symbols of death and skulls, and this incarnation was called Chakchel, red rainbow. Number 3. Kinich Ahau. Kinich Ahau was the name of the sun god of the Yucatecan Maya, that is, the Mayan people of Yucatan. Interestingly, in some cases, given her association with an element of the sky, the Mayan god is also considered to be an aspect of Itzamna, the aforementioned ruler of the heavens. In a mythical narrative, Ixchel, the goddess of the moon, impresses him by wearing a fine woven gown, and the two eventually become lovers, although their relationship later turns tumultuous. As for the representations, Kinich Ahau, in keeping with her royal status, was often depicted with a hooked nose, large square eyes, and even a beard. And like other comparable Maya deities, the great god was also represented in a dual way in some codices, as an old man with crooked teeth. Incredibly, he was also associated with the jaguar in Mayan culture, as the sun god was believed to transform into the feline predator at night. In addition, he was further revered as the patron god of the unit of day. Number 4. Chak. Chak was the Mayan deity of rain, which made him a very important figure in the agricultural civilization of the Maya. In addition, he was also revered as the god of thunder and storms, with a particular motif based on a myth suggesting how he struck clouds with jade axes to cause rain. Such powerful actions nurtured the various crops, especially maize, which is often attributed as a gift from Chak to the Maya people after he discovered the plant inside a rock, and he furthered the natural cycle of life in terms of regeneration. Now, in terms of history, it should be noted that Chak probably played his symbolic role in the human sacrifices performed by the Mayan priests on top of the pyramid temples. To that end, some of the attendants holding the victims might even have dressed as Chak to represent the 4 cardinal directions. Regarding the myths of the Mayan culture, he is presented as the brother of the sun god, Kinich Ahau. And while these brothers were close, Chak fell in love with the beautiful wife of Kinich Ahau and consequently suffered the punishment for her immoral relationship. To that end, few Mayan legends tell how the rain is produced when Chak cries out for repentance, thus contradicting the axe effect in the clouds. Many Maya kings were revered as rainmakers, which underlines his strong relationship with Chak. Interestingly, despite being the gods of rain, Chak was believed to dwell not in the skies, but in the depths of caves and cenotes. Number 5. Yom Kimmel. Things get a bit complicated when it comes to the mythical reach of the Mayan gods of death. The reason is that there are quite a few deities that were associated with the aspect of death. Yom Kimmel, also known as the fleshless god adopting the state of decomposition, was depicted with his skeletal mask, protruding belly, full of decaying matter, body adorned with bones, and no neck adorned with eyeless sockets. In some narratives, he rules over the 9 subterranean worlds known as Mitnal. Within this hellish realm, Yom Kimmel takes sadistic pleasure in extinguishing the very essence of souls by torturing them with fire and water. Interestingly, his counterpart, or other aspect, Apuk, despite the deadly air of him, has some comedic or scatological elements, some involving flatulence and anus. Number 6. Yom Ka'ax. Known as the Lord of the Forests, he was possibly among the youngest of the Maya gods and goddesses. The deity, as his name suggests, was probably revered as the guardian of the forest and protector of wildlife, both flora and fauna. Often depicted with an elaborate corn headdress and pots of corn cobs in hand, he was possibly worshipped by farmers and hunters alike. The above connection alludes to how the Mayan god was also revered as a deity of agriculture, so much so that many offered their first fruits to the deity of the forest. As for the latter, hunters had to offer special prayers and rituals asking for Yom Ka'ax's permission and guidance, especially when hunting deer. Number 7. Hunhunappu. He was revered as a tragic figure in Mayan religion, which was more important culturally because of his 2 sons, the hero twins Hunahpu and Ixbalanque. In the most prominent tale, Hunhunappu and his own brother were tricked by the Mayan death gods into a ball game only to be sacrificed later. His head was hung as a trophy on a gourd tree, However, the head of Hunahpu, which still had the divine sentience of it, spat at a passing young woman, thus impregnating her with her saliva. Later, she gave birth to the hero twins Hunahpu and Exbalanque, who avenged her father by defeating the gods of the underworld. Unfortunately, the twins were unable to resurrect his father after retrieving his head. Symbolically, however, the Maya believed that Hunahpu was reborn as corn. Number 8. Huracan. Residing in the infinite sky, Huracan, or Heart of Heaven, as one of the main Mayan gods, was believed to be the primordial force unleashed by the dual divinities. The creator gods needed this chaotic force to chisel the order of creation and its manifestation on the physical plane. In a nutshell, Huracan was considered to be the antithetical being whose essence and behavior ironically lead to the survival of life. An example would belong to a mythical narrative that supposes how it was Hurricane who sent a great flood to end an entire generation of humans and invoke the earth for the renewal of life. Given his immense power and his chaotic origins, Huracan was often associated with lightning, wind, and storms, with the former often perceived as a manifestation of both fire and fertility. Interestingly, in some tales, Huracan is the one who opened the mountains with his lightning to reveal the hidden corn seed, which led to the agricultural prowess of the Mayan people. As for the representations, the Mayan god of the storm was represented with a branched nose and a leg that transformed into a snake at the end. Number 9. Ixtab. Incredibly, the Dresden Codex contains a relatively graphic image of a dead or passed-out woman with a rope around her neck, dangling from the celestial sky band. And this mythical motif is often perceived as representing Ixtab, the Mayan goddess of suicide. However, on closer inspection of the Dresden Codex, the image of the hanged woman is depicted in the section dealing with eclipses, and as such, this particular depiction may have signified the occurrence of a lunar eclipse. As for another hypothesis, Ixtab could have been the female version of Atab, a minor Mayan god of the hunt associated with trapping or tricking. Consequently, the female counterpart of her was possibly regarded as the benevolent executioner, who was also associated with cheating. Number 10. Akan. Often associated with alcoholic beverages, Akan was considered one of the Mayan gods who delighted in boisterous celebrations and drinks. Unsurprisingly, he was the patron of the balche, a Mesoamerican cocktail made from fermented honey and the bitter bark of the blash tree. Essentially, Akan was possibly perceived as the divine partier, thus mirroring his Greek and Roman counterparts such as Dionysus and Bacchus. Interestingly, the Maya themselves may have considered this state of intoxication, or drunkenness, to be closer to the patron god Akan. There were even cases where priests and officials got high on other substances, from tobacco and morning glory seeds to mushrooms. In some cases, Akan was also depicted as a close friend of Kukoc, the Maya god of creative endeavors, also underscoring how the artistic style was seen as an extension of recreational activities. Number 11. Ekchua. Ekchua was a post-classic Mayan deity who was revered as the patron of both merchants and cacao. He was possibly also perceived as the protector of travelers among the Mayan gods, as can be discerned by the depiction of him with objects such as a backpack and spear. Taking the depictions, Ekchua was usually shown as a deity that was streaked with black and white or was completely black. Her mouth was rimmed with a reddish-brown border, while her lower lip was large and droopy. In the Mayan culture, cacao was treated as currency. Thus, by extension, as a merchant god, he was seen as the patron of cocoa merchants and cocoa plantation owners. In that sense, many of these merchants even held festivals in honor of the merchant god, particularly during the harvest. Number 12. Kukulkan. Also known as the feathered serpent or Quetzalcoatl in Aztec mythology, Kukulkan's origins date back to the late pre-classic period, as evidenced by a depiction of the serpent god found at the Olmec site of La Venta. The stela, which dates to sometime between 1200 and 400 BC, represents a snake that sticks its head out from behind a person. More elaborate depictions of the serpent version are found on the six-tiered Maya pyramid built in honor of the god, dating to around the 3rd century AD. Incredibly, given the diversity of cultures in Mesoamerica and the ever-evolving nature of myths and traditions, Kukulkan, as a central figure, was also portrayed in ways that went beyond the morphology of serpents. For example, there are some representations of Kukulkan, dating from around 700 to 900 AD. Some of them possibly even drew inspiration from human rulers who carved their legacy by influence and conquest. The question may be raised, why was the deity particularly associated with a serpent? Well, according to some scholars, the snake in its most basic form in Mesoamerican culture could have represented the earth and vegetation. Archaeologist Carl Taub hypothesized that the feathered serpent, by virtue of its evolved morphology, may have been associated with fertility and intricate political classes in the region. Number 13. Camazotz. While not exactly counted among the Mayan gods, Camazotz was sometimes fused with divine entities. However, Camazotz is the name attributed to humanoid bat-like creatures, or rather vampire-like entities, that are downright dangerous and vicious, so much so that one of them cuts off the head of a mortal hero, only to later play with his head in a gruesome ball game. Interestingly, in terms of conventional zoology, all three known species of vampire bats are actually native to the New World. So, it really comes as no surprise that it is Mayan mythology that brings up the legend of a mythical vampiric creature. But the fascinating part is that the Camazotz legend bears many similarities to the well-known vampire stories of later times. In that sense, some narratives describe Camazotz as a purely evil entity with the sole purpose of causing terror. Unsurprisingly, in some depictions, Camazotz was depicted holding a sacrificial knife in one hand and a human or victim's heart in the other. Number 1. Itzamna. This god was counted among one of the most popular Mayan deities in the pre-Columbian pantheon. He was designated as the king of heaven, night and day. In the mythic narrative, his dominance over these vast domains is powered by innate and even arcane knowledge, as opposed to supernatural strength and unquestioned kingship. To that end, he was often portrayed as a toothless old man with a gentle demeanor, a hooked nose, large eyes, and a cylindrical hat, alluding to his leadership qualities. In some cases, he is portrayed as the son of the powerful but capricious creator god Hunab-Ku, who caused floods to wipe out the human race. Rather, Itzamna is portrayed as an antithesis to his father, as he helps the ancient Maya invent writing, sacred calendar systems, agriculture, science, and Mayan medicine. This suggests that, mythically, Itzamna also played his role in the creation of human beings. In short, he was perceived as a cultural hero who laid the foundation for a civilization that would later flourish. Itzamna is also identified as the husband of Ixchel, and together they were revered as the couple who gave birth to a whole generation of powerful gods. Interestingly, in terms of etymology, Itzamna means lizard or big fish in the Mayan language, with the prefix itz also alluding to divinity, prediction, and even witchcraft in other associated Mesoamerican languages. To that end, Itzamna is also called by other names, including Kukulkan, and being depicted as a feathered serpent or even as a hybrid creature with human and lizard features. Number 2. Ixchel. Ixchel was an important female deity in the Maya pantheon. Often called the Rainbow Lady, the goddess is associated with the moon, weather, fertility, children, and health. In the mythical narrative, she was known for the dual aspect of herself. As goddess, she was represented as a young and beautiful seductress who advocated fertility, marriage, and love. In this aspect, she became associated with both lunar cycles and rabbits, and was often given epithets such as Ixik-U, Moon Lady. Historically, the deity's eminence as one of the important goddesses can be discerned from the depictions of her in works of art and centers of worship. To that end, the Maya may have made a pilgrimage across the Caribbean in ceremonial canoes to one of their temples on the island of Cozumel, now the ruins of San Gervasio. She, on the other hand, was represented as a withered old woman who had the power to create and destroy the earth. Counted among the mighty gods of the Mayan pantheon, the goddess was also depicted with claws, fangs, and a red body adorned with symbols of death and skulls, and this incarnation was called Chak-Chel, Red Rainbow. Number 3. Kinich Ahau. Kinich Ahau was the name of the sun god of the Yucatecan Maya, that is, the Mayan people of Yucatan. Interestingly, in some cases, given her association with an element of the sky, the Mayan god is also considered to be an aspect of Itzamna, the aforementioned ruler of the heavens. In a mythical narrative, Ixchel, the goddess of the moon, impresses him by wearing a fine woven gown, and the two eventually become lovers, although their relationship later turns tumultuous. As for the representations, Kinich Ahau, in keeping with her royal status, was often depicted with a hooked nose, large square eyes, and even a beard. And like other comparable Maya deities, the great god was also represented in a dual way in some codices, as an old man with crooked teeth. Incredibly, he was also associated with the jaguar in Mayan culture, as the sun god was believed to transform into the feline predator at night. In addition, he was further revered as the patron god of the unit of day. Number 4. Chak. Chak was the Mayan deity of rain, which made him a very important figure in the agricultural civilization of the Maya. In addition, he was also revered as the god of thunder and storms, with a particular motif based on a myth suggesting how he struck clouds with jade axes to cause rain. Such powerful actions nurtured the various crops, especially maize, which is often attributed as a gift from Chak to the Maya people after he discovered the plant inside a rock, and he furthered the natural cycle of life in terms of regeneration. Now, in terms of history, it should be noted that Chak probably played his symbolic role in the human sacrifices performed by the Mayan priests on top of the pyramid temples. To that end, some of the attendants holding the victims might even have dressed as Chak to represent the 4 cardinal directions. Regarding the myths of the Mayan culture, he is presented as the brother of the sun god, Kinich Ahau. And while these brothers were close, Chak fell in love with the beautiful wife of Kinich Ahau and consequently suffered the punishment for her immoral relationship. To that end, few Mayan legends tell how the rain is produced when Chak cries out for repentance, thus contradicting the axe effect in the clouds. Many Maya kings were revered as rainmakers, which underlines his strong relationship with Chak. Interestingly, despite being the gods of rain, Chak was believed to dwell not in the skies, but in the depths of caves and cenotes. Number 5. Yom Kimmel. Things get a bit complicated when it comes to the mythical reach of the Mayan gods of death. The reason is that there are quite a few deities that were associated with the aspect of death. Yom Kimmel, also known as the fleshless god adopting the state of decomposition, was depicted with his skeletal mask, protruding belly, full of decaying matter, body adorned with bones, and no neck adorned with eyeless sockets. In some narratives, he rules over the 9 subterranean worlds known as Mitnal. Within this hellish realm, Yom Kimmel takes sadistic pleasure in extinguishing the very essence of souls by torturing them with fire and water. Interestingly, his counterpart, or other aspect, Apuk, despite the deadly air of him, has some comedic or scatological elements, some involving flatulence and anus. Number 6. Yum Ka'ax. Known as the Lord of the Forests, he was possibly among the youngest of the Maya gods and goddesses. The deity, as his name suggests, was probably revered as the guardian of the forest and protector of wildlife, both flora and fauna. Often depicted with an elaborate corn headdress and pots of corn cobs in hand, he was possibly worshipped by farmers and hunters alike. The above connection alludes to how the Mayan god was also revered as a deity of agriculture, so much so that many offered their first fruits to the deity of the forest. As for the latter, hunters had to offer special prayers and rituals asking for Yom Ka'ax's permission and guidance, especially when hunting deer. Number 7. Hunhunappu. He was revered as a tragic figure in Mayan religion, which was more important culturally because of his 2 sons, the hero twins Hunahpu and Ixbalanque. In the most prominent tale, Hunhunappu and his own brother were tricked by the Mayan death gods into a ball game only to be sacrificed later. His head was hung as a trophy on a gourd tree. However, the head of Hunhunappu, which still had the divine sentience of it, spat at a passing young woman, thus impregnating her with her saliva. Later, she gave birth to the hero twins Hunahpu and Ixbalanque, who avenged her father by defeating the gods of the underworld. Unfortunately, the twins were unable to resurrect his father after retrieving his head. Symbolically, however, The Maya believed that Hunhunappu was reborn as corn. Number 8. Huracan. Residing in the infinite sky, Huracan, or Heart of Heaven, as one of the main Mayan gods, was believed to be the primordial force unleashed by the dual divinities. The creator gods needed this chaotic force to chisel the order of creation and its manifestation on the physical plane. In a nutshell, Huracan was considered to be the antithetical being whose essence and behavior ironically lead to the survival of life. An example would belong to a mythical narrative that supposes how it was Hurricane who sent a great flood to end an entire generation of humans and invoke the earth for the renewal of life. Given his immense power and his chaotic origins, Huracan was often associated with lightning, wind, and storms, with the former often perceived as a manifestation of both fire and fertility. Interestingly, in some tales, Huracan is the one who opened the mountains with his lightning to reveal the hidden corn seed, which led to the agricultural prowess of the Mayan people. As for the representations, the Mayan god of the storm was represented with a branched nose and a leg that transformed into a snake at the end. Number 9. Ixtab. Incredibly, the Dresden Codex contains a relatively graphic image of a dead or passed-out woman with a rope around her neck, dangling from the celestial sky band. And this mythical motif is often perceived as representing Ixtab, the Mayan goddess of suicide. However, on closer inspection of the Dresden Codex, the image of the hanged woman is depicted in the section dealing with eclipses, and as such, this particular depiction may have signified the occurrence of a lunar eclipse. As for another hypothesis, Ixtab could have been the female version of Atab, a minor Mayan god of the hunt associated with trapping or tricking. Consequently, the female counterpart of her was possibly regarded as the benevolent executioner, who was also associated with cheating. Number 10. Akan. Often associated with alcoholic beverages, Akan was considered one of the Mayan gods who delighted in boisterous celebrations and drinks. Unsurprisingly, he was the patron of the balche, a Mesoamerican cocktail made from fermented honey and the bitter bark of the blash tree. Essentially, Akan was possibly perceived as the divine partier, thus mirroring his Greek and Roman counterparts such as Dionysus and Bacchus. Interestingly, the Maya themselves may have considered this state of intoxication, or drunkenness, to be closer to the patron god Akan. There were even cases where priests and officials got high on other substances, from tobacco and morning glory seeds to mushrooms. In some cases, Akan was also depicted as a close friend of Kukoc, the Maya god of creative endeavors, also underscoring how the artistic style was seen as an extension of recreational activities. Number 11. Ekchua. Ekchua was a post-classic Mayan deity who was revered as the patron of both merchants and cacao. He was possibly also perceived as the protector of travelers among the Mayan gods, as can be discerned by the depiction of him with objects such as a backpack and spear. Taking the depictions, Ekchua was usually shown as a deity that was streaked with black and white or was completely black. Her mouth was rimmed with a reddish-brown border, while her lower lip was large and droopy. In the Mayan culture, cacao was treated as currency. Thus, by extension, as a merchant god, he was seen as the patron of cocoa merchants and cocoa plantation owners. In that sense, many of these merchants even held festivals in honor of the merchant god, particularly during the harvest. Number 12. Kukulkan. Also known as the feathered serpent or Quetzalcoatl in Aztec mythology, Kukulkan's origins date back to the late pre-classic period, as evidenced by a depiction of the serpent god found at the Olmec site of La Venta. The stela, which dates to sometime between 1200 and 400 BC, represents a snake that sticks its head out from behind a person. More elaborate depictions of the serpent version are found on the six-tiered Maya pyramid built in honor of the god, dating to around the 3rd century AD. Incredibly, given the diversity of cultures in Mesoamerica and the ever-evolving nature of myths and traditions, Kukulkan, as a central figure, was also portrayed in ways that went beyond the morphology of serpents. For example, there are some representations of Kukulkan, dating from around 700 to 900 AD. Some of them possibly even drew inspiration from human rulers who carved their legacy by influence and conquest. The question may be raised, why was the deity particularly associated with a serpent? Well, According to some scholars, the snake in its most basic form in Mesoamerican culture could have represented the earth and vegetation. Archaeologist Carl Taub hypothesized that the feathered serpent, by virtue of its evolved morphology, may have been associated with fertility and intricate political classes in the region. Number 13. Camazotz. While not exactly counted among the Mayan gods, Camazotz was sometimes fused with divine entities. However, Camazotz is the name attributed to humanoid bat-like creatures, or rather vampire-like entities, that are downright dangerous and vicious, so much so that one of them cuts off the head of a mortal hero, only to later play with his head in a gruesome ball game. Interestingly, in terms of conventional zoology, all 3 known species of vampire bats are actually native to the New World. So, it really comes as no surprise that it is Mayan mythology that brings up the legend of a mythical vampiric creature. But the fascinating part is that the Camazotz legend bears many similarities to the well-known vampire stories of later times. In that sense, some narratives describe Camazotz as a purely evil entity with the sole purpose of causing terror. Unsurprisingly, in some depictions, Camazotz was depicted holding a sacrificial knife in one hand and a human or victim's heart in the other. One, Freyr. Freyr of the Vanir tribe was a Norse god of peace and prosperity. Among other things, he was associated with masculine virility, the sun, and fair weather. Freyr, often depicted with a huge phallus, was worshipped throughout Scandinavia, particularly Sweden, where he was celebrated at weddings and harvest festivals. Along with his twin sister Freya, Freyr was among the foremost Vanir deities. A man of many magical possessions, Freyr commanded Skidbladnir, a ship forged in the furnaces of Svartalfheim by the dwarf craftsmen Brokkr and Sindri. Freyr was also accompanied by another of Brokkr and Sindri's creations, the mechanical Gullinbursti boar. The boar had a golden mane and bristles that glowed in the deepest gloom. Finally, Freyr wielded a sword that had the ability to fight on its own. The loss of this weapon would ultimately contribute to his demise during Ragnarok. Freyr ruled over Alfheimr, a kingdom of the Light Elves. Like Freyr, the Light Elves were known for their peace and goodness. 2. Loki. The great trickster god of the Norse pantheon, Loki was a devious deity known for his many schemes and deceptions. A shapeshifter, Loki's transformations were as varied as the motives for his pranks, which included wealth, women, wisdom, or just pure pleasure. At various times he took the form of a salmon, a flea, a fly, and a mare. With Loki, appearances were never what they seemed. While his antics frequently got the gods into sticky situations, his tricks often rescued them from hard times as well. Where Thor, Freya, and even Odin strove to enforce a just order among the gods, Loki's erratic behavior called into question the very nature of his loyalties. Loki married the goddess Sigyn, about whom little is known except that by Loki he had a son named Nari, or Narfi. Loki also bred with his lover Angerboda, a Jotun, possibly a troll, who gave birth to 3 children: Hel, who ruled the eponymous underworld called Hel, Jormungandr, the Midgard sea serpent, and Thor's archenemy, and Fenrir, the huge wolf destined to kill Odin during Ragnarok. 3. Nerthus. Worshipped in Scandinavia and the Germanic territories, Nerthus was a dark goddess associated with peace and prosperity. She was related to Njord, the Norse god of the sea, although whether they were consorts or separate incarnations of the same deity is unclear. Known as the bringer of peace, Nerthus was honored during a ritual wagon procession. During this ceremony, the goddess's priests would drive a chariot covered in her sacred cloth through Germanic villages, causing the inhabitants to lay down their weapons and embrace each other in celebration. While little is known about Nerthus outside of this ritual, she was thought to reside in her sacred grove on an as-yet unidentified island. 4. Thor. A paragon of masculine strength and virility, the storm god Thor was the fiercest of the Norse deities. Among his many abilities, Thor commanded storms and rain and brought lightning and thunder. Due to his prodigious sexual drive and his ability to impregnate women, Thor was also associated with fertility. He wielded a warhammer called Mjolnir and was thought to have red hair and a red beard. Brave, powerful, and just, Thor fully embodied the hero archetype. Where Odin and Loki prowled and schemed, Thor faced his troubles with hammer in hand and violence in his heart. Whenever a fearsome beast or cunning Jotun threatened his peace, the gods usually called on Thor to intervene. 5. Heimdall. Heimdall the Watcher was a Norse deity of the Aesir tribe, a god of keen eyesight and hearing who was ready to sound the Jallarhorn at the start of Ragnarok. From the little evidence that has survived, Heimdall appears to have been a protector of the deities and a guardian of the passages to and from the 9 realms. Because of his supposed role of granting wisdom and social order, he was also considered the father and protector of human beings. He could see night as if it were day, and could spot a target from 100 leagues away. Furthermore, it was said that his sense of hearing was so acute that he could hear the grass grow and the wool of the sheep sprout. 6. Baldur. Baldur of the Aesir tribe was the most beautiful and beloved of all the gods in the Norse pantheon. Baldur radiated charm and was so physically beautiful that he gave off light. He was also described as the wisest of all the gods. As an arbiter of disputes, he settled disputes between gods and men. Baldur's death as a result of Loki's betrayal was one of the central stories in Norse mythology. Baldur's main attributes were his justice, beauty, and sympathy. He owned a large ship called the Hringhorni, meaning ship with a circle on its stern, which was said to be the largest ship ever built. After Baldur's death, the ship became a huge funeral pyre for his body. 7. Frigg. As the wife of Odin, Frigg was the undisputed queen of the Norse gods. Frigg was often depicted sitting on a throne or in a commanding pose. Frigg lived in Fensalir, a watery realm that probably took the form of a swamp, marsh, or wetland. Frigg had power over many areas of life and was associated with fertility, marriage and the home, love and sexuality, wisdom and prophecy. Frigg was a vulva, or practitioner of the magical art of Seder, and she sought to divine or alter the future through ritual. 8. Tyr. The one-armed god of the Norse pantheon, Tyr was a member of the Aesir tribe who represented war and bloodshed. Somewhat paradoxically, he was also known as a bringer of justice and order. The most detailed description of the god was derived from the Gylfaginning, a book of the prose Edda by the 13th century Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson. Tyr's most notable attribute was his missing right hand, or arm, usually depicted as being severed at the wrist or forearm. This missing limb had been eaten by Fenrir, the ravenous giant wolf sired by Loki and the Jotun Angerboda. 9. Njord. The Norse god of wind and waters, Njord was the patron of sailors and fishermen. He also brought wealth to the just and deserving. As patriarch of the Vanir deities, Njord led his tribe against the Aesir gods during the Aesir-Vanir War. If you are interested in knowing more about this war between the Norse gods, leave it to me in the comments below, and we may make a video in the future. He would later join the Aesir as part of a peace deal. Njord was a popular god among the Norse, and sailors in particular. Those who worshipped him did so in the hope of receiving the reward of the seas. In Norway, the center of Njord's cult, locals continued to offer prayers to him well into the 18th century. As befits his status as the god of the wind and the waters and master of the destinies of the fishermen, some scholars maintain that Njord lived on the sea, in a kingdom known as Noatun. 10. Idun. The lovely and charming Idun was a Norse goddess of youth and fertility. Idun had the power to grant eternal youth and prevent old age. Her magical apples imparted the gift of youth to those who ate them. She played a key role in Norse myths, rejuvenating the gods by giving them magical apples that reversed the effects of aging. Whenever the Norse gods began to feel the effects of aging, they turned to her. She carried her apples in a box made of ash called an eski. Along with her fruit, this box served as one of her main symbols. 11. Freya. One of the main deities of the Norse pantheon, the lovely Freya was a goddess of blessings, love, lust, and fertility. A member of the Vanir tribe of deities, Freya shared her people's penchant for the magical arts of divination. Freya was kinder and nicer than the other Norse deities, where Thor achieved her goals through aggression, and Odin and Loki resorted to deceit. Freya achieved her ends with the softer persuasions of gifts, beauty, and sex. While Freya used to be selfless and helpful, she had a darker side. Like the male gods, Freya had a taste for blood and fought fiercely in battle. It was said that she claimed the lives of half the warriors killed in battle. Freya was recognized as the archetypal vulva, a practitioner of cider, whose art and ritual could see events before they happened. The vulva could then attempt to alter these events, leading enemies to their doom and sparing friends from impending disaster. 12. Odin. As the total father and chief god of the diverse Norse pantheon, Odin figured prominently in all core mythological traditions, from the creation of the first humans and the Aesir-Vanir war that united the gods into a single pantheon, to the Ragnarok prophecies that mark the end of time. Odin's main attributes were his wit, cunning, and wisdom. Having cultivated the magical arts of Seder, the set of rituals that allow foresight, Odin was able to see the future and commune with the spirits and the dead. He was also a shapeshifter who could take the form of snakes, eagles, and other powerful creatures. Additionally, Odin spoke in poetic verse and had the power to charm humans into committing acts out of character.
Pick up that coffee. Throw it in your face.
Odin was often depicted with a staff or spear, but otherwise wielded no specific weapons. On multiple occasions, he consulted with Mimir's severed and embalmed head, which revealed many secrets to him. Number 1. Olorun. Olorun is the supreme god, the creator of the universe. He is the source of all life and destiny, but is a distant god who does not involve himself directly in human affairs. Olorun is a central deity in Yoruba cosmology, a religious and cultural tradition originating with the Yoruba people of West Africa, especially present in parts of Nigeria, Benin, and Togo. Olorun is the supreme being above all other deities or orishas in the Yoruba tradition. While orishas may be worshipped and propitiated directly by humans in various ceremonies and rituals, Olorun transcends these acts and is seen as the ultimate source of all energy and life. Although Olorun is the supreme deity, the orishas act as intermediaries between humans and the spirit world. These spirits have specific functions and domains in the natural and spiritual world. However, they all derive their power and existence from Olorun. Number 2. Orunmila. He is not just one deity among many, but the very guardian of the deepest mysteries, the whispering voice that knows every twist and turn of the labyrinth of destiny. With eyes that have seen the rising and setting of stars, Orunmila contemplates the web of life with a depth and clarity that defies comprehension. His vision penetrates the mists of tomorrow, deciding the path each soul must take. Bearer of the IFA divination system, Orunmila not only sees what is written in the stars, but has the ability to interpret, guide, and at times rewrite destinies. With his sacred tools and conch shells, he deciphers the enigmas of the universe, delivering his revelations to those who seek his wisdom. In the darkest moments, it is to Orunmila that mortals and spirits turn, for beyond his power and knowledge, he is the eternal compass that, with his light, guides lost souls to their true destiny. Number 3. Sango. Within the impressive Yoruba pantheon, Sango bursts with force and fervor as the orisha of lightning, thunder, and justice. With rumbling drums and the roar of storms, his presence is as powerful and overwhelming as the natural phenomena it represents. Sango symbolizes uncontainable power, passion, and authority. He is the righteous ruler who, with his double axe, punishes the wicked and rewards the righteous. Although he is feared for his wrath and his ability to unleash fire and destruction, he is also deeply respected for his unwavering sense of fairness and justice. Legends of Yoruba mythology tell that Sango was once a mortal king of the city of Oyo, known for his charisma, his skill in dance, and his control over fire and lightning. After his ascension to the spiritual realm, he became an orisha, being eternally remembered for his prowess and fiery temperament. Some of the slaves brought to America were Yoruba, and as a result, brought the worship of Sango to the New World, which is why he is part of voodoo. And since we are talking about voodoo, I'm thinking of releasing a video talking about voodoo and its spirits, or Loa. Number 4. Ogun. Ogun manifests as the orisha of iron, war, technology, and manual labor. With the radiance of forged metal and the determination of the craftsman, his presence is as robust and essential as the tools he represents. Ogun is the patron of blacksmiths, farmers, hunters, and all those who work with tools and machines. His domain ranges from roads and frontiers to initiation and passage rituals, symbolizing the process of transformation and evolution. In Yoruba mythology, Ogun is known for his pioneering spirit, his ability to clear obstacles and create paths, both literally and metaphorically. Although he is known for his fierce temperament and warrior nature, he is also an innovator and protector, defending communities and facilitating technological and social progress. Number 5. Oshun. Oshun is one of the most revered deities in the Yoruba tradition and is known for his wisdom and his ability to grant wishes. She stands out as the Orisha linked to the river, water being her main element. She is the emblem of purity, fertility, love, and sensuality. Despite her divinity, Oshun possesses human traits that bring her closer to her devotees: vanity, jealousy, and rancor. There are countless legends that frame Oshun's transcendence in the Yoruba cosmovision. She is often portrayed as a motherly, protective, and benevolent figure who watches over humanity. She is also known as the custodian of spiritual balance and is revered as the mother of sweetness and pleasure. One of the most emblematic stories about Oshun places her at the center of human creation. According to Yoruba mythology, Olorin, the supreme god, sent several Orishas to earth to give it life and prosperity. Among these Orishas, Oshun stood out as the only female presence among 17 deities. While her male counterparts repeatedly failed in their mission, it was Oshun who, realizing her omission in the divine plan, decided to act. With the generosity and potency of her waters, Oshun brought life back to earth, making the existence of mankind and other creatures possible. Number 6. Babalu-Ai. Babalu-Ai occupies a special place as the Orisha of illnesses and, on the other hand, of healing. He is the guardian of ailments and afflictions, but also of remedies and cures, demonstrating the duality of his nature. Babalu-Ai represents not only the physical pain and suffering that can affect the body, but also the resilience and recovery of the human spirit. It is a bridge between discomfort and restoration, between imbalance and the return to health. The stories and legends of Yoruba mythology describe Babalu-Ai as a deity who can punish with illness when disrespected or taboos are broken, but who also has the compassion and knowledge to offer healing. His dominion extends over epidemics, plagues, and diseases, but also over herbs and rituals that alleviate those ills. Number 7. Oya. Oya rises with power and passion as the Orisha of winds, storms, and transformation. She is the protector of the mysteries of life and death, and her presence is as tempestuous as the wind that represents her. Oya symbolizes constant change, the ebb and flow of life, and the uncontainable power of nature. She is said to have the ability to bring winds of change, both literally and figuratively, carrying with her profound and often tumultuous transformations. Tales from Yoruba mythology describe Oya as a fierce warrior, with a temperament as unpredictable and powerful as a storm. However, she is not only destructive, she is also a figure of renewal and regeneration. After the storm comes the calm and the opportunity for a new beginning. Oya also has a deep connection to the realm of the dead, often being seen as the guardian of the cemeteries and a mediator between the world of the living and that of the ancestors. Number 8. Isu. Esu is the Orisha of destiny, change, and communication between the divine and earthly realms. He acts as the messenger of the Orishas, transmitting offerings and communications between humans and the gods, but is also known for his mischievous nature and his ability to create confusion and conflict. Isu represents the unstable balance between good and evil, the duality of life, and the unpredictability of fate. He is often described as the guardian of crossroads, symbolizing the decisions we make and the directions we choose in life. Legends and tales from Yoruba mythology describe Esu as a cunning deity who enjoys playing tricks and testing humans. However, his antics are not simply for fun. They are often intended to teach lessons, reveal hidden truths, or realign destiny. Despite his sometimes deceptive nature, Esu is central to Yoruba worship. He is offered before any other Orisha to ensure that messages and sacrifices reach their proper destination. He is the mediator and facilitator, the one who ensures that communication between the worlds keeps flowing. Number 9. Yemaya. Yamaya shines as the queen of the oceans, the mother of all waters and protector of the children of the earth. Her presence is as deep and all-encompassing as the ocean itself, and her love for her children is as immense as the waters she rules. Yamaya represents the essence of flowing life, motherhood, and fertility. She is the mother who cares and protects, and in whose lap all find solace and refuge. It is said that all rivers flow towards her, symbolizing her capacity to receive, nurture, and protect all. The stories and myths of Yoruba mythology portray Yamaya as the primordial mother, from whom all forms of life originate. Although she is loving and compassionate, she can also be fierce when it comes to defending her children or punishing those who harm them. Number 10. Orisha Oko. In the Yoruba tradition, is the Orisha specifically in charge of agriculture, soil fertility, and the harvest. He is an essential deity for communities that depend on the land for their livelihood and well-being. Orisha Oko has a close bond with the earth and is revered primarily by farmers and those who seek to ensure a bountiful harvest. He blesses the soil, ensuring that it is fertile and conducive for planting. He is often associated with colors such as green, which represents vegetation and the fertility of the earth. Its symbols and sacred tools are often linked to agriculture. Its relationship with Olokun, the deity of the deep sea, can be seen in the context of the water cycle, essential for agriculture. Number 11. Olokun. Olokun is revered and respected as the Orisha of the ocean depths, the domain of the unknown and the hidden riches of the sea. His kingdom encompasses the mysterious and dark depths of the ocean, where the light of the sun does not reach, and unfathomable mysteries and secrets are attributed to him. Olokun symbolizes both the serenity and the ferocity of the ocean. He is the peace of the deep waters, and also the powerful force behind the great waves and storms. He is an Orisha of wealth, abundance, and prosperity, for it is believed that the riches of the sea, such as fish and submerged treasures, are under his guardianship. Yoruba mythology is replete with tales that highlight the magnitude and power of Olokun. Although he reigns in the depths, his influence is felt on the surface and in the interplay between ocean and land. He is often described in a symbiotic relationship with Aganju, the Orisha of the earth and volcanoes. Together, these two Orishas represent the balance between the sea and the land, a dance between the known and the unknown. Number 12. Aganju. Aganju is revered as the Orisha of the earth, the vastness of the wilderness and in some contexts of volcanoes and mountains. He is a deity of great strength and power, associated with the creation and transformation of the terrestrial landscape. The figure of Aganju is crucial in the connection between heaven and earth. His dominion over the earth, deserts, and inhospitable places makes him a pillar in the survival and adaptability of humanity in the face of geographical adversity. Numerous myths surround Aganju, highlighting its ability to forge and transform the land. It is the sustenance of the dry land and a pillar in the formation of mountains and geographical features. Its influence is not only felt in the formation of the land, but also in the ability of people to overcome obstacles and adapt to new environments. Number 1. Ometeotl. In Aztec mythology, he was a binary god, responsible for the creation of the universe. The Aztecs believed that before Ometeotl created himself, the universe was unknowable, and for all intents and purposes, did not exist. Residing in the 13th and highest heaven, this god existed outside of human influence and rarely interacted with other deities. There has been a debate among scholars about the nature of Ometeotl. Some have argued that they represented a dual god, while others argued that this was a misinterpretation imposed on the Aztecs by historians who read a divine multiplicity, similar to the Holy Trinity, in the translated texts. Ometeotl was unique among the Aztec gods, in that no temple was ever erected to them. After creating themselves and having children, their role in Aztec mythology was minimal. Although his sons were 4 of the most important gods in the entire Aztec pantheon, these gods operated independently of their father's influence. While the Aztecs believed that Ometeotl was immensely important due to his role as creator of the universe, the Aztecs also believed that he was beyond the reach of human influence. Consequently, they did not build temples or offer sacrifices to him. Ometeotl's first notable action in Aztec myth was to bear 4 children. Although the first 3 of his children were born complete, the last son of Ometeotl, Huitzilopochtli, was born without meat, only bones, and would remain in this state for 600 years. During this time, the other gods simply waited for Huitzilopochtli to complete himself. They could not create the world without it. Number 2. Huitzilopochtli. The famous Aztec god of war, Huitzilopochtli was the patron god of the Mexica people and a key figure in the creation of Aztec cosmogony. He led the Aztec people to Tenochtitlan, a fact not easily forgotten. So much so that half of the city's Templo Mayor was dedicated to him. Fallen warriors and women who died in childbirth were thought to become part of his retinue. After accompanying Huitzilopochtli for a period of 4 years, the fallen warriors would be reborn as hummingbirds. Befitting his status as a god of war, he was believed to be an immensely powerful warrior. He wielded a shield, war darts, and Xiuhcoatl, a lightning-like fiery serpent, as a spear. Despite his amazing martial prowess, the Aztecs believed that Huitzilopochtli could be defeated. Legends held that the god of war would one day meet his mate, and that his fall would mark the end of the Aztec Empire. Huitzilopochtli played many roles within the Aztec pantheon and was revered as the chief god of war. Sacrifices were made to him after every victory and defeat, and the dawn of creation even stood still and awaited his arrival. Number 3. Xiuhcoatl, purifier of the earth and renewer of things, also associated with warriors and rulers. The word Xiuhcoatl means year, time, and fire in Nahuatl, which is why some sculptures in his honor have turquoise mosaics, the same that were buried during rituals. He is represented with reeds on his head as a headdress to put out the fire. His figure resembles that of a stooped old man carrying a huge brazier to symbolize his ancient origin and wisdom. Number 4. Tziptotec was the Aztec god of agriculture, the seasons, goldsmiths, and disease. He was often depicted wearing a flayed skin suit, and the ceremonies associated with him emphasized his choice of attire. Such rituals usually culminate in a fresh skin suit made and worn by a statue of Tziptotec, or one of his priests. Until recently, historians relied on post-conquest Spanish texts for information on the origins and cult of Tziptotec. However, in 2018, an excavation in Puebla, Mexico revealed a temple dedicated to the worship of him. The temple, which dates back to 1000 BCC and 1260 DC, belonged to the Indachiantahuacan people, who were later conquered and absorbed by the Aztec Empire. It is possible that the Aztecs already considered Tziptotec as one of their main gods before this conquest, since they shared a significant part of their pantheon with neighboring ethnic groups. According to Codex Ramirez, Tziptotec was born reddish all over. In most artistic representations, Tziptotec wore a flayed skin suit that was typically yellow or gold in color. His own exposed skin was often shown in red. While sacrificial stories were a common element in many religions, the Aztecs took this element a step further by engaging in a multitude of sacrificial rituals. Tziptotec was just one of the gods that the Aztecs sought to appease through human sacrifice. Number 5. Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, the Aztec version of the feathered serpent deity, was the god of the wind, bearer of corn, and instrumental in the creation of the Aztec universe. Although he originated as a god of vegetation, Quetzalcoatl's role in Aztec myths expanded over time. When the Spanish arrived in the New World, Quetzalcoatl was considered the god of the wind, patron of priests, and inventor of calendars and books. He was also occasionally used as a symbol of death and resurrection. The feathered serpent deity, common to much of Central America, first appeared in images, statues, and carvings beginning in 100 BCE. Depictions of the feathered serpent generally took the form of a carved serpent head set on a wall, with further reliefs depicting feathers or birds. These carvings also included a conch, which was a symbol of the wind. Starting around 1200 AD, the way this god was represented began to change. From then on, he was often portrayed as a man wearing a conical hat, conch shell pectoral brooch, shell jewelry, and a red duck-billed face mask. Quetzalcoatl's role in Aztec cosmology was complex and multifaceted. While he was responsible for creating humanity and providing them with their staple crops, it was his brother Tezcatlipoca who ultimately ruled the modern era. Number 6. Tlaloc. Tlaloc, the Aztec god of rain and one of the oldest Central American deities, was worshipped for more than 2,000 years. and his influence persisted long after the Spanish conquest. One of the oldest and most worshipped Mesoamerican gods was the Aztec god of rain and thunder. It was by his blessing that the seasonal rains arrived in time for the vital corn harvest. While rains from him often brought life to Mesoamerican societies, they could also take it away. If they came at the wrong time, or in the form of intense storms, the rains could ruin crops and cause droughts or floods. Tlaloc is one of several gods that the Mexica people refused to completely abandon after the introduction of Christianity, and in many ways, the veneration of him was never completely abandoned. These first images of Tlaloc were found on vases in Tlapacoya and showed his face next to lightning bolts. While we can't say for sure what Tlaloc's role was at this early stage or even what he was called, the imagery used to represent him remained remarkably consistent even over long periods of time. The Aztecs offered sacrifices to it to ensure that the seasonal rains arrived in time for a successful harvest. Before continuing, Aztec mythology is very rich and wide. I have tried to bring the gods with more possible images to try to make the video enjoyable for you when you watch it. If this video reaches 1,000 comments, I will try to collect more Aztec gods and curious religions and their different gods, so take advantage to suggest future videos. Number 7. Mictlantecutli. One of the oldest gods in the Aztec pantheon, Mictlantecutli was the Aztec god of death who ruled over Mictlan, the land of the dead. Like Hades, the Greek underworld, Mictlan was the place where most people spent the afterlife, regardless of their moral standing. This god was most commonly depicted as a skeletal figure, although reliefs depicting him as a skull with eyes have also been found. He was sometimes shown with his mouth open, ready to receive the stars that set and disappeared during the day. In the Aztec universe, each of the cardinal directions was associated with one of the divine realms. Instead of serving as a judge of the dead, Mictlantecutli simply tried to maintain order in his domain. This desire for order sometimes led Mictlantecutli to clash with other Aztec gods and his more creative desires. Number 8. Yacatecutli. In Mexican mythology, he is the god of commerce, patron of merchants and exchange, mainly in commercial trips. Travelers and merchants entrusted themselves to this figure. The rituals of sacrifice and offerings for this god were intended to keep the roads where travelers would travel clear and safe. Another ceremony that was used to honor him was the washing of the feet of the merchants when they arrived from their journeys, accompanied by offerings in the local temple. His name means the Lord of the Nose. He is represented as an old man with a stick formed by the union of sticks that guide the path of the walkers. His headdress is made of quetzali feathers and gold earmuffs. His symbol is a bundle of rods. Traders carried an uttle staff as they moved from village to village, selling their wares, and at night tied them together in a neat bundle before dousing them with blood. It was believed that this ritual in honor of Yacatecutli would guarantee success in future business, not to mention protection against ferocious beasts and thieves on his travels. Number 9. Coatlicue. She has been called Mother of all the gods, and legend has it that she was the mother of Huitznahuac, gods of the southern stars, as well as the goddess Coyolxauhqui and Huitzilopochtli, with whom she unexpectedly became pregnant. Coatlicue is depicted as a woman with a skirt of writhing serpents and a necklace made of hearts, hands, and human skulls. Her feet and hands are adorned with claws, and her breasts are depicted hanging limp from pregnancy. Her face is formed by two facing snakes, after her head was cut off and her blood gushed from her neck in the form of two giant snakes, in reference to the myth that she was sacrificed during the beginning of the current creation. According to Aztec legend, Coatlicue was magically impregnated by a ball of feathers that fell on her while sweeping a temple and subsequently gave birth to the god Huitzilopochtli. Her daughter gathered the other 400 children of Coatlicue and incited them to attack and behead her mother. The instant she was killed, the god Huitzilopochtli suddenly emerged from her womb, fully grown and armed for the battle where he killed many of her brothers and sisters. Number 10. Metztli. Her name means the Black Moon. Lunar observation was of great importance to the Aztecs, since eclipses, comets, and other celestial phenomena could have catastrophic connotations. In addition, These observations allowed them to create a schedule to improve their harvests. She had the power to dominate the water through a snake that appears in different representations of her. She can also be seen wearing a skirt with embroidered crossbones, symbolizing the death that the inclement floods can cause. Number 11. Ixtlilton. Before seeing the last top, remember to subscribe and above all comment. This is the only way for YouTube to recommend the video to more people. Comment, even if it's to laugh at my pronunciation or the weather in your city. And now we can continue. Healer of diseases and caretaker of children's health. He had the power to heal sick children, who went to the temple to ask for their healing through dances and pre-Hispanic concoctions. When the child got better, his parents offered a celebration at his house. His name means the one in black face, and depictions of him capture just that. In Aztec mythology, Ixtlilton was the Mexican god of medicine and healing, which is why he is often referred to as the brother of Macuiltzochitl, the god of well-being or good luck. He too was associated with dance, presumably because dance was a part of many medical cures. From the account of the general appearance of the temple, it would seem to have evolved from the tent or primitive lodge of the healers or shamans. One. Mazu. In Chinese mythology, Mazu is the goddess of the sea. Closely associated with the goddess of mercy, Guanyin, Mazu is the patron goddess of sailors, fishermen, and travelers. She is especially popular in the coastal communities of southern China, in places like Fujian and Macau, and in overseas Chinese communities. It is not uncommon to see Mazu temples or shrines every few kilometers along Chinese coastal roads. 2. Nuwa. In Chinese mythology, Nuwa is considered the first being with the ability to procreate and is the creator of all humanity. Ancient Chinese society was fiercely matriarchal, so Nuwa, being the mother of all humans, was considered a very important deity. She is involved in various stories, but is most commonly associated with China's creation myth, and for saving humanity by patching a hole in the sky after a great flood. Today, Nuwa remains a popular deity, and women who need divine help with marital matters or fertility problems usually pray to her. In art, she is usually depicted as a supernatural creature with a human face and a long, serpentine body, but sometimes she is also drawn simply as a woman dressed in traditional Chinese Hanfu. 3. Fuxi. In Chinese mythology, Fuxi is seen as humanity's first male ancestor, a culture hero, and one of the most benevolent gods of ancient China. Fuxi is credited with creating several innovations that benefited mankind, such as the invention of the writing system, fishing, and the domestication of animals. In art, Fuxi is often depicted with the head of a human and the body of a snake, like her sister Nuwa. Fuxi is considered to be one of the most beloved deities in Chinese mythology because he brought civilization and all its benefits to humanity. 4. Jade Emperor. One of the most important and popular figures in Chinese mythology, the Jade Emperor is the supreme ruler of heaven and the first emperor of China. He is also considered an especially important Taoist deity. With all of his specialized roles and social hierarchies, the Jade Emperor's court parallels the structure of ancient Chinese monarchies. The emperor's justice, benevolence, and mercy were traits that true Chinese emperors sought to emulate. Even today, the Jade Emperor plays an important role in Chinese life, especially around Chinese New Year. During the New Year, the Jade Emperor is said to judge each individual's character over the past year and punish or reward them accordingly, so that you understand me as if he were the Chinese Santa Claus. 5. Xiwangmu. Xiwangmu, or Queen Mother of the West, is one of the oldest and most powerful goddesses in the Chinese pantheon. She has complete control over life, death, creation, and destruction. She is married to the Jade Emperor and attends the Peaches of Immortality in the gardens of her palace. It is believed that Xiwangmu was once a wild demon that lived in the mountains and caused catastrophic disasters. After repenting of her evil ways, she attained enlightenment and became a goddess. 6. Chang'e. In Chinese mythology, Chang'e is best known for stealing an elixir of immortality from her husband, the legendary archer Hao Yi, and escaping from her to become the goddess of the moon. One of the most important and popular stories in the Chinese canon, the story of Chang plays a central role in the annual Mid-Autumn Festival. In some versions of the myth, she is doomed to repeatedly consume the herb for all eternity. 7. Hao Yi. In Chinese mythology, Hao Yi is considered the greatest archer of all time. He is best known for marrying the moon goddess, Chang'e, and for shooting down 9 of the 10 suns. Once an immortal who lived in the palace of the Jade Emperor, Hao Yi made the decision to become a human in order to help humanity in times of need. 8. Guanyin. In Chinese mythology, Guanyin is the goddess of mercy and is considered the physical embodiment of compassion. She is an all-seeing and all-hearing being to whom worshippers call in times of uncertainty, despair, and fear. Although she can take both male and female forms, in Chinese tradition she is most often depicted as a woman. 9. Sun Wukong. In Chinese mythology, Sun Wukong, also known as the Monkey King, is a trickster god who plays a central role in Wu Cheng'en adventure novel Journey to the West. Wukong is blessed with unparalleled superhuman strength and the ability to transform into 72 different animals and objects. Each of his hair has transformative powers, and he can also magically manipulate wind, water, and fire. Characterized by his short temper, impatience, and proneness to anger, Sun Wukong is one of the most important and beloved literary figures in Chinese culture. 10. Nezha. In Chinese mythology, Nezha is a precocious adolescent deity who serves as the patron saint of young adults. After gestating in her mother's womb for 3 years and 6 months, Nezha was born with superhuman strength and the ability to speak. The Chinese myth of her is based on the Hindu god Nalakuvara. 11. Longwang. In Chinese mythology, Longwang rules the seas and is known as the Dragon King. He is a fearsome guardian deity who controls all dragons, sea creatures, oceans, and weather. Although he has a temper, Longwang is seen as a symbol of good fortune and the mythological embodiment of the concept of yang. He is the most popular among the Chinese coastal communities. 12. Zhongqi, known as the Demon Hunter, is a Chinese deity and folk hero who fights ghosts. Frustrated by an unsightly appearance as a mortal, he committed suicide and was granted supernatural powers in the afterlife. Legend has it that Zhongqi commands over 80,000 ghosts and demons himself. 13. Pangu. In Chinese mythology, Pangu is a hairy, horned beast considered the first living thing in the universe. His story begins before the beginning of time and serves as an explanation for the creation of the universe. It is said that Pangu was born from an egg that contained the entire cosmos. When he finally broke free, he freed the universe and created the earth and the sky. As one of the oldest stories in Chinese mythology, the Pangu myth has countless variations. 14. Immortals. The Basian, also called the 8 Immortals, are a group of legendary heroes from ancient times who fight for justice and defeat evil, according to Chinese mythology. Popular during the Tang and Shang dynasties, the 8 Immortals are said to live on a group of 5 islands in the Bohai Sea. Although they have always been an important part of Chinese oral history, their stories were first recorded by the Ming Dynasty poet Wu Yuantai. This group is considered especially important figures in Taoism. Each of them has their own special item from which they draw their powers. Number 1. Ganesha. The image of Ganesha is one of the most distinctive in Hinduism. Elephant head and human body, often pink. The elephant's head symbolizes the acquisition of knowledge through listening and reflection. The 2 fangs, one whole and the other broken, reflect the existence of perfection and imperfection in the physical world. The belly reflects the ability to digest whatever experience life brings. It is also a sign of well-being and of your role as provider of earthly riches. Number 2. Shiva. Shiva is one of the 3 main forms of Brahman and represents the power of destruction. Shiva has more than 100 names, but since the old has to be destroyed to make way for the new, his followers also see him as the Lord of creation. Perhaps the greatest of the Hindu deities, he is bestowed with a variety of titles including Mahadeva, Great God, Mahayogi, Great Ascetic, and Nataraja, Lord of the Dance. Shiva is depicted with snakes around his neck or through his body. The snake alludes to the spiritual power that can be developed through yoga and also to the power of Shiva to deal with death. The rosaries show his mastery of the spiritual sciences. He is often depicted sitting on a tiger skin, a symbol of the cruel forces of nature, of which he is master. Number 3. Vishnu. Vishnu is the sustainer. He can be represented with 2 or 4 arms. Vishnu images combine compassion and strength. The 4 symbols most commonly associated with Vishnu are the conch that represents water and the first sound of creation, the lotus that symbolizes the development of the universe, the mace that is interpreted as the power of knowledge that conquers time, and finally the disc, which is associated with the conquest of evil and ignorance. Number 4. Brahma. Brahma, the creator, sometimes with a beard. He has 4 heads and 4 arms, which respectively represent the 4 Vedas, ancient holy books, and the 4 cardinal directions. His vehicle is a swan or a goose. Since creation is the work of the mind and intellect, Lord Brahma symbolizes the universal mind. He is mainly worshipped by seekers of knowledge like students, teachers, scholars, and scientists. Number 5. Krishna. Krishna, the attractor or lure of people and drainer of sins, is the 8th and most important avatar of Vishnu. He embodies joy, freedom, and love. Krishna is known as the commonly depicted blue-skinned god playing his flute with seductive powers. He is one of the best-known gods with a witty and playful character. A wonderful and mischievous boy becomes a young man loved by the gopis, the cowherd girls. His participation with the gopis in the love dance symbolizes a passionate union with God. As one of Vishnu's avatars, his role is to bring hope to the earth and free it from evil rulers. The Janmashtami festival in August celebrates the birth of Krishna. During the 2-day festival, Hindus pray, fast, sing, and perform reenactments of Krishna's life. If you are liking the video, give it a like, and remember to subscribe to support the channel even more. Number 6. Rama. Rama, which means one who pervades and is present in everything and everyone, is the 7th avatar of Vishnu. The Ramayana, which is one of the most popular stories in the Hindu tradition, recounts the exploits of Rama. Rama is the model of reason, correct action, and commendable virtues. He is often depicted wearing a tall, conical cap that symbolizes his royal status. Rama represents the ideal man, as conceived by the Hindus. In the Ramayana story, Rama's personality depicts him as the perfect son, devoted brother, true husband, trusted friend, ideal king, and noble adversary. Diwali, or Festival of Lights, is a famous Indian festival celebrating Rama's triumph over a demon king named Ravana, after which Rama was able to return to his people after 14 years of exile. The celebration takes place over 5 days, and each day has its own meaning. During this holiday, lights are lit around their houses, symbolizing the victory of good over evil. Goddess Lakshmi is also commonly worshipped during this festival. Number 7. Hanuman. Hanuman, whose image is in the form of a muscular monkey, is associated with the Ramayana, the story of Rama and Sita. Images of Hanuman often show him holding the mountain in his hand. A model for human devotion to God, he too is depicted with his paws folded in reverence. He represents strength and loyalty, and exemplifies the idea that animals are also part of creation. Hanuman is the son of the wind god, so he can fly and change shape at will. He is one of the few gods without a consort. Number 8. Durga. Durga means the inaccessible one. Although loving and kind to those who worship her as Shiva's consort, she also symbolizes the violent and destructive qualities of the mother goddess, Shakti. These qualities are explained by a story from the Hindu tradition, according to which she was born fully developed from the flames that issued from the mouth of the Trimurti and other deities, who created it with the purpose of destroying the buffalo demon, symbol of death. Her vehicle is a lion or a tiger, which denotes her violent and aggressive qualities. Before the cosmic creation, Shiva invoked goddess Durga from her left half to be a part of his Shivlok. Durga is a female energy who defeated the demon Mahishasura, who was wreaking havoc on the earth. Goddess Durga is believed to be the same energy, lightning, that came out of Vishnu's mouth and merged with the lightning emitted by other gods. She is a pure form of energy and is also known as the Shakti of the impersonal absolute. Number 9. Lakshmi. Lakshmi is the goddess of fortune and wealth and the consort of Vishnu. She is usually called Shri. She is associated with the Diwali festival as a bringer of blessings for the new year. A four-armed goddess of good fortune, she holds lotus flowers and showers wealth in the form of gold coins. She is also the goddess of beauty, and as such she appears young and beautiful, adorned with jewels. She often sits on a lotus, which is a symbol of fertility and purity. Lakshmi's vehicle is a white owl. It is common for Indian homes to have the image of her in the home. Number 10. Saraswati. Saraswati is the consort of Brahma. She goddess of wisdom and music, and of the arts in general. She is usually depicted as fair-skinned, beautiful, elegant, and dressed in white garments. It is said that she created Sanskrit, the ancient sacred language of Hinduism. Her vehicle is usually a peacock, but she can also be seen with a swan or goose, the vehicle associated with Brahma. Saraswati is the goddess of learning, knowledge, and wisdom. Hindu students are encouraged to pray to her, especially before exams or other intellectual activities, as it is believed that she can impart wisdom. Number 11. Indra. Indra is the king of heaven and the leader of the Devas. He is the god of rain. Airavat, an auspicious white elephant, is his vehicle or his vahan. His weapon, which represents both a diamond and lightning, is called a Vajra. Indra is one of the most important deities, often shown as a cunning god, sending obstacles in the path of devotees, especially asuras, with the aim of ruining people's efforts to please the gods. Indra represents strength and courage. Number 12. Harihara. Harihara is the combined incarnation of two supreme Hindu deities. Hari represents Vishnu, and Hara represents Shiva. Due to this fusion, devotees of Vishnu and Shiva follow Harihara as the form of the supreme god. Harihara, therefore, shows the importance of all gods as the supreme power in the universe. Harihara's iconography is divided into two halves. One half depicts Shiva holding the Trishul, a drum, and a deer. The other half that represents Vishnu has the conch and the chakra. Number 13. Kumar Kartikeya. Kumar is a Hindu warrior god. He is also known by the names of Kumar Kartikeya or Kartikeya. One of the main objectives of his birth was to kill the demon Tarkasur. Because of this, the Kirtikas raised him away from his parents to protect him from Tarkasur's attempts to kill him. After attaining the powers from him, Kumar was appointed commander-in-chief of the Devas in the battle against Tarkasur. Due to his courage and skill, Kumar was offered the position of King of Heaven, but he turned it down as he considered his role as commander-in-chief to be more important. Number 1. Svarog. Svarog is the father god of Slavic mythology, like Zeus would be for the Greeks or Odin for the Norse. The occasional sound of hammers and splintering wood would have been the first sound of life you'd hear when approaching a Slavic village. This meant shelter, comfort, and most importantly, vitality for many travelers. Svarog, the god of fire and blacksmithing, was one of the most important Slavic gods. He was the Slavic version of the Greek god Hephaestus, and his name was directly related to fire and heat. For various Slavic tribes, he was credited with the title God of the Sun, as well as God of Fire. Equipped with a celestial hammer, he forged the sun, which helped create the world of the living. After this process was done, Svarog fell into a deep sleep. In this state of deep sleep, all his dreams directly characterized everything that happened in the world of the living. It is believed that if he awakens from his dream, the world of men would immediately collapse and he would experience an impending apocalypse. However, Svarog's importance as a god of creation is symbolized as a blacksmith. He is directly linked to vitality due to the importance of fire and the sun. The symbol of him stands as one of the most important and sacred in Slavic culture. Armed with a red-hot hammer and a fiery beard sprouting from his chin, Svarog's fierce impact on Slavic creation myth cannot be overstated. Number 2. Svarojic. Svarojic is the undisputed leader of the Bogovi, the god who manages their rogue divinities and holds the pantheon together under his leadership. A brave and tireless warrior, Svarojic drives the chariot of the sun through the world each day, keeping it alight and protecting it against the depredations of the forces of chaos and destruction. He is also the god of the earth, letting the chariot rest overnight to oversee the flames of the earth when they keep humanity warm overnight. Although Svarojic is stern and the absolute laws of him, he in truth is no less vibrant than the rest of his pantheon. The occasional moments of pity from him and even his mistakes are proof enough of that. Svarojic was the first god created by Svarog at the beginning of the world, and it was he who was left with the task of shaping it and putting it in order when his old father went back to sleep. She first carefully placed Svarog to rest inside the shining egg of the sun, which she kept on her chariot for transport across the sky for safekeeping. And then she set about taming the magnificent, golden-maned celestial horse, grazing peacefully in the heavens. And do not allow any living thing to come near it, except a watchful rooster that alerted you to danger. Using his many eyes to always observe all sides of the creatures, he crept up to them, always staying on the side where the eyes of the rooster and the horse were closed, until he was close enough to catch and tame the horse. Now able to travel the new world and see all its corners, he found it to be in disorder and chaos, and to help provide order, he created the 4 points of the compass to divide the lands and the progression of time to keep the past and the present apart. Everything else in the world he created from the fiery dung of the heavenly horse. And lastly, he created the rest of the Bogovi to help him and his brother Dazbog in the administration of the world. Number 3. Dazbog. When faced with the god of dawn, beauty, and youth, it's hard to do anything but love Dazbog, who along with Svarojic was one of the first gods created to warm the world and make it habitable. When he is not riding his splendid diamond chariot through the skies, Dazbog provides the much-needed warmth of dawn to keep Svarojic moving on his journeys and rules the morning quarter as one of the 4 divine kings, Lord of the East. Each day he slowly ages from when he is a youth at dawn until he dies at dusk as an old man. But he is reborn each morning, a symbol of youth's eternal renewal, ready to rise again and carry on. On one of his many journeys across the morning sky, Dazbog chanced upon the goddess of spring Lada, a stunningly beautiful maiden bathing and playing in the ocean. In love, he descended from heaven on a ray of sunshine and called upon the king of the sea, Tsar Mora, to come and grant him the hand of his daughter in marriage. However, Lada was the Tsar's favorite daughter, and he was so enraged by Dazbog's attempt to steal her from him that he ordered the great seahorses to trample the sun god unconscious. Dazbog's screams reached the ears of Svarog, who withdrew the sun's rays to allow his child to escape. But Dazbog was still obsessed with Lada and could not rest without her love. Realizing that he could not win her alone, he went to her brother Svarojic for help. Svarojic advised her to display a tempting assortment of jewelry and dresses along the seashore. When Lada went ashore to try them on, Svarojic grabbed her and fled from her in her own chariot to deliver her to Dazbog. Tsar Mora was enraged at the loss of his daughter, but she immediately married Dazbog and remained with the other Slavic gods, far beyond her reach. Because he flew over the world every day, Dazbog saw humanity living in damp and uncomfortable conditions, suffering the vagaries of the weather, or taking refuge in cold, stony caves. Seized with the desire to help them, and thus encourage them to worship him, Dazbog descended to earth and taught them how to create homes and build houses, giving them the first foundations of civilization. Number 4. Perun. Perhaps the most beloved by mankind of his pantheon, Perun is the god of ill-tempered storms, the keeper of rain and the devastating arrows of lightning, and the leader of the war that once led the Slavs to victory against his enemies. While he is not particularly bright and is prone to breaking the rules when it suits him, Perun is a staunch fighter and brave in battle, always ready to rally the troops and inspire loyalty. As the bringer of rain and herald of spring, he is also a figure revered for his gifts of fertility and prosperity throughout the year. One of the 4 divine kings who rule with the authority of Svarojic, Perun oversees the dark side of the world and the dark reaches of the north. Although the gods were forbidden to interact with humanity, Perun enjoyed his attention and sought to become the most beloved of all the Slavic gods. He saw that mortals were cold and suffered in the dark of night, so he decided to give them the gift of fire, using his lightning to strike trees and set their tops on fire. At first, the mortals were terrified and thought that Perun was punishing them for ignoring him, but after his voice whispered from the flames that they should come closer and warm, they discovered that fire was a wondrous gift. Stribog, the god of the winds, was given the task by Swarojic to put out any fire on Earth so that humanity would not discover his secret. But Perun took him aside and convinced him that allowing only one would be harmless. Perun claimed that there were holes in his quiver and that some of his lightning bolts had accidentally fallen and started the fires. However, the gods would not hear of it, and due to Perun's actions, they declared that all direct interaction with humanity was now forbidden. Number 5. Veles. The king of the underworld is a lordly figure and highly respected among the Bogovi, who know that without him there would surely be chaos among the dead. As sovereign of the deceased, he has exclusive sovereignty over the vast fields of the underworld. And the living believed that he not only received them upon death but also preserved them in life, helping the most important grains and fruits of the earth grow to feed them. He also especially likes cattle, which is his sacred animal and which he protects from harm. Veles is also an accomplished shapeshifter and illusionist, able to fool even the most perceptive gods and take on a wide range of forms as various creatures, monsters, or men. This, along with his mastery over the arcane powers of fate, makes him one of the most powerful Slavic gods. Veles tended the lush, damp fields of the underworld for many years, cultivating the incomparably delicious food of the dead and guarding its borders against any invaders, while humanity starved in its caves and had to survive on only what meat it could catch. One day, a young human decided to leave for the land of Veles, of which he had heard many stories, in order to bring food for his people. Seeing that the boy intended to steal, Veles complained to Swarojic, who ordered the young man to be punished for his arrogance. The gods made him age a year each day, becoming gaunt and withered. But still he continued, determined to find Veles's bounty. Seeing that he was determined to help his people, one of the gods took pity on him and secretly helped him overcome the obstacles, avoiding dangers and regaining his youth throughout the search for him, until he finally reached the border of the country of Veles and beheld a magnificent golden plant. The boy stole several sheaves of the plant and traveled home with his people to share it. Veles was furious at this challenge, but since Swarojic had decreed that the gods could not directly interact with humanity, he was forced to simply move the wondrous plant within the confines of the realm of death and place a three-headed wolf to protect it, that no mortal could touch it again. The people who had received the golden grain from Veles planted, cooked, and learned to love it, and his gratitude for his gift of wheat eventually soothed his irritation. Number 6. Chernobog. Often described as the Black God, Chernobog is one of the most popular Slavic gods in the world. Due to his terrifying on-screen characterization of him in the 1940 Disney film Fantasia, he became widely known and recognized in pop culture. Myths and common sense suggest that the dark can never be your friend. Well, they may be right. As a herald of death, it was associated with famines and cannibalism. He was considered a personification of pure evil. The existence of Belobog and Chernobog is attributed to the symbolism of peace and chaos, evil and good, day and night, and light and darkness. Number 7. Belobog. Belobog, the Slavic god of light, also known as the White God. Although there are no historical records, the duality in Slavic mythology reaffirms its foothold within it. One can easily imagine that Slavic groups connected Belobog with healing and discovery due to his luminous nature. Number 8. Stribog. Without the wind, no ship would have marched forward. The wind is a vital driving force due to its constant and rhythmic existence. It stood as a symbolic embodiment of freedom and tranquility. Stribog, the god of the winds, was associated with the sea and travel. All winds, regardless of size, were considered to be his children. It can also be imagined that the voyages considered generous were blessed by Stribog, so that the ships could proceed without obstruction. He is depicted as an old man with a white beard, who carries a horn to signal the onset of the incoming winds. Stribog has a counterpart in Hindu mythology, namely Vayu, who is the lord of winds and a breath deity. Number 9. Lada. Love makes the world go round. Without love, there can be no progress among human beings.
Beautiful.
According to some scholars, Lada was highly revered in Baltic mythology. Although there is no definitive proof, Lada stands as an important deity in Slavic folklore. Along with her twin brother on her side, she blessed the marriage and was a major promoter of love and beauty among her believers. Lada also has counterparts to her within other pantheons, such as Hera in Greek mythology and Freya in Norse mythology. If you are interested in knowing more about Greek and Nordic creatures, I recommend that you take a look at these two videos. Number 10. Mokosh. Mokosh is the great goddess of the earth, guardian of the harvest and sustainer of all living things that depend on her. A temperamental and easily offended creature, she is equally likely to shower people generously with it, or curse them with crop failure if they anger her. Her worshippers are very careful to avoid anything that might offend her and to observe the solemn festivals and sacrifices that ensure her continued goodwill. Despite her ability to ruin the livelihood of an entire community without batting an eyelid, Mokosh has a softer side. She is also a goddess of mothers and children, recognized as the patroness of weaving and spinning, and she is known to safeguard the herds and homes of those who show due respect. She reverently known as the Moist Earth Mother in ancient times. After Svarojic finished creating the world, Mokosh discovered that there was an uncomfortable burning sensation inside her that gave her no peace, day or night. She went to her father Rods for help, and he explained that he had swallowed a tiny spark of the divine fire of creation, and it had taken root within her. With her help, she endured the great pain of forcing the new creation out of her, giving birth to a race of giants in a cataclysmic eruption from the earth. Each successive generation of giants grew smaller and weaker, until finally they became the ancestors of humanity, and the giants disappeared altogether. Forever, humanity buried its dead in the ground to return their bodies to the Great Mother who gave birth to them. Number 11. Radagast. The Night Lord is a dour and withdrawn figure, going about his business with a resolute determination and devotion to duty that is expected of a god with common sense and sober thinking. He has no time for frivolity or distractions, and he expects the same of everyone around him. Guardian of the wide stars, Radagast is also the god of twilight and flame, the fires that burn to keep humanity and its twins warm far up in the night sky. However, despite his imposing demeanor, Radagast is not without a certain magnetism. He is also the god of hospitality and partying, and he is known to visit the world more often than most as an anonymous reveler, making sure even unexpected guests are given a proper welcome. Although the moon goddess Chors had fallen in love with him, Radagast had no time for romance and ignored his advances to concentrate on his work. However, one night, when he arose to make his rounds in the evening sky, he discovered that his star-sprinkled cloak had been stolen, and he was nowhere to be found. Although he beat his servant for losing it, he was unable to locate it and was forced to personally guide the stars one by one that night, without the constellation patterns on the cloak to show them where to go. When he returned at the end of the night, the stars whispered that they had seen Strebog steal the cloak and use it to seduce Chors. Furious at the theft and misuse of his property, Radagast demanded that Svarojic punish the wind god despite the return of the cloak. Number 12. Morana. The grim and deadly goddess of winter and the grave, Morana is a terrifying being, as imposing and terrifying as her fellow goddesses are beautiful. Tasked with ensuring that humans' lifespans end at exactly the right time, Morana spends half the year in the gloom of the underworld and the other half on the world, covering the silent and icy mantle of winter, leaving misery behind and misfortune in his wake. Despite her close association with the end of life, Morana also helps start it. She was also worshipped as a fertility goddess who prepares the soil for growing food, tending it through the cold of winter so that it will be fruitful when she finally leaves in the spring. Morana oversaw the oil lamps that burned for the life of every mortal, stored in eternal rows in her cave, beneath the perfect handprints of every living thing on the walls. Although she was diligent in preventing them from being tampered with or changed in any way, she got distracted at a crucial moment, and the goddess Pizamar managed to sneak past her to add oil to one of the lamps, increasing the life of a mortal. Morana was horrified and asked Svarojic to give her insurance that this would not happen again. In response, she made him a monstrous and frightening bat with 777 eyes and gave it to him as a companion and guardian to prevent further unauthorized visitors. Number 1. Pachamama. Pachamama, revered by the Incas, is a deity intimately linked to agriculture and the essence of Mother Earth. Her importance lies in her role as protector of fertility and crops. The essence of this belief lies in the conviction that human beings must coexist in harmony with nature without abusing its resources. If this is not done, the Pachamama manifests her power, causing earthquakes. To gain the favor of Pachamama, Andean inhabitants used to perform and still perform ceremonies known as payment to the earth, in which they offer traditional products such as corn beer and cacao leaves. Shrines dedicated to her, made from logs and stones, can be found in different regions. Pachamama is generally represented as a serene and majestic woman, carrying in her hands the abundance of the earth, such as potatoes and cacao leaves. In territories spanning Peru, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, and Ecuador, Pachamama is revered as the progenitor of Inti, the sun god, although some legends maintain that Inti was her consort. Number 2. Viracocha. Viracocha was not simply one god among many for the Incas, he was the Alpha and the Omega, the primordial architect of the universe. Not only did he forge the cosmos, but he is also credited with having taught mankind, imparting wisdom as he journeyed across the earth. Long before the Incas emerged as a dominant civilization, Viracocha was already an object of veneration, and his legacy was perpetuated by Manco Capac, the first Inca monarch, who honored him with a ceremonial headdress and battle axe. More than a mere observer, Viracocha was intimately involved in the destiny of humanity. The myth narrates that at the dawn of time, during an era submerged in shadows, Viracocha shaped colossal stone beings. However, when they deviated from their purpose, the god decided to punish them with a flood of catastrophic proportions. Those who faced his wrath returned to their stone primordial form, reminding us of the omnipotence and justice of the creator god. Number 3. Inti. Inti, the sun god, is more than just a mythical figure for the Inca Empire. He is the pulse, the heat, and the light that defines their world. Inti is the sun, Viracocha's brilliant gift to the world. Inti is a god so valuable and essential that he is represented in the most coveted metal, gold. This is how the Incas saw Inti, whether as a glittering sun disk or a golden mask. To them, gold was not simply valuable, it was a manifestation of the sun god, and in the heart of Cusco, there was his most precious representation, a statue in his honor. Inti, in his splendor, not only provides light, he governs the destiny of the crops, and if the day is ever suddenly darkened during an eclipse, it is a sign that something has disturbed the sun god. While he is usually generous and kind, he also has a side that the Incas would rather not provoke. To keep the god happy, they performed rituals and sometimes sacrifices, showing their deep respect and reverential fear for him. If this video reaches 500 comments, I will try to bring a part 2 of the Inca world, be it gods, heroes, or stories. So if you are interested in the topic, comment and reply comments to reach this goal. Number 4. Amaru. Amaru, a fascinating figure of Inca mythology, is a two-headed serpent or dragon. This being, shrouded in mystery, had the ability to transit between the underworld and the spirit world, making him essential to the Inca world. Amaru is a hybrid entity. Although it has similarities with a dragon, its appearance combines features of several creatures. In Tiwanaku, Bolivia, a notorious representation shows him emerging from the Pyramid of the Sun Gate. This chimerical serpent radiates power and mysticism. Amaru is not simply a beast of legend. It was believed to have a direct influence on the world, emerging to announce rains, revolutions, or atmospheric changes. Despite its sometimes fearsome nature, the Amaru symbolizes the deep connection between humanity, the earth, and natural forces. It shows the unexpected and violent changes in nature, as well as the capacity for balance and renewal. It is the bridge between heaven and earth, manifesting itself in phenomena such as lightning. Number 5. Illapa. Illapa, the god of thunder, had command over remarkable weather phenomena such as lightning, thunder, and hail. Illapa was believed to have the ability to animate nature simply by touching the ground, causing trees and rocks to come to life. His love for creatures was said to be immense. During droughts, people would offer tribute to him to appease his anger and ask for rain. He was a fervent defender of justice, punishing with lightning those who committed injustices and rewarding those who showed kindness to others. Often depicted as an imposing warrior, Ilapa wore resplendent clothing and carried a sling. It is said that his imposing figure was adorned with a club, a sling, and multiple jewels. The sound of thunder originated from the movement of his sling, and the gleam of lightning belonged to his attire. Number 6. Apu. In the spiritual traditions of Bolivia, Ecuador, and Peru, the term Apu refers to the guardian spirits of mountains and certain prominent rocks. These spirits, often visualized with human characteristics, play a protective role for the communities living in the foothills of the mountains. This belief has its roots in the Inca Empire, where the deeply spiritual Incas saw life and energy in various natural elements. For them, an Apu was a powerful mountain spirit, omnipresent in peaks and caves, protecting the people. The mountains were seen by the Incas as imposing lords who cared for the land and its inhabitants. Each sector of the Andean regions venerates its Apu, its sacred mountain, taking care of it and respecting it. In general, they are attributed a masculine nature, and the highest mountains were perceived as Apus of greater power. The mountains, in their lofty majesty, were bridges between the earthly world and the upper world, connecting people with powerful divinities. Number 7. Mamaquilla. Mamaquilla translates from Quechua as Mother Moon. In the Inca pantheon, she was a primordial divine figure, the moon goddess, sister and wife of Inti, the sun god. In addition to governing the menstrual cycle and marriage, Mamaquilla had an essential function in the Inca calendar. Together with Pachamama and Mamacocha, she formed a trinity that symbolized different phases of the lunar cycle. Mamaquilla was worshipped for her splendor and the goodness she provided to the earth. Bernabe Cobo, a 16th century chronicler, highlighted her cult due to her unequaled beauty and her crucial role in measuring time, as rituals were synchronized with the lunar calendar. In addition to her relationship with the calendar, she oversaw marriage and menstrual cycles, positioning herself as a vital protector of women. The main temple dedicated to Mamaquilla was in Cusco, with priestesses serving and worshipping her. One curious myth related that the dark spots on the moon arose when a fox, captivated by its beauty, ascended into the sky and was crushed by Mamaquilla, leaving those spots. Another account suggests that these shadows originated due to the ashes thrown by a jealous sun, since originally, the moon shone more brightly than he did. Lunar eclipses aroused fear among the Incas, believing that the moon could be pulled down from the sky, causing the end of humanity. Myths relate that during an eclipse, the moon could be sick, asleep, or under attack. Faced with this, people would try to scare off attackers by making noise or throwing objects at them. It was believed that it was the work of Pachamama to restore vitality to the moon. Number 8. Mamacocha. In ancient Andean beliefs, Mamacocha, or Mother of Water, was a powerful divinity linked to the vast world of waters. This goddess symbolized not only the immense sea but also the rivers, lakes, and springs that nourish the land. She was considered to have a special bond with Viracocha, the creator, being one of his wives and being the mother of the luminous deities Inti and Mamaquilla. She was visualized as a young woman with a serene countenance. It is said that she descended from the firmament along with her brother to impart wisdom to humans, teaching them to live together in harmony and love. Under her tutelage and that of the Inca, the people built dwellings, paths, temples, and fortifications. Under her guidance, they cultivated the land, which in return offered them its blessings. Mamacocha resided in the Hanan Pacha, or upper world. Within the trichotic structure of the Inca universe, there was the Uku Pacha, lower world, the K Pacha, present or earthly world, and the Hanan Pacha. In this celestial dimension, he shared space with virtuous beings and other prominent gods such as Viracocha, Inti, Mamaquilla y Pachamama. Tengrism is an ancient religion that is basically about respecting and connecting with nature and the sky. It is as if the universe has its own energy system and mystical beings. Imagine that, instead of just believing in one main god, you also recognize other spirits and forces of nature, all working together in a great balance. It's kind of like a deeper connection to the world around you. Number 1. Tengri. Tengri is a primordial deity who represents the sky and is central to understanding the spiritual beliefs and worldview of the ancient Turkic and Mongolian peoples. Tengri is known as the god of the infinite and all-encompassing sky and is seen as an all-pervading force that is incomprehensible to the human mind. Tengri is omnipresent and omnipotent, but he is also distant. The veneration of Tengri goes back to ancient times. The nomadic cultures of the Central Asian steppes, including the Turkic and Mongolian peoples, worshipped him as the chief divinity in their respective pantheons. The observance of Tengrism declined with the spread of Islam, Buddhism, and other religions among these peoples, but Tengri and his teachings can still be found in many of their modern cultural and spiritual practices. Tengri is generally not depicted in a human or anthropomorphic form. Instead, he is associated with the vast sky and often with the eagle, an animal that is considered sacred in many Turkic and Mongolian cultures because of its ability to fly close to the sky. Worship of Tengri usually involved sacrifices and offerings, often carried out in high places where the worshippers were believed to be closest to the sky. Shamans, known as Tengrians, often played a central role in these rituals, acting as intermediaries between humans and Tengri. Number 2. Ume. Ume is known primarily as the goddess of fertility and the protector of children and women, especially during childbirth. She is also seen as the goddess of nature and the earth. Her connection to the protection of children means that she is often regarded as a benevolent and loving deity. The veneration of Ume is ancient and dates back to early Turkic times in Central Asia. She is often associated with birds, especially the stork, which is seen as a symbol of motherhood. It is not generally given a definite human form, but when it is depicted, it is usually as a maternal figure or as a creature related to her attributes. Shamans, or spiritual intermediaries, used to invoke Ume to protect newborns, ensure fertility, and protect mothers. Rituals and offerings were often performed to ensure her blessing and protection. Like the ritual I'm going to have to perform for you to like this video, I don't ask you for blessings, better subscribe. I don't ask for protections either. I'd rather read you below in the comments. And what is my humble offering for this ritual? Continue to bring out these stories and mythologies that you like so much. Number 3. Erlik. Erlik is the lord of the underworld and is seen as a dark counterpart in Tengrist cosmology. He is the antithesis of Tengri, the sky god. Evil characteristics are attributed to him, and he is considered the first shaman to fall from grace. According to some mythical versions, Erlik was the first being created by Tengri, but due to his disobedience or rivalry with Tengri, he was banished to the underworld. In some accounts, Erlik collaborates with Tengri in the creation of the world and humanity, but his contributions often have negative consequences, such as introducing death or disease into the world. Erlik rules the underworld, a place where the souls of the dead reside. Although his realm is associated with death and darkness, it is not necessarily hell in the sense of a place of eternal punishment. Rather, it is a place where souls wait and prepare for reincarnation or to follow their spiritual path. Erlik is often depicted as a dark figure, sometimes with demonic features. However, his specific image may vary depending on regional traditions and interpretations. Shamans, as intermediaries between the physical and spiritual worlds, often interact with Erlik in their spiritual journeys, especially when performing rituals to communicate with the dead or to guide souls to the underworld. Number 4. Koyash. Koyash, in the mythology and religion of Turkic and Mongolian peoples, is the sun god in Tengrism. Although not as central as Tengri, the god of the sky, or Erlik, the god of the underworld, Koyash still occupies a significant place in Tengrist cosmology. Koyash is revered as the embodiment of the sun and is the personification of its power and light. He is often considered a symbol of life, energy, and renewal. In Tengrism, the cosmos is often visualized as a system in which heaven, earth, and the underworld interact in balance. Koyash, being the sun god, plays an essential role in this structure, providing light and warmth to the earth and serving as a counterpoint to the darkness of Erlik's underworld. In some Turkic and Mongolian traditions, specific festivals and rituals are held to honor Koyash, especially during the equinoxes or solstices, when the power of the sun is especially prominent. For the nomadic cultures of the steppes, The sun was crucial to daily life. Not only did it provide the light and warmth necessary for survival, but it also guided people's movements and activities. As a result, Koyash became a god of great practical as well as spiritual importance. Number 5. Ayata. Ayata is considered the incarnation of the moon. He is revered as the god who controls and personifies the phases of the moon, its cycles, and its effects on the earth. While the sun symbolizes light, energy, and power, the moon, in contrast, symbolizes tranquility, renewal, and cyclical change. Ayata plays a role in the balance between light and dark, day and night. As with Koyash, specific festivals and rituals are held to honor Ayata. The phases of the moon, especially the new moon and full moon, are times of ritual significance in some traditions. The moon, like the sun, was essential to nomadic cultures. Ayata, therefore, had practical importance. The moon helped to mark time, provided light during the night, and influenced certain activities and rituals. Number 6. Ur-Sub. Ur, earth, and Sub, water, are two deities working in symbiosis. The earth needs water to be fertile and sustain life, while water in many contexts needs the earth to contain and shape it. In some mythical accounts, it is said that after Tengri created the sky, Ur-Sub emerged as the next primordial deities, giving rise to the creation of the tangible world. Together, they formed the seas, rivers, mountains, and valleys. For nomadic cultures, the relationship with land and water is fundamental. Rivers and lakes are vital for the supply of water for livestock and people. In addition, land in the form of grasslands is essential for feeding livestock. Honoring Ur-Sub is a way of recognizing and respecting the interdependence of these essential elements. Ur-Sub can also be seen as a symbol of yin and yang, representing duality and harmony in nature. Earth is stable, constant, and solid, while water is fluid, changing, and adaptive. Number 7. Nature spirits. In Tengrism, as in many other indigenous religions and worldviews, nature spirits occupy a fundamental place. These spirits are considered living entities that inhabit and protect different aspects of the natural world, from mountains and rivers to trees and animals. Mountain spirits, Taiga. They were believed to inhabit specific mountains and offer protection or challenges to those who enter their domain. Water spirits, Suezi. These spirits inhabit rivers, lakes, and streams. Respect should be shown to them, especially when drinking water or fishing. Forest spirits. Trees and forests were believed to be inhabited by spirits that could offer protection or punish those who damaged their territory. Animal spirits. Animals, especially those that were vital to the subsistence of nomadic cultures, such as horses, had associated guardian spirits. The shaman, or Kam in some Tengrista traditions, played a crucial role as mediator between humans and nature spirits. Through rituals, songs, and dances, the shaman could communicate with these spirits and request their guidance or intervention. Specific rituals were performed to appease, invoke, or thank these nature spirits. Offerings, which could include food, milk, or objects, were regularly offered to secure their favor and protection. The presence of nature spirits fostered a deep respect for the environment. It was not simply a matter of religious reverence, but also a pragmatic practice. Maintaining a harmonious relationship with nature ensured the survival and well-being of the community. Stories about these nature spirits were passed down from generation to generation. These stories served as moral lessons, warnings, or simply as entertainment, but always reinforced the sacred connection between the people and the land. Number 8. Ancestors. Ancestral spirits, Esage. Ancestors are not seen simply as figures from the past. They are alive in the spiritual sense. It is believed that they can influence people's daily lives, offering protection, guidance, and blessings. Specific rituals exist to honor and communicate with ancestors. The anniversary dates of an ancestor's death are especially important and are observed with respect and ritual. Shamans act as intermediaries between the world of the living and that of the spirits, including the ancestors. Through rituals, trances, and songs, they can communicate directly with the spirit world and request help or guidance from the ancestors. These stone mounds or piles, called obu, act as altars or shrines to ancestral spirits in some Tengrista cultures. They are often found at sacred sites, such as crossroads, mountaintops, or springs. Some Tengrist traditions believe in reincarnation, where the spirits of ancestors can return to the world of the living in new forms. In this context, the birth of a child may be seen as the return of a deceased ancestor. Ancestor veneration in Tengrism is not simply a matter of tradition or respect. It is an integral part of how the world is viewed and interacted with. Ancestors act as a bridge between the past, present, and future, connecting people to their heritage and offering guidance and protection in daily life. Number 1. Ranginui and Papatuanuku. In Maori cosmogony is the story of the love and separation of Ranginui and Papatuanuku, the Sky Father and the Earth Mother. This story not only tells of the creation of the world according to Maori tradition, but also shows the intimate relationship Maori have with nature and their environment. Ranginui, or Rangi, he represents the vast sky. He is the Heavenly Father, the sky god who covers and protects the earth. Papatuanuku, or Papa, she is the Mother Earth, the deity who gives life and nurtures all that exists upon her. She is solid, fertile, and eternal. In the beginning, Rangi and Papa were in an eternal embrace, completely united, with their children trapped in darkness between them. This darkness and confinement began to frustrate the sons, who longed for light and room to move. The bravest son, Tane Mahuta, god of forests and light, decided to separate his parents in order to free his siblings and bring light into the world. With a titanic effort, Tani pushed Rangi up and lifted Papa down, thus creating the world as we know it. Though separated, the love between Rangi and Papa never waned. It is said that the rain falling from the sky are Rangi's tears, crying for his beloved Papa, while the tremors and earthquakes are Papa's responses, feeling the same longing. Number 2. Tane Mahuta. Tane is one of the most prominent and revered figures in Maori mythology. He is the god of forests, wildlife, and more broadly, creation. As you unravel his story, he reveals himself not only as a divine creator, but also as a representation of the cycle of life and the connection between all living things. Tane is one of the children of Rangi, the father sky, and Papa, the mother earth. He was born in the period when the two were intertwined in an eternal embrace. As we saw earlier, it was Tane who, seeking light and space, took on the arduous task of separating his parents. Using his shoulders and back, he pushed Rangi up and left Papa down, creating the space between heaven and earth and allowing light to flood the world. In his role as creator, he is also responsible for the formation of the first human being. He took clay from the earth and formed the figure of a woman, whom he named Hineahuan. By giving her life with a divine breath through her nostrils, humanity was created. He ascended to the heavens to bring the 3 kete, or baskets of knowledge, to the world, which also makes him the god of knowledge and the arts. Number 3. Tangaroa. In the Maori pantheon, the vast and mysterious realm of the ocean is ruled by Tangaroa, the god of the sea. His domain encompasses not only the ocean depths, but also the beings that inhabit it and the forces that move it. By immersing oneself in the history and influence of Tangaroa, one can appreciate the deep relationship the Maori have with the sea. He is one of the principal sons of Rangi and Papa. In some versions of Maori mythology, after Tane separated his parents, Tangaroa became one of Tane's main antagonists due to competition for supremacy between the forest and the sea. As the god of the sea, Tangaroa rules over the waters and all that lives in them. Fish and other sea creatures are considered his children. Maori often invoke Tangaroa before setting out on sea voyages or while fishing, seeking his protection and blessing. Number 4. Tahira Matea, often known simply as Tahiri, is an imposing figure in Maori mythology, personifying the strength and power of the atmospheric elements. As the god of winds, storms, and other weather phenomena, his influence is felt in the fury of a storm or the gentle caress of a breeze. He is another of Rangi and Papa's sons. When his brothers conspired to separate their parents and bring light into the world, Tauhiri was the only one who opposed. He was deeply distressed by the idea of separating his parents and for this reason became antagonistic to several of his siblings after the separation. He vowed that he would make his anger felt through violent winds and storms. After the separation, he ascended to heaven to live with his father, and from there, he controls the various winds, from those that caress gently to those that devastate with force. He had several clashes with his siblings due to his disagreement with the separation of his parents. He fought against Tan, the god of the forest, felling trees and raising the landscape. He also challenged Tangaroa, the god of the sea, churning the waters with storms. However, his most notable conflict was with Tumatawenga, the god of war and humanity, who resisted and defied the storms. Number 5. Tumatawenga. Tumatawenga, often abbreviated simply as Tu, is a predominant figure in Maori cosmogony, representing war, human conflict, and indomitable courage. His presence in mythology reflects the combative and resilient aspect of the human spirit. As one of the primordial gods, he witnessed the period when his parents were bound together so closely that their embrace imprisoned the children in the darkness between them. During the time when the children of Rangi and Papa were arguing about how to separate their parents and bring light into the world, Tumatawenga proposed that they should kill their parents. However, it was Tana who suggested pushing them away, raising the sky and leaving the earth below. Although it was Tane's idea that was carried out, Tu's combative and decisive nature was manifested in his more radical proposal. After the separation of his parents, while other siblings found peaceful ways to occupy themselves, Tumatawenga, angered by his brother's resistance to his original plan, decided to make them pay. He learned the art of war and subjugated his siblings, turning them into sustenance and tools for humans. For example, he taught the humans to fish, thus subjugating Tangaroa, the god of the sea, and to hunt, thus dominating Tana, god of the forests. Number 6. Haumea Tikataik. Unlike his brothers, who represent elements such as the wind, the sea, or the forest, Haumea symbolizes the nutrition that comes directly from the ground. He is the god who rules over the plants that people harvest without sowing, representing the natural and spontaneous provision of Papa. He is the patron of wild plants and crops, especially tree fern, an iconic New Zealand plant, and kumara, a type of potato. Like his siblings, Haumea Tikataik faced the wrath of Tauhirimatea, the god of weather, after the separation of his parents. To protect herself from Tauhirimatea's raging winds and storms, Haumea hid in Papa's body, symbolizing the intimate connection between vegetables and the earth. Number 7. Ruamoko. Ruamoko is one of the most distinctive figures in the Maori pantheon. He represents the subterranean forces and convulsions of the earth, being the personification of earthquakes, volcanic activity, and geothermal forces. He is the youngest son of Rangi and Papa. His birth and existence have a peculiarity. He never emerged from Papa's womb, and therefore remains inside her, which explains his influence on internal earth forces. The seismic and volcanic activity of New Zealand, known for its location on the Pacific Ring of Fire, is attributed to Ruamoko. According to tradition, the Earth's movements are caused by him tumbling around inside Papa's womb. New Zealand's geographic location, with its constant geothermal and tectonic activity, makes this a particularly relevant deity. Number 8. Wiro. Wiro holds an important place in the Maori pantheon, but not for being a benevolent or protective entity, but quite the opposite. He is the personifier of darkness, death, deceit, and all things malevolent, being an antagonistic figure in Maori cosmogony. Wiro is one of the sons of Rangi and Papa. Although he is the brother of other more benign divinities, his nature is notably different, leading him to be the main adversary of Tane, the god of forests and light. Wiro and Tane were in constant conflict, representing the eternal struggle between light and dark, good and evil. While Tani sought to uplift humanity and bring knowledge and light to the world, Wiro sought to counter these efforts and drag humanity into darkness and deception. After being defeated by Tane in a series of mythical battles, Wiro descended into the underworld, carrying lost souls with him and causing disease and misfortune in the world of the living. According to some tribes, when people die, their bodies descend to the underworld where they are devoured by Wiro. Each time Wiro eats a body, he becomes stronger. This process will eventually make him powerful enough to break free from the underworld, at which point he will surface and devour everything and everyone. Number 9. Hinehuoni. Hineahuoni, whose name is often translated as Earth Woman or Woman Formed from Earth, has a significant role in Maori mythology, representing the creation of the first woman and thus the beginning of humanity. The story of Hineahuoni begins with Tani Mahuta. Although Tane had helped separate her parents to create the world, she felt a deep emptiness at not having offspring or companionship with whom to share her existence. With this desire in his heart, Tane fashioned Hineahuoni using the red mud from the ground, infusing her with vital essence and bringing her to life with a kiss. In this way, Hineahuoni became the first woman. From the union between Tane and Hineahuoni, a daughter named Hainititima was born. In time, Hainititima would play a central role in other Maori legends, later becoming Hinenuitapo, the goddess of the underworld. If you have come this far, and you liked the video, is a good time for you to leave your like, share it with someone who might be interested, and leave your comment. This is a great way to support me so that YouTube, that god of internet mythology, recommend me to more people. Number 10. Hinenuitapo. Hinenuitapo, whose name can be translated as the Great Lady of the Night, is a central figure in Maori mythology, personifying death and the underworld. Her role in Maori cosmogony is essential to understanding the cycle of life, death, and rebirth in Maori tradition. As we saw earlier, she was originally born as Hainititama, the daughter of Tane. However, discovering that her husband Tane was also her father, overwhelmed by shame and grief, she fled to the underworld. There, she transformed herself into Hinenuitapo and assumed her role as guardian of the dead. In her subway realm, she receives the souls of the deceased and oversees their transition into the afterlife. She is charged with ensuring that the spirits of the dead do not return to the world of the living and disturb the natural balance. One of her most famous stories is her encounter with the demigod hero Maui. Maui, known for his mischief and desire for immortality for mankind, attempted to enter the body of the goddess while she slept, believing that by doing so he would defeat death. However, he was betrayed by a bird that laughed at his audacity and awakened Hainititamo. She, realizing Maui's intention, killed him, confirming the inevitability of death for all human beings. Number 1. Pele. Pele is, without a doubt, one of the most iconic and revered deities in Hawaiian mythology. Known as the goddess of fire, she is credited with creating the Hawaiian Islands through the eruptions of volcanoes and is often said to reside in the Kilauea volcano, one of the most active volcanoes in the world. Pele is known for her passionate and sometimes volatile nature. Stories describe her as having a strong temper that can easily become inflamed, but also a great capacity for love and compassion. According to legends, the Hawaiian Islands were created by Pele's eruptions. She traveled from Tahiti, fleeing from her sister, the sea goddess Namaka'okahai, and found refuge in Hawaii, forming the islands in the process. Pele is said to have moved from island to island, creating and destroying land with her volcanic power, before finally settling in the crater of the Kilauea volcano on Hawaii's Big Island. Number 2. Hi'iaka. Hi'iaka is a significant figure in Hawaiian mythology, particularly in stories related to the volcano goddess Pele. One of her most famous stories centers on her journey to bring Lohiau, Pele's lover, from the island of Kauai to Pele's abode. During this journey, he faces numerous challenges, battles monsters and mo'o, supernatural beings in the form of lizards, thus demonstrating his power and skill. Although he eventually succeeds in his mission, his return is complicated by the fact that Pele, impatient and jealous, destroys the forest and his little sister's beloved human. In response, Hi'iaka defies her sister by dancing a powerful and provocative hula and kissing Lohiau in front of Pele. This leads to conflict between the two sisters, although they eventually reconcile. Hi'iaka is revered as the goddess of hula dancing and singing. Her story has been told and performed through hula for generations. She is also known for her healing abilities and is invoked in rituals and prayers related to health and wellness. Number 3. Namaka'okahai. Also called Namaka, she is one of the oldest Hawaiian deities, belonging to a family of gods and goddesses who rule the natural forces of the Hawaiian archipelago. She is the daughter of Haumea, an important figure in Hawaiian mythology associated with fertility and birth. Although the depiction of Namaka can vary, she is often visualized as a powerful and majestic woman, representing the vastness and power of the ocean. Her imagery is often associated with water, waves, and the sea. As the goddess of the sea, Namaka is intrinsically related to the oceans surrounding the Hawaiian Islands. She has the power to control the tides, sea storms, and is the protector of ocean creatures. She is a powerful and sometimes fearsome force. Namaka is probably best known for her relationship with her sister Pele, the goddess of fire and volcanoes. As we saw earlier, according to legend, the two sisters had a violent conflict, which led to the creation of the Hawaiian Islands through volcanic eruptions and interactions with the sea. The conflict between the two represents the eternal struggle between fire and water, and it is a mythical explanation for the eruptions of the islands. Number 4. Ku. In Hawaiian mythology, Ku is one of the 4 main deities, along with Kanaloa, Lono, and Kane. He is known primarily as the god of war, but also represents fishing, agriculture, canoeing, and rain. As the god of war, Ku is invoked to ensure victory in battle. During times of war, temples, or heiau, were built in his honor to ask for his protection and guidance. Ku is known to have various manifestations or forms. One of its most revered manifestations is Kukailimoku, the land plucker, or land conqueror, which symbolizes the expansion and growth of the kingdom. During certain rituals or before wars, human sacrifices were performed at Ku's temples to gain his favor. These sacrifices were a significant and powerful part of the ancient Hawaiian religion and showed devotion and respect for Ku. Number 5. Lono. Lono is one of the 4 main gods of Hawaiian mythology. He is revered as the god of peace, fertility, agriculture, and rainfall. He is responsible for providing Hawaii with abundant rainfall and ensuring a fruitful harvest. As such, he was a crucial deity in a culture that relied heavily on agriculture. Lono is central to the Makahiki festival, which celebrates the rainy season and the harvest. This festival lasted several months, beginning in approximately November and ending in February. During this time, wars were suspended and the focus was on games, sports, dances, and offerings to Lono. Symbols traditionally associated with Lono include sacred staffs, fishing nets, and rain sticks, reflecting his dominion over agriculture and water. With its gentle nature and important role in agriculture and rainfall, it represents sustainable living and harmony with the land. Number 6. Kane. Kane is revered as the god of the sun, light, and life. He is also considered the creator of man and the father of all living things in Hawaii. He is credited with creating the heavens and the earth. In some myths, he is mentioned as the creator of the first human beings, forming them from red clay. Representing light, Kane is a symbol of life and growth. As the sun god, his presence is essential to the existence and survival of all forms of life on the islands. He is also associated with fresh water. The springs and streams in Hawaii are considered the physical manifestations of Kane. Number 7. Kanaloa. Kanaloa is widely recognized as the presiding deity over the oceans and deep waters. He is often invoked by fishermen and sailors to ensure safe voyages and an abundant catch. Kanaloa is often associated with Kane, the god of the sun and life. Together, they represent complementary forces in nature. In some stories, Kanaloa is described as the ruler of the realm of the dead or the underworld, which connects him to the concepts of death and regeneration. The octopus is a symbol associated with Kanaloa, representing the vast and mysterious depths of the ocean. In one story, Kanaloa and Kane travel the world together. Kane creates freshwater springs by striking the earth with a magic staff, while Kanaloa, attempting to imitate Kane, only creates salty springs, reinforcing his connection to the sea. In another story, Kanaloa is portrayed as defiant of the gods, eventually being banished to the underworld for his actions. Number 8. Hina. Hina is widely recognized as the deity representing the moon in Hawaii. In some traditions, she is described as the mother who gives birth each night to the moon and places it in the sky. She is considered the patron saint of workers, especially those who work with tree bark and make tapa, a traditional weaving made from bark. In some versions of mythology, Hina is the mother of Maui, the Polynesian demigod famous for his heroic deeds. In one particular story, Hina is chased by a monstrous being and Maui kills it, transforming its body into the first coconut tree. There are tales that tell how Hina, tired of her earthly troubles, decided to visit the underworld. Her journey is full of challenges and adventures that lead her to interact with other gods and mystical creatures. Number 9. Poliahu. Poliahu is the main Hawaiian goddess associated with snow, ice, and cold. Her home is said to be Mauna Kea, the highest peak in the Hawaiian Islands, which is often covered with snow in winter. She is described as a goddess of breathtaking beauty, with cold, pale skin that reflects her wintry nature. The most famous story involving Poliahu relates to her feud with Pele, the goddess of fire and volcanoes. The two divinities competed in a game of hula, but when Pele realized she was losing, she unleashed her volcanic fury. However, Poliahu proved to be just as powerful, covering Pele's fire with snow and ice. Despite her cold nature, Poliahu has numerous romantic stories and legends. One of the most popular tales tells of a mortal who falls in love with her without realizing her divine identity. Number 10. Kamapua'a. Kamapua'a has the power of transformation. Although he is most famous for his pigman form, he can also assume the shape of a fish, a fern, or even as rain. It is said that he was born as a mortal and suffered the ostracization of his family because of his pig-like appearance. However, despite this difficult beginning, he rose to become a powerful warrior and demigod. Kamapua'a and Pele have a complicated relationship filled with passion and conflict. In one of the best-known stories, after a fierce battle with Pele, Kamapua'a manages to appease his fury and the two become lovers. However, their relationship is short-lived and fraught with conflict. Despite the hardships he faced in his youth, Kamapua'a eventually becomes a defender of his people, fighting against those who threaten Hawaii and its inhabitants. Number 11. Kapo. Within Hawaiian mythology, Kapo is known as much for her ability for healing and fertility as for her connection to the dark arts. She is a multifaceted goddess who reflects the duality inherent in many deities of ancient cultures. She is especially known for her role in fertility and procreation. Ancient Hawaiians used to invoke her name and blessings in rituals related to fertility and conception. In addition to its role in fertility, it is also known for its ability in magic. She is said to be skilled in the use of spells and incantations, and can employ magic for both good and evil. She has the ability to shapeshift, and in some accounts, she is described as transforming into a bird. Being sister to Pele, the goddess of fire and volcanoes, Kapo shares a deep bond with the forces of nature. Although their domains are different, both goddesses are powerful, respected, and feared in Hawaiian mythology. Number 12. Milu. Milu is a dark figure, being the ruler of the realm of the dead, a place similar to the concept of the underworld in other cultures. He presides over the realm where the souls of the dead are taken after death, a place of darkness and despair. Those who were not received by their ancestors after death, or who had broken kapas, taboos, were sent to his realm. This underworld is often described as an unpleasant region, in contrast to the upper realms inhabited by benevolent gods and spirits. Heroes and mythical figures occasionally travel to Milu's realm in search of loved ones or to perform heroic deeds. These journeys are often fraught with challenges and dangers. Number 13. Haumea. Haumea is considered an ancient figure in Hawaiian cosmogony. Her presence is vital, as she is associated with birth and creation. She is often depicted as the deity who gives life and sustains fertility, not only for humans but for the earth itself. While specific representations of Haumea may vary, she is often associated with elements of nature that represent fertility and rebirth. She might be visualized surrounded by vibrant plants and flowers, symbolizing her connection to flora and the earth, plays a central role as a giver of life, facilitating birth and renewal. It has the amazing ability to rejuvenate itself, to continue its cycle of giving birth. This represents an eternal cycle of creation and recreation, a continuous flow of birth, death, and rebirth. Her relationship to other deities highlights her central role in the Hawaiian pantheon, being the mother of many important gods. Number 14. Papahānaumoku and Wakea. Despite being very distant and with an ocean in between, these gods are very similar Rangi and Papa of Maori mythology. Papahānaumoku, also known as Papa, is the mother goddess who represents the earth. She is conceived as the creator and mother of all that inhabits the Hawaiian Islands, including humans, flora, and fauna. In mythical narratives, she is the personification of the earth and is associated with fertility, nurture, and birth. Papa is a revered figure, symbolizing the deep and direct connection between the earth and living things. Wakea is the father god and is associated with the sky. He is said to be the progenitor and father of the main Hawaiian Islands, and in some accounts, is also credited with creating the heavens and the earth. Wakea is a celestial god, representing the sky, daylight, and space, occupying the cosmos. The union of Papa and Wakea symbolizes the sacred connection between heaven and earth. Through their relationship, they gave birth to the first ancestors of the Hawaiian people, thus marking the beginning of Hawaiian genealogy. Hera is probably the goddess who has been cheated on most often and has been unfaithful, which contrasts with her function as the goddess protector of marriage and guardian of married women, while her husband, not faithful and not loyal to the goddess, sought to spread love and affection to as many women as possible. Zeus did not care much about marriage to Hera, and much of Hera's cruelty stemmed from the jealousy and pain caused by Zeus's numerous infidelities. As a faithful wife, Hera felt constantly humiliated by her husband's affairs, which led her to take revenge not only on Zeus, but also on his lovers and descendants. At one point, she became so unhinged that she would punish for the sake of punishing, and would do evil deeds just to spite herself a little. Everything she could not do to her husband, she would make mortals and other gods pay for it. I'm not going to talk about all the horns they put on Hera. I'll leave that for another video. In this one, we are going to see some of the craziest revenge stories of Hera, the most toxic goddess of all times. One day, Zeus and Hera found themselves in the middle of a heated argument. The subject was a curious one. Who enjoyed sex more, men or women? Unable to reach an agreement, they decided to look for someone who could offer an unbiased perspective. They chose Tiresias, a mortal who had experienced life as both a man and a woman, making him the ideal candidate to resolve their dispute. Tiresias's transformation had occurred years earlier when, in a chance encounter, he had seen two snakes copulating, and, by striking them with his staff, was transformed into a woman. He lived like this for 7 years, until, meeting the snakes again and striking them again, he regained his male form. This singular experience endowed him with a unique perspective on the nature of men and women. When summoned by Zeus and Hera, Tiresias listened attentively to their arguments. Upon reflection, he answered truthfully that women enjoyed the sexual act more than men. This answer, though truthful, infuriated Hera, who felt insulted and belittled by a mortal's revelation. In a fit of anger, Hera decided to punish Tiresias by blinding him. Darkness closed over him, depriving him of his sight, a severe punishment for his honest intervention in the divine dispute. Zeus, although he could not undo the punishment imposed by Hera, wanted to compensate Tiresias in some way for the injustice he had suffered. Moved by the desire to balance the scales, Zeus granted Tiresias the gift of prophecy. This gift would not only compensate for the loss of his physical sight, it would also grant him a deeper and more far-reaching insight into the future and the mysteries of the world. It also granted him an exceptionally long life, allowing him to live for many generations and become one of the most respected and consulted prophets in all of Greece. One could say that Tiresias was even lucky. His mistake was to be honest, just as Procrus and Cephalus's mistake was to love each other. Hera had observed the happiness of Procrus and Cephalus from Olympus. Procrus, daughter of the king of Athens, and Cephalus, a young hunter, were madly in love and living happily. Why could the two of them love each other madly, while Hera had to put up with Zeus' continuous dishonors? Knowing human nature and its weaknesses, Hera devised a plan to instill jealousy and mistrust in the couple's hearts. The goddess approached Cephalus, disguised as a beautiful young woman named Eos, the goddess of dawn. Using her divine power, Eos seduced Cephalus, making promises of eternal love. However, Cephalus, being faithful to Procris, resisted the temptations of the goddess. Frustrated, Hera Eos planted the seed of doubt in his mind, hinting that Procris might not be as loyal as he believed. Eos's whispers echoed in Cephalus's mind, and though he initially dismissed them, distrust began to grow. Determined to test his wife's fidelity, Cephalus devised a plan. He told Procris that he was to leave on a long hunting trip, but in reality, he hid near his home to observe her. Procris, oblivious to her husband's plans, was at home, worried about Cephalus's absence. During her vigil, she began to hear rumors of a woman who had tried to seduce her husband. Fearful and suspicious, Procris decided to find out the truth for herself. One night, Cephalus, hiding in the bushes, watched Procris leave the house with an anguished expression on his face. Driven by jealousy and paranoia, Cephalus believed that his wife was going to meet a secret lover. Without thinking, he picked up his javelin, a magical weapon that never missed its target, and hurled it at her. The javelin flew through the air, finding its target with deadly accuracy. Procris, mortally wounded, fell to the ground. Cephalus, seeing what he had done, ran to her, only to hear her last words. Procris, with her dying breaths, expressed her love and loyalty to Cephalus, revealing that she had gone out to find him because she had heard rumors of his infidelity. Cephalus, devastated by the truth and consumed by guilt, embraced his wife as life faded from his body. Hera, from Olympus, watched with a mixture of satisfaction and sadness. But there was another case in which the goddess felt neither sorrow nor regret and enjoyed her revenge every second. Long ago, there was a small but prosperous tribe known as the Pygmies. Among them reigned Joranna, a beautiful and proud queen. Her beauty was such that even the gods noticed her, but it was her arrogance that finally attracted the attention and wrath of the goddess Hera. Joranna, intoxicated by her own beauty, claimed to be more beautiful than the goddess herself. Murmurs of her vanity quickly reached Olympus, where Hera could not allow such insolence. Determined to punish Joranna for her arrogance, Hera descended to the mortal world, ready to teach her a lesson she would never forget. One night, as Joranna was admiring herself in the mirror, Hera appeared before her in all her splendor. Joranna fell to her knees, but her fear did not calm Hera's fury. With a wave of her hand, Hera transformed Joranna into a crane, a beautiful bird with white feathers and a long neck. But the punishment did not end there. Hera decreed that the Pygmies, unaware that the crane was their former queen, would see her as a threat and pursue her relentlessly. Joranna, now a crane, found herself alone and rejected. The Pygmies, unaware of her true identity, constantly tried to hunt her down. From Olympus, Hera watched in satisfaction, convinced that her lesson had been learned. You probably know the story of the Trojan War, the famous Trojan horse, or the legend of Achilles and his sinew. But do you know what caused all this? Well, if you have been paying attention during the video, the answer is clear. Once again, the jealousy of Hera? Seriously. She has earned the title of the most toxic goddess of all times. The history of the Trojan War is full of heroes, tragedies, and mighty gods. One of the most famous causes of this epic war can be traced back to an incident known as the Trial of the Golden Apples. It all began at the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, where all the gods were invited except Eris, the goddess of discord. Resentful at being excluded, Eris burst into the feast and threw a golden apple into the middle of the banquet with the inscription, "For the most beautiful." 3 goddesses claimed the apple: Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite. Zeus, to avoid further conflict, decided that Paris, the prince of Troy known for his beauty and impartial judgment, would be the one to decide which of the 3 goddesses deserved the golden apple. Each of them tried to bribe him with tempting promises. Athena offered him wisdom and skill in war. Hera promised him power and dominion over all Asia, and Aphrodite promised him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris, seduced by Aphrodite's promise, gave the apple to the goddess of love. This act unleashed the fury of Hera, who felt deeply humiliated and snubbed. Hera vowed that Troy would pay dearly for Paris's decision. In time, Troy's fate began to crumble. Helen, the most beautiful woman, was abducted, or eloped, with Paris, which provoked the wrath of Menelaus, the king of Sparta and husband of Helen. Menelaus, along with his brother Agamemnon and other Greek kings, gathered a large army and set out for Troy to retrieve Helen, sparking the Trojan War. Hera fervently supported the Greeks in their effort to destroy Troy. From Olympus, she used all her influence to ensure that the Trojans suffered and were eventually defeated. He allied himself with other gods, such as Athena and Poseidon, who also had their own grudges against Troy. During the 10 years of war, Hera manipulated events, inspired Greek heroes, and turned the favor of the gods against Troy. Her hatred of Paris and her desire to punish the Trojans never wavered. Even at critical moments in the war, Hera intervened directly, helping the Greeks gain the upper hand in important battles. Eventually, the city of Troy fell by the trickery of the wooden horse, a strategy devised by Odysseus and supported by the Greek gods. Greeks hiding inside the horse opened the gates of Troy, allowing the Greek army to invade and destroy the city. The Trojans were slaughtered, their city razed to the ground, and the survivors taken as slaves. And despite all the death and destruction, this would not be by far her worst revenge, because there was a time when she almost managed to destroy the world itself. Both gods and mortals were in danger because of Hera's impulses, jealousy, and desire for revenge. No matter how much the goddess did, Zeus always found a way to disrespect her. His infidelities and capricious behavior had brought her to the limit of her patience. In an act of desperation, Hera decided to turn to one of the most fearsome beings that had ever existed, Typhon. This gigantic monster, born of Gaia, the earth, and Tartarus, the underworld, was a force of pure destruction. Typhon was a terrifying creature, with 100 fire-breathing dragon heads whose voices echoed the roar of wild beasts. His size and strength were incomparable, capable of reaching for the stars and shaking the foundations of the world. Hera, in her desire to see Zeus suffer, used her power to free Typhon from his underground prison. Once free, the monster ascended towards Olympus, launching a ferocious attack on the gods. Flames and screams echoed throughout the sacred mountain as the gods struggled to defend their home. Zeus was immediately engaged in a titanic battle against Typhon. Despite his power, Zeus found himself in a desperate struggle, his thunderbolts barely affecting the monstrosity before him. The struggle between the two spread throughout Greece, causing earthquakes and storms as they clashed. The other gods, though powerful, also struggled to contain Typhon's fury. Hera watched from the shadows, with her heart torn between desire for revenge and fear for the destruction she had unleashed. Her hatred of Zeus had clouded her judgment, and now she saw the consequences of her actions. Finally, after a seemingly endless battle, Zeus mustered all his strength and with one last devastating bolt of lightning, struck Typhon with such force that the monster was hurled back into the depths of Tartarus, sealed once again for all eternity. Olympus fell silent in the aftermath of the storm, its gods exhausted and its temples damaged. Zeus, wounded but victorious, confronted Hera, and though furious at her betrayal, understood the pain she had felt for centuries. The gods of war are the titanic forces that roar in the hearts of warriors and in the din of battle. With power and ferocity, they dance across the blood-stained fields, their laughter echoing like thunder as swords clash and spears fly. They are masters of strategy, moving pieces on a chessboard where victory and defeat hang in the balance. Their presence is fire in the veins of the combatants, a divine impulse that transforms fear into courage and despair into indomitable fury. Worshipped and feared, the gods of war dictate the course of battle and embody the glory and horror of combat. Number 1. Chiyu. Chiyu, a titanic tribal leader and fierce god of war, commanded his tribes with unparalleled brutality in the legendary confrontation against the Yellow Emperor during the epic Battle of Zhuolu. This confrontation is revered as one of the most cataclysmic clashes in the annals of Chinese mythology. Known for his savage ferocity and mastery of manipulating the elements at will, Chiyu personified terror on the battlefield. This colossus of war, a being of supernatural characteristics, defied reality with his multiple heads and eyes, and at times up to 6 arms and heads were attributed to him. striking terror into the hearts of his enemies. His body, forged like that of an impenetrable warrior and clad in iron, gave him superhuman strength, making him an invulnerable adversary to conventional weapons. Chiyu was noted for his exceptional combat prowess and his mastery of smoke and fog, which he used to disorientate and terrify his opponents in the heat of battle. Armed with swords and spears of colossal magnitude and supernatural durability, Chiyu could cut through any armor as if it were mere silk. His most notorious confrontation was against the Yellow Emperor, where Chiyu, using his cunning and powers, summoned a dense fog to overshadow and confuse the enemy forces. However, the Emperor summoned the drought demon Nuba, who dispelled the storm clouds and cleared the battlefield, and Chiyu was finally defeated. Number 2. Montu. Montu, in Egyptian mythology, is an ancient war deity, revered since the ancient empire, but gaining prominence especially during the Middle Empire. Originally a sun and war god, Montu was revered as a symbol of military valor and power, primarily in the region of Thebes, where he was especially worshipped. Montu was known for his aggressive character and ferocity in combat. As a god of war, he embodied the violent and ruthless aspect of conflict, being a patron for warrior pharaohs who sought to emulate his prowess. He also had solar aspects, and was depicted with a solar disk, symbolizing his connection with Ra. Montu was depicted as a man with the head of a falcon or bull. When shown in human form, he wore a feathered headdress and the solar disk, emphasizing his vigor and celestial connection. As a god of war, he had the power to instill courage and strength in his followers, inspiring them to great deeds on the battlefield. He could influence the outcome of wars and bestow victories on those who honored him properly. He also had control over the sun and heat, being able to use these elements to his advantage. Montu was a master strategist and a formidable warrior. He is credited with great skill in the handling of weapons. Number 3. Bishamonten. Bishamonten, also known as Bishamon or Tamonten, is one of the most revered gods in the Japanese Buddhist pantheon. This towering guardian of the north, a member of the 4 heavenly kings, is the embodiment of justice and the protector against evil. He is not only a god of war, he is a deity of fortune, a treasure hunter, and an unfailing defender of faith and sacred places. Bishamonten is shown as a celestial warrior. His fierce expression reflects the bravery and determination of one who has faced and defeated countless enemies. Dressed in ornate but functional samurai armor, he is always ready for battle. In one hand, he wields a spear, symbolizing his fighting power, and in the other, a pagoda, or small stupa, representing his protection over temples and spirituality. Bishamonten is more than a formidable warrior. He is a peerless military strategist and a combatant feared by his adversaries. His ability to bestow protection and good fortune in combat makes him a great ally to warriors. His supernatural power allows him to see evil, no matter where it lurks, and to fight it with unrelenting ferocity. As a Dharma guardian, Bishamonten keeps evil spirits at bay and protects Buddhist devotees. His duty to uphold the law and ensure victory in battle positions him as a figure of authority and justice in the Buddhist pantheon. Ruling the North, he defends the world against spiritual threats that emerge from that direction, maintaining balance and peace. Number 4. Bellona. Bellona, in Roman mythology, is a deeply revered goddess of war. Her cult is especially significant in Rome. This goddess was traditionally depicted as the personification of war itself, distinguished by her aggressive nature and intimidating presence on the battlefield. Unlike Mars, who also encompasses aspects of protection and agriculture, Bellona focuses exclusively on war and destruction, celebrating the more chaotic and brutal aspects of combat. Bellona is an exceptional warrior, with outstanding skills in hand-to-hand combat and military strategy. She is capable of wielding any weapon of war with mastery, but excels in the use of sword and shield. Bellona's main attributes include a helmet, armor, and especially a spear, or sword. She is often shown with a whip, which she uses to incite armies to battle. Her expression is fierce and determined. As a goddess of war, she has the power to incite conflict and discord. She can inflame the hearts of soldiers with courage and thirst for battle, and has the ability to decide the fate of armed conflicts. In addition, it is believed that she can provoke supernatural fury and strength in those who invoke her. Number 5. Kartikeya. Kartikeya, also known as Murugan, Skanda, and Subramanya, is one of the most revered deities in Hindu mythology, especially in South India and among the Tamil communities. He is the god of war, a great warrior, and the commander of the divine armies of the gods, fighting energetically against demons and evil forces. Kartikeya is primarily worshipped as the protector of the divine realms and the destroyer of demons. His birth has a singular purpose: to defeat the demon Taraka, who had obtained a blessing that only a son of Shiva could annihilate. Kartikeya is the personification of youth, vigor, and courage. He is commonly depicted as a handsome and sturdy youth with a brilliant complexion, dressed as a warrior and carrying his spear. He is shown with several heads and arms, each bearing different weapons. As a god of war, Kartikeya possesses supernatural abilities, including divine strength, speed, and the ability to shapeshift. He has the power to summon weapons at will and to perform feats that no human being could ever achieve. He can also emit flames from his body to burn his enemies. He is a master in the art of combat, skilled in the use of various weapons, but especially the spear, his weapon of choice. He possesses a deep knowledge of military strategies and battle tactics, which allows him to lead and win even in the most desperate situations. In addition, Kartikeya is often shown riding a peacock named Paravani, which serves as both a mount and a companion in battle. Which, to be honest, if any of us saw a person riding a peacock in battle, fear, I don't know if we would be afraid, or who knows. Maybe it's a ploy to get you to trust him, and it turns out that the peacock is even more powerful than the rider. Number 6. Ogun. Ogun is a prominent deity in the Yoruba religion and its American extensions, known as the god of war, metallurgy, and technology. He is revered as a fierce warrior, as the protector of blacksmiths, artisans, and all those who work with metal. In Yoruba mythology, Ogun is the god who clears obstacles, using his power and skills to fight injustice and evil. Ogun appears as a muscular and robust man, dressed in the clothes of a hunter or warrior, and carrying a machete or sword. His figure embodies the principle of necessary destruction that precedes renewal. Thus, he is both a destroyer and a creator, a protector who can be a ruthless warrior when provoked. Ogun possesses powers associated with iron and all that it represents, such as the ability to forge roads, war, and the destruction of enemies, as well as the protection and production of tools and weapons. His ability to transform metal into useful tools or deadly weapons is unsurpassed. The machete or sword are the most symbolic objects associated with Ogun. These weapons represent his skill in combat and his role as a path clearer, cutting through obstacles and opening pathways to new beginnings. He is also associated with the anvil and hammer, tools of his trade as a blacksmith. Number 7. Ares. Ares, the god of war in Greek mythology, embodies the brutality, chaos, and violence of combat, associated with the most brutal and bloody aspects of warfare. Throughout history, he has been both revered and feared for his power and temper. Unlike the goddess Athena, who represents strategy and just war, Ares symbolizes unbridled destruction and the rage of battle. He is described as extremely handsome, with a muscular body and imposing stature, symbolizing virility and power. His eyes can burn with the fury of battle, and his expression is stern and defiant, a permanent reflection of his warrior disposition and indomitable nature. As an Olympian deity, Ares possesses immortality and supernatural powers. He has the ability to incite war and conflict, instilling fury and courage in the hearts of warriors. He is a formidable warrior, a master of all forms of combat. His skill in the use of weapons is unmatched. He can bestow superhuman strength on his followers, and his presence on the battlefield can turn the tide of any confrontation. He also has a supernatural stamina and resilience, that allows him to withstand and recover from injuries that would be fatal to other gods or mortals. Ares' most iconic attributes include his impenetrable armor, forged by Hephaestus, and his helmet that strikes terror into his enemies. He possesses a spear that never fails, and a shield that can withstand any attack. His war chariot, drawn by divine horses that can spit fire, is an extension of his dominance and ferocity. Ares does not have a kingdom in the traditional sense, like other Greek gods. His domain is the battlefield, and conflicts where his presence is worshipped and feared. His most significant temple was in Sparta, where he was revered as a model of martial virtue. Despite his power, Ares is not invincible. His impulsive temperament and bloodlust can cause him to act recklessly, often bringing him into conflict even with other gods. Number 8. Tyrella. Tyr is primarily known as the god of war, but his rule over justice and law is equally important. He represents just war, waged for noble purposes and in defense of order and social structure. This sets him apart from other more impulsive and chaotic gods of war in various mythologies. Tyr is a formidable and noble-looking warrior, a strong and serene middle-aged man with a look that connotes wisdom and the experience of 1,000 battles. His missing hand is a reminder of why one should not stick one's arm into the mouth of the biggest and fiercest wolf in existence. With prodigious strength and unmatched skills in combat, Tyr brings courage and moral fortitude to those who seek justice. His influence extends beyond the battlefield, ensuring that contracts are honored and oaths honored. In trials and legal disputes, his name is invoked to guarantee truth and fairness. Is a master strategist and skilled warrior, known for his ability to handle conflict with wisdom. The most notable object associated with Tyr is the sword, a weapon that symbolizes his role as a god of war. In addition, the hand he lost while binding Fenrir has become a symbol of sacrifice and commitment to justice. Tyr is the son of Odin, the chief god, in some versions of mythology, while in others, he is described as the son of the giants. But whichever version, he is always seen as a figure of authority and respect. Number 9. Huitzilopochtli. Huitzilopochtli, the god of war in Aztec mythology, is one of the most powerful deities of this culture. His name is commonly translated as Hummingbird of the South. Huitzilopochtli is primarily a sun and war god. According to Aztec mythology, he led the Mexica in their quest for a promised land. His birth is miraculous and symbolizes the victory of light over darkness and order over chaos. This god is a sturdy young warrior, adorned with rich garments of hummingbird and eagle feathers. He is often depicted with blue and gold body paint, symbolizing his connection to the sky and the sun. As the sun god, Huitzilopochtli has the power to control the sun and fire. His life energy is linked to that of the sun, being responsible for ensuring his daily journey across the sky. As the god of war, he has the ability to instill ferocity and courage in the hearts of warriors, as well as determining the outcome of battles. He is an exceptional strategist and a formidable warrior, gifted with supernatural abilities in combat. His presence on the battlefield is inspiring to his followers and terrifying to his enemies. The most iconic object associated with Huitzilopochtli is the Xiuhcoatl, a fiery serpent that functions as his weapon. He also carries a mirrored shield adorned with eagle feathers and a headdress of hummingbird feathers. Although powerful, he relies on human sacrifice to maintain his strength and ensure the movement of the sun. This need creates a symbiotic relationship with humans, who must feed his power through ritual and sacrifice. How can a god of war become the god and lord of the underworld? This is the legend of Nergal, god of war, and Ereshkigal, goddess of the underworld. Legend has it that one day the gods wanted to hold a banquet, but in order to maintain cosmic order, the celestial gods could not descend to the underworld, nor could the gods of the underworld ascend to heaven. It was decided to send a messenger to invite the beautiful Ereshkigal, goddess and mistress of the underworld. knowing that she would not attend but would send a representative who would take the divine food she was entitled to. Ereshkigal chose Namtar, her minister, to be at the celebration as her representative. Namtar ascended the long stairway to heaven and appeared before the gods. As the representative of the great goddess of the underworld, the other gods stood before him and then knelt to show their respect. However, Nergal, the proud god of war, remained seated, for Namtar was not to his liking. This was taken as an offense, for which Nergal was to be punished. Enki decided to defend him, and Nergal was sent to the underworld to ask the goddess for forgiveness. However, before leaving, Enki called him to warn him and told him not to accept a seat in the world of the dead, nor to eat of her food or drink of her beverages, nor to wash his feet, and most importantly, that he resisted the temptation to unite with Ereshkigal, even though she was so beautiful. Accompanied by 7 scorpions, representations of plagues, and carrying a throne made of wood as a present for the goddess, Nergal reached the underworld, passed through its 7 gates, and presented himself to Ereshkigal. The goddess was attracted to Nergal and offered him a seat, which he refused. Then food and drink were brought to him, but he also refused. She was offered to wash his feet, but he also refused. Then Ereshkigal went to bathe and allowed Nergal a glimpse of her body. He wanted to resist, but when the beautiful goddess showed herself again, he relented. They loved each other for 6 days, and on the 7th Nergal rose, creeping away from Ereshkigal, who was asleep, and passed through the 7 gates of the underworld to return to heaven. When Ereshkigal awoke, she discovered the absence of his lover, and Namtar informed her of his departure. Upon hearing this news, Ereshkigal fell from his throne and wept in despair. His faithful minister then offered to ascend to heaven and bring Nergal back. Namtar searches for him but does not recognize him, as Enki, with a spell, had changed his appearance. Namtar returns empty-handed, saying that he had not seen Nergal, but a minor god without a crown and who blinked constantly, which was unworthy of an important god. Ereshkigal realized the trick and angrily decided to threaten to send all the inhabitants of his kingdom to earth until the dead outnumbered the living. Nergal, enraged, returned to the nether world, broke through the 7 gates, and reached Ereshkigal's halls. He seized her by the hair and lifted her from her throne in fury to behead her. But Ereshkigal confessed his love for him and offered to share the world of the dead with him as his consort. Nergal accepted, and from then on, they ruled the underworld together. The Selknam were one of the indigenous peoples of the southernmost region of South America, especially on the Isla Grande de Tierra del Fuego, in the current territory of Chile and Argentina. The Selknam's life was harsh, and they were adapted to a difficult and inhospitable environment. They were hunter-gatherers and had a social and spiritual structure with rituals and myths that explained the world around them. Unfortunately, due to the genocide and forced assimilation that the Selknam suffered at the hands of European and Creole colonizers, much of their culture and traditions have been lost or are incompletely known. In the beginning of time, the earth was flat and empty. There was no sun, moon, stars, or living things. The world was in complete darkness. There were powerful beings known as spirits or giants. Among the powerful beings that pre-existed in this nothingness, there was Tamaukal, the creator spirit and chief deity, and next to him, Kinos. Tamaukal, along with other spirit beings, began to shape the world. They created the geographical features of the earth, such as mountains and rivers. Some of these beings also became the first life forms, such as animals and plants. The first human beings emerged from this creative act. Fashioned from clay or carved from wood, they were endowed with life and breath by these powerful spirits. They gave them not only existence, but also the essential knowledge, hunting, fire, and all the skills necessary for survival. With life came also the rules for living it. Tamaukal, along with the other spirits, imparted the laws and rules, ensuring that humans understood the importance of harmony with nature and with each other. Each animal imparted its gifts to humanity, and so each species has its place and purpose, teaching the Selknam to live in accordance with the natural order. Myth served to explain the origin of the world as well as to transmit values, social norms, and knowledge about the natural environment. Some of these primordial beings eventually became constellations and other celestial entities, such as the sun and moon, which would play important roles in the daily life of the Selknam, marking the seasons and guiding their rituals. In Selknam and Haush mythology, the cosmos is divided into 4 Shoan, or heavens of infinity, which represent the 4 cardinal directions. Kamuk, the northern sky. Kekruk, the heaven of the south. Kenenik, the heaven of the west. And Wintek, heaven of the east. Each of the Shoan was associated with one of the seasons of the year. The Kamuk symbolized spring and summer, the Kekruk symbolized winter, the Kenenik symbolized autumn, and finally the Wintek symbolized all the seasons and possibly even the weather. Wintek is considered the most important of the 4 Shoan, as it is the dwelling place of Tamaukal and the origin of all that exists. Number 1. Tamaukal. Tamaukal is the supreme being in Selknam mythology, considered the creator of the world and its inhabitants, and played a crucial role in the Selknam worldview. He was a powerful and distant deity. He was not attributed human forms and was not represented by images. His presence was ethereal and omnipresent, a creator god who existed before all things and who established the order of the world. According to Selknam mythology, Tamaukal created the sky and the earth, as well as the first beings that inhabited them. From his own voice and breath, he gave life to the first entities, including the first humans and animals. Although he was the supreme deity, he did not intervene directly in human affairs. The Selknam did not worship him directly in their daily lives. Rather, his influence was felt in the traditions, rules, and respect for the natural and social order he had established. Number 2. Kinos. The Kinos story is central to the creation. Kinos is a creative being who, according to the myths, brought the world into its present form, though not intentionally or in a controlled manner. He is a powerful but erratic entity, whose actions and teachings often have unforeseen results or cause disorder. Kinos is known to have taught the Selknam many essential survival skills, such as hunting and the use of fire. He is also portrayed as a mischievous or naive character, whose actions can have problematic consequences. In some accounts, it is Kinos who introduces evil or death into the world, sometimes by accident or by being tricked by other beings. Kinos had a role not only in the creation stories and the order of the world, but also in the social structure and in the performance of rituals, such as the Hain, albeit indirectly. About this ritual and what they did in it, I will tell you more later. Number 3. Kree. The moon, known as Kree, was considered a female entity associated with femininity and fertility. Some stories show the moon as an old woman, and in others, as a young girl. This may reflect the changing phases of the moon and its influence on the lives of Selknam women. They believed that the moon had a significant role in the reproductive cycle and could influence the birth of children. There were rites and taboos associated with the new and full moon, and Selknam women took special care during certain lunar phases, such as avoiding certain activities during the new moon so as not to affect their fertility or that of the land. Number 4. Kurin. The sun, on the other hand, was perceived as masculine and was called Kurin, associated with hunting and the provision of warmth and light. The sun was vital for survival, as it enabled life to exist and guided the cycle of the seasons, which in turn influenced the migration patterns of the guanaco, a main source of food for the Selknam. One version tells how the sun, after being created or discovered, was pursued by its sister the moon, until they were both thrown into the sky, where they continue their pursuit eternally, explaining day and night. In other versions, it is described how the sun and the moon, in their origins, interacted with humans and other spiritual beings, teaching skills or imposing punishments and rewards according to the actions of mortals. A transgression against the rules could be punished by the sun with drought or disease. The sun and moon were also related to the Selknam calendar and ritual practices. They marked the passage of time, not only through the day and night, but also through the seasons, which was crucial for planning migrations and hunts. Eclipses and other events were of great importance and could be interpreted as omens or messages from the gods. Number 5. Howin. The Hauen were the primordial beings who, according to Selknam beliefs, shaped the world and laid the foundations of existence. The word Hauen can be translated as ancestors or old ones, and these beings were responsible for many aspects of life on Earth before they transformed themselves into elements of nature or natural phenomena. The age of the Hauen is the mythological period of the creation and shaping of the world, beginning with the arrival of Kinos, the being who brought order and knowledge essential to life. During this era, the Hauen populated the earth and became the forces of nature, such as the sun, the sea, the wind, and other natural elements. Number 6. Kwanyip and Kinuke. Kwanyip is known as the evil spirit or devil in Selknam mythology. He would be like the adversary of the creator beings, such as Kinos or Temaukal. Kwanyip is a trickster, a being who brings discord and misfortune to humanity. He is the representation of evil. Chenuke, on the other hand, is the first man or one of the ancestors of the Selknam. Some versions tell that Chenuk is created by a superior being and put on earth to populate it. Through Chenuke and his descendants, the Selknam trace their lineage and explain the origin of humanity. Number 7. The domination of women. In mythical times, Selknam women were said to have control over men. They were the owners of exons, spirits, or powerful beings that gave them great authority and knowledge. These exons were embodied in masks and costumes and were at the center of the rituals the women used to exercise their power and keep the men deceived and submissive. The women used their control over the exons to instill fear and respect in the men, making them believe that these beings possessed supernatural powers and that disobeying the women could bring terrible consequences. One day, a man overheard some women talking about it, realized the truth behind the exons, and led the men in a rebellion against this matriarchal order. The myth tells how the men devised a plan to unmask the woman's deception and claim the sans for their own. The men succeeded in overcoming the women and taking possession of the disguises and masks, and thus the spiritual and social power they represented. This act symbolized the transfer of power and knowledge from women to men, establishing the new patriarchal order. Number 8. Hain. The Hain was a central ritual in the life of the Selknam people. This ritual was a male initiation ceremony that marked the transition of young men into adulthood. Adolescents were introduced to the secrets of the men's society. During the ceremony, previously hidden knowledge, such as hunting techniques and ancestral wisdom, was revealed to them. The development of the Hain followed several stages. The young men to be initiated were selected. The tribesmen began to build the big hut, Kashkaval, in a secret place. The men also made masks and costumes representing the various spirits. The young men were separated from the community and began a period of teaching and testing, where the elders passed on essential knowledge for their future life. The tribesmen would disguise themselves as exons, and during the night would enter the hut to attack the youths, reenacting the mythical struggle of ancient times. Eventually, the truth was revealed to the young men, that the exons were not gods or spirits, but the tribesmen themselves in disguise. This taught the young men the importance of keeping male secrets and prepared them for their dominant role in society. After the ceremony, the young men were reintegrated into the tribe as adult men, ready to marry, hunt, and participate fully in Selknam's social life. Number 9. Zalpen. Zalpen is a crucial female deity in Selknam mythology, associated with the underworld, death, and regeneration. Zalpen resides in the underworld and is important in the male initiation rite known as the Hain. Zalpen communicates with the upper world through a hole. She is a dual goddess, associated with both creative and destructive aspects. She is both revered and feared. During the Hain, Zalpen is invoked, and her associated spirits, the Shorts, play a central role in the challenges the youth must face. The appearance of Zalpen and her Shorts is one of the highlights of the Hain and serves to teach the youth about the spiritual forces that are part of their world and worldview. With the arrival of the colonizers and the imposition of new religions and belief systems, many of the traditional Selknam practices were suppressed or lost. Mesopotamia is known for the emergence of several important cultures. The Sumerians were the first, around 4500 BC, followed by the Akkadians in 2334 BC and the Babylonians, around 1894 BC. Although many of the gods that appear in this video have similarities to the Babylonians or Akkadians, I will try to focus on the Sumerians, as they are the original and oldest. Number 1. An. An was considered the highest god in the hierarchy of the Sumerian gods. His position was so high that he was depicted as distant and disconnected from the affairs of the lesser gods and humanity. He symbolized all that was above the earthly world. His realm was regarded as heavenly space, distant and majestic. As the god of heaven and supreme ruler of the gods, he possessed immense power and was regarded as the creator and ruler of the cosmos. He was credited with creating the universe and establishing cosmic order. In addition, he had supreme authority over the gods and human destinies. He could also confer powers and positions on other gods. An was the father of numerous gods, including Enlil and Enki, in Sumerian society, and represented order, authority, and stability. The notion that heaven is above all else and rules over the earth reflected the social and political structure of the Sumerian city-states, where a king or ruler exercised absolute power granted by the gods. The cult of An was prominent in cities such as Uruk and Ur. He had dedicated temples, although in time his cult was overtaken in importance by gods such as Enlil and Marduk. In Sumerian mythology, the Anunnaki were the children of An, the sky god, and Ki, the earth goddess. Number 2. Enlil. Enlil was considered one of the most powerful gods, seen as the leader of the Sumerian pantheon after his father An. He was the god of air, wind, and storms, with powers over weather and crops. Son of An and Ki, Enlil played a central role in Sumerian mythology. He was the brother of Enki, another important god, and father of numerous deities, including Nana, god of the moon, Utu, god of the sun, and Inanna, goddess of love and war. Enlil was revered throughout Sumeria and was credited with creating and maintaining order in the universe. His connection with the earth and sky positioned him as a mediator between the gods and mankind. He had the power to decree the destinies of gods and mortals. Enlil's main center of worship was the city of Nippur, where his great temple, the Akur, was located. This temple was one of the most important and sacred in Sumer, and was considered the abode of Enlil on earth. Enlil was depicted as a divine king, wearing the horned crown, a symbol of divinity in Mesopotamia. As the god of the air, he was associated with the breath of life and the power to give and take life. For example, in the Sumerian flood myth, it is Enlil who decides to send the flood to purge mankind, although he later regrets his actions. He also had a role as protector and benefactor of mankind. He granted kings their right to rule and supervised their actions to ensure order and justice. Number 3. Enki. Enki is one of the main gods. He is considered the god of wisdom, magic, water, intelligence, and creation. Enki is the son of An, the sky god, and Namu, the primordial sea goddess. He is also the brother of Enlil, as we saw earlier. Enki is strongly associated with water and is considered the lord of the Abzu, the underground fresh waters. He is depicted with streams of water emanating from his shoulders, symbolizing the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. In Sumerian art, Enki is depicted as a bearded figure, wearing a horned crown, a symbol of divinity, and surrounded by aquatic symbols such as fish and streams. The main center of Enki's worship was the city of Eridu, considered to be one of the oldest cities in Sumer. In Eridu, Enki was believed to dwell in the temple of Iabzu, associated with a sacred watery abyss. This god played a crucial role in the creation of mankind. He is credited with forming the first humans from mud. Enki is known for his benevolent attitude towards humans. In several myths, he acts as a protector and savior of mankind, intervening on their behalf and granting them knowledge and skills. Enki is the god of intelligence and knowledge, and is associated with all kinds of arts, crafts, and sciences. He was the patron of craftsmen, builders, priests, and magicians. He appears in numerous Sumerian legends and myths, including stories about the creation of the world, the flood, and the adventures of gods and heroes. Number 4. Ninhursag. Ninhursag is known by several names, each reflecting different aspects of its character and function. As Ninhursag, she is identified primarily with the earth and the mountain, as Nintu, with motherhood, and as Ninma, with the Great Mother Goddess. Ninhursag is one of the main goddesses in the Sumerian pantheon. She is regarded as the mother of the gods and of mankind. This goddess is widely recognized as the goddess of fertility and the earth. She is credited with creating life and nature. Ninhursag has complex relationships with other Sumerian gods. In several myths, she interacts closely with Enki, sometimes assisting him in his creative or healing endeavors. In Sumerian art, she is depicted as a maternal goddess, adorned with symbols of fertility and abundance, such as plants and animals, as well as a horned crown, a symbol of divinity in Mesopotamia. She was worshipped in several important centers in Sumer. Her cult was associated with health and fertility, and her temples served as centers of healing and care. Number 5. Utu. Utu is the sun god in Sumerian mythology. He represents the sun and also the concepts of justice, morality, and truth. His presence in the daytime sky symbolizes enlightenment, clarity, and the visibility of truth. Utu was worshipped throughout Sumer, but his main center of worship was in the city of Sippar. At Sippar, it was believed that Utu ascended each morning from his temple to begin his journey through the sky. Utu is depicted emerging from the eastern mountains at dawn, showing the rising sun. He is shown as a majestic being, wearing a horned crown and often wielding a scepter or weapon, symbolic of his authority and power. Utu is considered the guardian of law and moral order, charged with the maintenance of balance and justice in the human world. His intervention in human and divine affairs shows his importance as a mediator and judge. He is also considered a protector of travelers and heroes. In some stories, he helps heroes in their adventures, guiding them and giving advice. Number 6. Inanna. Inanna is the goddess of love, beauty, fertility, war, justice, and political power. She represents both the generous and creative aspects of love, as well as the destructive and belligerent aspects of war. Artistic representations of Inanna include elements such as the 8-pointed star, a horned crown, and sometimes wings, highlighting her celestial nature. Daughter of Nanar, the moon god, and sister of Utu, the sun god, Inanna is deeply integrated into the Sumerian family of deities. She was especially revered in the city of Uruk, where she had a great temple, but her cult was widespread throughout Sumer. Uruk was considered her chief city, and ceremonies and festivals were held in her honor. Inanna is depicted bearing weapons of war and riding a lion, showing her warlike and powerful nature. She is also associated with the planet Venus, appears in numerous Sumerian stories and legends. One of the best-known stories is the descent of Inanna to the underworld, where she travels to the world of the dead, facing various trials and finally resurrecting. On the one hand, she is the goddess who promotes fertility and love. On the other, she is a relentless warrior and strategist on the battlefield. Number 7. Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal is the reigning goddess of the underworld, known as Kur. She rules the realm of the dead, a shadowy place where souls reside after death. Ereshkigal is identified as the sister of Inanna, the goddess of love and war. This relationship is central to several Sumerian myths, as we saw earlier with the famous descent of Inanna to the underworld. Ereshkigal is associated with darkness, death, and rebirth. Unlike her sister Inanna, who represents life, Ereshkigal symbolizes the inevitability of death and the dark aspect of existence. Kur, the kingdom of Ereshkigal, is a distant and desolate place inhabited by spirits and ghostly beings. As its ruler, Ereshkigal has the power to judge and dictate the fate of souls, representing the cycle of life and death, as well as the power and authority over the unseen realm of the dead. Number 8. Nanna. Nanna is the moon god. He represents the luminosity of the night, the lunar cycle, and is associated with wisdom and fertility. Nanna is the son of Enlil, the god of air, and Ninlil, a goddess of grain. He is married to Ningal and is the father of Inanna, the goddess of love and war, and Utu, the sun god. Nana was worshipped in Ur, where he had a large temple called Ikishnugal. His cult was also important in Haran. Nana is associated with serenity and the calming power of the moon. In Sumerian art, he is depicted in a celestial boat. As a lunar god, he is also associated with the cycle of time and calendars. The moon played an important role in Sumerian astrology and divination. Rituals to Nanar reflected the lunar cycles and were important for divination and the interpretation of omens. Number 9. Ki. Ki is the goddess of the earth, representing the physical aspect of the world. She is the consort of An, and together they are the parents of other important gods. As an earth goddess, Ki symbolizes fertility, nature, and sustenance. She is connected with the earth and all that it provides for humanity and the gods. Although she does not appear as much in myths and legends as other Sumerian deities, as an earth goddess, she is crucial to the balance of the world. Ki represents life on earth. Fertility and agricultural production was vital to ancient societies, which depended on the land for their survival. This made Kai a particularly relevant goddess. Number 10. Namu. Namu is the primordial goddess, representing the original chaotic waters that existed before the creation of the world. She is the origin of everything, the primordial source from which the gods and the cosmos emerged. She is the mother of An, the god of the sky, and Ki, the goddess of the earth. Namu symbolizes unformed chaos and the potential for creation, represents the state before the creation of the structured order of the universe and Sumerian beliefs about the origins of the universe. Number 11. Dumuzi. Dumuzi is the god of fertility, vegetation, cattle, and shepherds. He represents the vitality of nature. Dumuzi is Inanna's consort or lover. He embodies the annual cycle of growth and decay in nature. When Inanna descends to the underworld, Dumuzi takes her place for part of the year. Their annual death and resurrection are linked to the seasons and agricultural cycles. He represents death in the heat of summer and his resurrection with the arrival of vegetation in spring. In art, it is often shown accompanied by fertility symbols such as plants and animals. Number 12. Ninlil. Ninlil was the goddess or mistress of the air and consort of Enlil. Originally called Sud, she adopted the name Ninlil when she joined Enlil. She lived in Dilmun, and according to the text of Enlil and Ninlil, she was raped by Enlil while bathing naked in the river. Some have associated her with the origin of Lilith. Ninlil shared many functions with Enlil, especially in the Declaration of Destinies, and was considered a major deity in the Mesopotamian pantheon. In addition to her role in the Sumerian pantheon, Ninlil was also incorporated into the Hurrian religion, where she and Enlil were considered part of a group of primeval gods who resided in the underworld. Number 13. Ashnan. Ashnan is the Sumerian goddess of grain and agriculture. She is the one who decides abundance and prosperity with crops and agricultural production. According to Sumerian myths, Ashnan was created to provide food and sustenance for the gods and mankind. Her existence is linked to the well-being of Sumerian society, which depended heavily on agriculture. Ashnan represents grain and the fertility of the land. Number 14. Nergal. Nergal is the god of war, plague, destruction, and the underworld. His cult was connected with rituals of protection against disease and calamity, as well as with funerary practices and veneration of the dead. There is a well-known myth that tells how Nergal, god of war, left the heaven of the gods to go to the underworld, where he was eventually seduced by Ereshkigal and became the king of the underworld. The truth is, this is one of the myths that I like the most. I am preparing a shorter video in which I will tell you the story of how Nergal became the god of the underworld along with his beloved Ereshkigal. If you don't want to miss it, I recommend you to subscribe and turn on notifications. Number 15. Ningishzida. Ningishzida is the god of vegetation and is related to the underworld. This deity had various representations, sometimes as a serpent with a human head, was known as the Lord of the Tree of Life, and associated with the symbol of the twisted staff, which represents intertwined serpents. In the underworld, he held the office of throne bearer, but also had links with nature as the god of tree roots. This connected Ningishzida with the underworld. Number 16. Nanshe. Nanshe was the daughter of the god Enki and was associated with a variety of aspects, including dreams, prophecy, justice, dream interpretation, and water. One of Nanshe's main characteristics was her ability to interpret dreams and intuit people's futures. Because of her high status as a prophetess, she was considered to be able to foresee the future of both humans and deities. Her main temple was in the city of Nina. She also had a special connection with the springs of the underworld, which were associated with prophecy, and at least once a year she participated as a judge of each person's deeds. Nanshe was linked with water, particularly with the open sea and marshy areas. She was depicted playing with the waves and sea foam, or being born on the seashore. She was also associated with the animals that inhabited these biomes, especially fish and birds. In addition to being a prophetess and judge, Nanshe taught dream interpretation to Sumerian and Babylonian priests. She was considered a protector of orphans, widows, and the poor. Number 17. Ningal. Ningal is known as the goddess of reeds and a lunar deity. She is best known for being the wife of Nana, the moon god, and the mother of Inanna and of Utu. She is the daughter of Enki and Ningikuga. Her relationship with Nana and the importance of her children place her in an important position in Sumerian mythology. She is often shown as an elegant female figure, associated with lunar symbols and with reeds, which are her emblem. The cult of Ningal was notable in the main centers of her husband's worship. Number 18. Geshtinana. Geshtinana was associated primarily with dream interpretation and prophecy. Although a minor goddess in general, she had her own temple at Girsu. She was considered a wise and perceptive figure. Is best known for her role in the myth of the descent of Inanna. In this myth, after her brother Dumuzid is condemned to the underworld, she chooses to share his fate. This act is seen as an example of brotherly loyalty and sacrifice. In the beginning of time, the earth was a vast, flat plain engulfed in darkness. Beneath this surface, spiritual ancestors lay in a state of deep hibernation. These ancestral beings had different forms, human figures, animals, plants, and combinations of these elements. With the awakening of these ancestors, the period of transformation and creation began. They moved across the earth, and with each step, movement, and action, they molded the landscape we know today. Mountains rose into the heavens, rivers carved their way through the earth, and fertile valleys unfolded. Their work was not limited to the formation of the world. They were also the creators of life. It was through them that the first humans, animals, and plants came into existence. The Dreamtime ancestors established the laws, customs, and languages that would guide the Aboriginal peoples through the generations. The creation story and the different gods and deities in Australian Aboriginal mythology is very varied, as there are over 500 different groups of Aboriginal people in Australia, each with their own beliefs and stories. So in this video, I will try to collate the gods and goddesses from different areas of the country. Number 1. Rainbow Serpent. The rainbow serpent is an ancestral being that originates from the Dreamtime. This mythical creature is known by different names in the various Aboriginal languages and has different interpretations and roles in the stories. The rainbow serpent is a sleeping being that resides in a well of water. Upon awakening, it begins its journey through the world. As the serpent moves, its huge and powerful body shapes the landscape, creating rivers, mountains, valleys, and water wells. In its path, the rainbow serpent leaves life in its wake. Its movement and the creation of bodies of water allow for the emergence of plants, animals, and eventually humans. Not only does he create the physical world, he also establishes the sacred laws that govern the relationship between people, animals, plants, and the earth. These laws dictate how beings should live and relate to each other, and how they should care for the natural world. The rainbow serpent is also a symbol of fertility and life. It controls the rain and water cycles, which are vital for survival on the arid Australian continent. At the end of its journey, the rainbow serpent returns to its resting place. His departure leaves the world in its present form, with its established laws and structures. Number 2. Baiame. Baiame is known as the Great Creator. He created the earth, the sky, and all living things. He shaped the landscape, creating mountains, rivers, and valleys, and established the laws of nature. In some legends, Baiame came down to earth in human or semi-human form to interact with humans and teach them vital skills, such as hunting, fishing, and gathering food, as well as performing important ceremonies. Baiame is associated with other important spiritual beings, such as his wife Biragnulu, who is seen as a goddess of water and fertility, and his son Daramulam, associated with the sky, stars, and weather. After shaping the world and imparting his teachings, Baiame left the earthly world and ascended to heaven. From there, he is said to continue to watch over and guide his people, where he remains a spiritual presence, a protector, and a divine ancestor. Number 3. Yai. Yai is a deity that arises during the dream time. She is known as a sun goddess. In her mythology, she plays a crucial role in the creation of the world. The story begins with Yai asleep in the dream world. When she awakens, her light illuminates the world, which until then had been in total darkness. As Yai travels across the sky, his light and warmth bring life to earth. Yai's appearance and light caused plants to sprout and blossom. Animals and humans also awoke and began to move about the earth. In some versions, Yai interacts with other ancestral beings and spirits, including evil beings who try to counteract his influence and challenge his power. At the end of the day, Yai returns to the world of dreams, giving explanation to the cycle of day and night. As a sun goddess, Yai is a symbol of fertility, growth, and renewal. Her influence is vital to the survival and prosperity of all living things. Number 4. Dirawong. In the lands of the Bundjalung people in northeastern New South Wales, the story is told of a powerful and spiritual being known as Dirawong. In a time beyond memory, Dirawong was born. Rising from the depths of the earth, he took the form of a goanna, a noble and powerful lizard. Dirawong was more than just an animal. He was the embodiment of wisdom, strength, and protection. Dirawong roamed the vast lands of the Bundjalung, imparting wisdom and protecting his people. His eyes watched over the deepest secrets of nature. He taught the people to live in harmony with the land, to respect its cycles, and to understand the mysteries hidden in the shadows of the forest. But the peace of this ancient world was challenged by the presence of another powerful being, the rainbow serpent, a spirit of creation and destruction. In a moment of imbalance, the rainbow serpent threatened to overwhelm the world with its power. It was then that Dirawong intervened, confronting the formidable being to protect the earth and its inhabitants. The battle between Dirawong and the rainbow serpent was titanic. Every move of the rainbow serpent created rivers and mountains, while every defense of Dirawong maintained the balance of the world. Dirawong succeeded in restricting the rainbow serpent's destructive influence, restoring balance to the world. However, he did not seek to destroy the serpent, recognizing its essential role in the cycle of creation and life. Number 5. Mamaragan. In the northern lands of Australia, the story of Mamaragan, the thunder god, is told. A mighty being, he dwelt in the clouds that floated high in the sky. His voice was thunder, deep and resonant, announcing his presence. With every step Mamaragan took, the dark clouds gathered, forming immense storms. His laughter was the crackle of lightning, illuminating the sky with its power and energy. As Mamaragan advanced, the rains fell on the land, causing the rivers to flow. Mamaragan was not only a lord of storms and thunder, he was also the guardian of the seasons. With his storms, he marked the end of the dry season and the beginning of the wet season. Number 6. Wandjina. The Wandjina are powerful creator beings. It is believed that in the dream time, the Wandjina came from the sky or emerged from the earth and created the landscape, life, and established the laws of nature. As they traveled the earth, the Wandjina shaped the landscape, created animals and plants, rivers and mountains. As well as being creators, they are also seen as custodians of the landscape, flora and fauna. Their presence is fundamental to the balance and health of the environment. After creating the world, the Wandjina retreated to caves and sacred places. From there, they watch over and maintain the world, ensuring that the laws and order they established are upheld. Number 7. Noe. In the top 3, I told you about Yai, the sun goddess, but I found the story of this other goddess very curious, and I decided to include her in the video. Before Noe lit up the sky, the world was in perpetual darkness. The earth was a place of shadows. Noe, mother and guardian, awoke from her deep sleep beneath the earth. As she opened her eyes, a warm glow began to filter through the world. With a torch made of tree bark in his hand, Noe ascended into the sky, bringing sunlight for the first time to the vast earth. As Noe traveled across the sky, his torch illuminated everything in its path. Plants, which had lived in complete darkness, began to flourish. Animals awoke and began to explore this newly illuminated world. Legend has it that Noe climbed into the sky in search of her son, who was lost while she slept. Each day, she travels across the sky, searching for him and carrying the light of day with her. As evening falls, Noe reaches the end of her daily journey and descends to the underworld, taking the light with her and plunging the world into darkness. But each morning, she renews her quest and with it brings back the light of day. Number 8. Daramulum. Daramulum is the son of Bayame, the creator god. His relationship to Bayame varies in the stories, but he is considered an extension or manifestation of his father's authority and creative power. He is associated with the sky and the stars. He is a being who resides in the heavens and has control over celestial and atmospheric phenomena. Like his father, he plays a role in teaching and maintaining cultural laws and customs. He also acts as a protector and guide for the people, overseeing their spiritual and physical well-being. In some cultures, he is considered an intercessor between humans and Bayame. Number 9. Biragnulu. In southeastern Australia lies the story of Biragnulu, a female deity of great power. When the world was still young, Biragnulu woke up. As the goddess of water, she nourished the land, filling its rivers and streams, and ensuring that every creature received the gift of life through water. Biragnulu was the consort of Bayame, the great creator god. Together they formed a balance, he creating the structure of the world and its laws, and she filling it with life, love, and nourishment. The tribes celebrated her with song and dance, thanking her for her generosity. Not only did she provide and nurture, Biragnulu also protected. She watched over the purity of the waters and maintained ecological balance. It was said that his anger could provoke floods, while his benevolence brought gentle and rejuvenating rains. Before we meet the last member of this list, it is very important to me that you like, comment, and share this video. This is very helpful for me. Number 10. Gulaga. Gulaga rises above the coast. It is not just a mountain, but a spiritual being, the creator and protector mother of the Yuin peoples. In the time of the dreaming, Gulaga emerged from the earth, carrying with her life and wisdom. As a mother, she nurtured the landscape, creating rivers, valleys, and forests, and taught her people the sacred laws of nature. Gulaga is the spiritual heart of the Yuin. It was a gathering place where people came to learn, celebrate, and connect with their ancestors and the land. Gulaga was known for imparting wisdom to those who sought its counsel. Its slopes and caves were filled with stories and lessons. The Yuin made pilgrimages to Gulaga, ascending its peak for ceremonies, initiations, and reflections. Number 1. Hinenuitepo. She is known as the goddess of death and the queen of the underworld. She is related to the cycle of life and death. Her realm is the underworld, or realm of the dead in New Zealand Maori mythology. Hinenuitepo is often described as an imposing woman with green skin, eyes as bright as jade, and hair as dark as night. She has great power and control over death and the fate of souls. Her story is linked to that of Maui, the famous Maori demigod, who attempted to overcome death to grant immortality to mankind. Maui planned to enter the body of Hine Nui Te Po while she slept and exit through her mouth, believing that this act would break the power of death. To put it mildly, let's say he attempted to enter from below and exit from above. However, while performing his mischief, one of the forest birds laughed, awakening the goddess, who closed her legs and killed Maui. Because of her failure, mankind remains mortal.
Why? Why did you fail?
Number 2. Batara Kala. He is the god of darkness, time, and is also seen as a devourer of things and beings. He does not have a specific realm such as the underworld, but is associated with dark places, storms, and astronomical events such as eclipses. His voracious appetite and ability to devour things are seen as a form of weapon in stories about him. Batara Kala is a fearsome figure with a large mouth and sharp teeth. His features are grotesque, and he is often shown devouring things. He has the power to consume almost anything, including celestial phenomena such as the moon. He is also associated with natural disasters and catastrophic events. Batara Kala is known for his attempt to devour the moon, causing an eclipse. In Balinese tradition, during an eclipse, people make a lot of noise, banging pots and creating other loud sounds, to scare Batara Kala and prevent him from completely devouring the moon or the sun. Another story tells that Batara Kala was born from the forbidden union of two deities and was rejected at birth. Enraged by the rejection and his fearsome appearance, he began to consume everything in his path, including other gods, until he was appeased and given authority over the earth and darkness. Number 3. Tuoni. Tuoni is the god of the underworld in Finnish mythology, appearing in the Kalevala, the epic national poem of Finland. His kingdom is Tuonela, a dark and gloomy place, described as an island or watery realm. Tuonela is defended by snakes, black dogs, and other menacing creatures. His wife is Tuonatar, with whom he co-rules Tuonela. Together, they oversee the souls of the dead. As god of the underworld, Tuoni has authority over the souls of the dead and their passage to the next world. He also has power over death itself. The river of Tuonela is a significant object in stories involving Tuoni. It is a dark and dangerous river that souls must cross to reach the underworld. Number 4. Hel. Hel is the goddess of the underworld in Norse mythology. She is the daughter of Loki, the god of deception, and the giantess Angrboda. Due to prophecies foreseeing trouble with her children, the gods decided to remove Loki's children from Asgard. Hel was cast into the underworld that bears her name, becoming its ruler. Helheim is her realm, one of the 9 Nordic worlds. Hel has complete authority over this realm. She determines the fate of the souls that arrive there and has the ability to grant favors or curses to those who seek her help or defy her. Helheim is guarded by the dog Garm, a monstrous being who confronts Tyr during Ragnarok. Hel is a figure of duality. One half of his body appears alive, while the other half is dead or decayed, showing his dominion over life and death. The bravest Vikings fallen in battle will be divided equally between Odin's Valhalla and Freya's Folkvanger. But what happens to all those who die of disease or natural causes? Well, they go straight to Hel's realm until the day he arrives in the Ragnarok and joins his father Loki in the war against the gods. Number 5. Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal is the goddess of the underworld in Mesopotamian mythology, mainly Sumerian and Akkadian. Kur is the Sumerian underworld. Ereshkigal is the supreme queen of this dark and gloomy realm, where the souls of the dead reside. One of her companions is Nergal, the god of war and disease. In some stories, Nergal becomes her consort or even her co-ruler in the underworld. Ereshkigal is described in dark and fearsome terms, in keeping with her role in the underworld. Despite being a goddess of the underworld, she also has aspects that are honored and respected. She possesses total authority over the souls of the dead and over the underworld. she can also inflict disease and other ills on the living. One of the most famous legends is the descent of Inanna to the underworld. Despite being warned of the dangers, Inanna defies Ereshkigal and, in doing so, is punished and turned into a corpse, hung on a hook. Only through cunning and the intervention of other gods is Inanna resurrected and freed, but on the condition that someone else takes her place in the underworld. Number 6. Mictlantecutli. This is the god of the underworld in Aztec mythology. He is a feared but also revered god in charge of overseeing the realm of the dead. He is depicted as a skeleton or a flayed figure, showing his dominion over death. Associated with him are owls, bats, spiders, and dogs, all of which are considered creatures of the underworld in Aztec mythology. Mictlan is the underworld in Aztec mythology, a place where the souls of the dead must go through various challenges before reaching their final rest. As Lord of the Underworld, he has authority over the souls of the dead. He can decide the fate of souls and has the ability to cause death and disease in the world of the living. Number 7. Hades. Hades is the god of the underworld in Greek mythology. While Zeus ruled the sky and Poseidon the sea, Hades was assigned the underworld, the realm of the dead. Although he is associated with death and considered grim, he is not necessarily malevolent. In fact, he plays an essential role in balancing the cycle of life and death. The underworld, sometimes called Hades, like the god, is his realm. Within the underworld, there are specific areas, such as the Elysian Fields, where virtuous souls reside, Tartarus, a deep prison for titans and other beings, and the river Styx, which acts as the border of the underworld. His most iconic weapon is the bident, similar to Poseidon's trident, but with only 2 prongs. In addition, he has a helmet, a gift from the Cyclops, called the Helmet of Darkness, which makes him invisible. Cerberus, the 3-headed dog, is the guardian of the underworld and ensures that souls do not leave and that no one unauthorized enters. His wife is Persephone, the goddess of vegetation and spring, whom he kidnapped and took to the underworld. Eventually, they came to an agreement in which she divides her time between the upper and lower worlds. Hades has power over the souls of the dead and all that resides in his realm. He is immortal, like most gods, and has great strength. His helmet makes him invisible, and with his bident, he can create fissures in the earth. He also has the ability to restore life, although this act is rare. Number 8. Nergal. Nergal is a deity in Mesopotamian mythology, being revered in Babylonian tradition. Initially associated with the noonday sun and its intense heat, he eventually evolved to be known as the god of war, pestilence, and, ultimately, the underworld. Although Nergal has connections to the upper world due to his solar roots, as we saw earlier, he became a dominant figure in Kur, the Mesopotamian underworld, after his relationship with Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld. Nergal is depicted with a lion, symbolizing both his fury and his courage in battle. In addition, he carries a mace or sword, which he uses both in combat and in his role as a destructive deity. As the god of war and disease, he has the power to unleash conflicts and epidemics, and as the deity of the underworld, he has power over the souls of the dead. Number 9. Osiris. Osiris is one of the most prominent and complex deities in Egyptian mythology. Originally a god of vegetation and fertility, he was later associated with death, resurrection, and the afterlife. Osiris is also known for his role in the Egyptian myth of murder and resurrection, where he is betrayed by his brother Set and then resurrected by his wife Isis. Duat is the Egyptian underworld. In the myth, Osiris becomes the ruler of Duat after his death and resurrection. His wife is Isis, who resurrects him after Set murders him. His son, Horus, is subsequently born and becomes a god associated with kingship and protection. Osiris is depicted as a mummified figure with a green or black skin, symbolizing regeneration and life after death. He wears an Atef crown and holds the staff Heka and the scourge Nejej. Number 10. Apuch. Apuch is the god of the underworld in Mayan mythology, known by various names in different Mesoamerican cultures, such as Yom Kimil in some Mayan traditions. He is depicted as decomposed or skeletal, associated with death and destruction. Xibalba is the underworld in Maya cosmology, a dark and fearsome place where souls face trials and torments before their final destiny. Artistic representations show Apuch surrounded by symbols of death and decay. He is also associated with owls and dogs, which are often considered messengers or manifestations of death. While Apuch is the main figure of the Maya underworld, Xibalba is populated by several other gods and beings who act as his helpers or executors. Although there are many Maya stories that mention Xibalba and its inhabitants, the most famous is the Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Quiché, a branch of the Maya people. In this story, the hero twins, Hunahpu and Ixbalanque, descend to Xibalba to confront the lords of the underworld after they kill their father and uncle. Through a series of trials and traps, the twins manage to overcome the gods of Xibalba and finally resurrect their father and uncle, although not in the way they expected. Number 11. Anubis. Anubis is the god of embalming and the afterlife in ancient Egyptian mythology. He is credited with the invention of the mummification process and is the protector of tombs and cemeteries. He is one of the oldest gods and is essential in the rituals of death and mummification. While Osiris is the main ruler of the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, Anubis has specific roles there, especially in the Hall of the Two Truths, or Hall of Judgment, where souls are judged. Anubis's most distinctive form is as a man with the head of a jackal or as a full jackal. It is common to see him in scenes where he is performing mummification or supervising the process. Anubis is essential in guiding souls to the afterlife. He oversees the mummification process and ensures that it is done correctly. He also plays a crucial role in the weighing of the heart, where the heart of the deceased is weighed against the feather of Ma'at. If the heart is lighter than the feather, the soul can continue its journey to the afterlife. If it is heavier, it is devoured by Ammit. Number 12. Yama. Yama, also known as Yamraj in some traditions, is a central figure in several Asian mythological and religious traditions. He is known as the god of death and is the judge of souls passing into the afterlife, Naraka or Yamaloka. Depending on the tradition, this realm varies in description, but is commonly described as a place of judgment where souls are judged for their actions in earthly life. Yama is depicted with a noose or rope, which he uses to catch the souls of the dying. He is often accompanied by two four-eyed dogs that are described as his guardians or helpers. Yama is a fearsome being with a greenish skin color, dressed in red robes and reading a buffalo. However, although he is feared as the god of death, he is also respected as a just judge. As the god of death, he has power over the souls of the dead. It is he who decides whether a soul will be reincarnated, sent to heaven, or punished in one of the various hells, based on his karma. Number 13. Izanami. Izanami is a primordial goddess in Japanese mythology and is a central figure in the creation of the world and the islands of Japan. Together with her consort, Izanagi, she played a pivotal role in the formation of the world and the procreation of numerous gods and goddesses. However, during the birth of the god of fire, Kagutsuchi, he suffered severe burns and eventually died. Yomi no Kuni, also known simply as Yomi, is the world of the underworld in Japanese mythology. After his death, Izanami went to this dark and gloomy place. In her original form, Izanami is a beautifully rendered goddess, but after her death and residence in Yomi, she takes on a more shadowy and decrepit appearance. As a goddess of creation, she has powers related to the formation of the world and procreation. However, after her death, her powers also encompass aspects of the underworld. One of the most famous myths related to Izanami is her death and Izanagi's subsequent attempt to rescue her from the underworld. After she dies, Izanagi attempts to bring her back to the world of the living. However, upon seeing her decrepit and rotting form, he flees in horror.
I'm not ugly! Am I?
Furious, Izanami vows to kill 1,000 people every day. To this, Izanagi replies that he will then bring 1,500 people to life each day. This story is a representation of the cycle of life and death. Number 14. Supai. Supai is a prominent figure in Andean mythology. especially among the Incas. He was considered both the god of death and the ruler of the Uku Pacha, the underworld. The Incas, despite fearing him, also respected him and tried to placate him with offerings to avoid his wrath. He is represented as a fearsome and demonic figure. He has the ability to cause natural disasters, such as earthquakes, to express his discontent. Offerings made to placate him often included animals, food, and, on occasion, human sacrifice. During the time of Spanish colonization, the conquistadors equated Supai with the devil of Christianity. His assimilation resulted in many indigenous practices and beliefs related to Supai being demonized and condemned by Christian missionaries. Number 15. Veles, also known as Volos, is one of the main deities of Slavic mythology. He is a god associated with cattle, magic, commerce, wealth, and, in certain traditions, the underworld. While he is not attributed with a specific underworld like Hades or Anubis, Veles does reside in damp, watery, or subterranean places, giving him some connection to the underworld or world of the dead. While Veles has several interactions with other Slavic deities, his most prominent counterpart is Perun, the god of thunder and sky, with whom he is often in conflict. Veles is often associated with the serpent or dragon, which represents his deceitful nature and his dominion over the waters and the underworld. He is a master of deception and transformation. One of the most famous stories in Slavic mythology is the eternal conflict between Perun and Veles. It represents the struggle between heaven and earth, order and chaos. Veles, from his subterranean realm, sometimes ascends in the form of a serpent or dragon to challenge Perun, stealing his cattle, water, or wife.
My wife! Hey, that is my wife!
Perun, in turn, hurls lightning bolts to defeat him. This cycle shows the seasonal changes and cosmic battles between order and chaos. Number 16. Baron Samedi is one of the main figures in the voodoo pantheon, especially in Haiti. He is known as the guardian of life and death, depicted in burial clothes, a top hat, dark glasses, and cotton in the nostrils, following the Haitian tradition of dressing the dead in this manner before burial. He does not specifically reign over a traditional underworld, but is the chief of the Gede, spirits of the dead, and has influence over the passage of souls after death. He is not associated with a specific weapon. However, his staff and potions are tools of his trade. Although he is an independent figure, Baron Samedi is part of a family of spirits, Loa or Loa. He has a wife, Baroness Maman Brigitte, who shares many of his responsibilities. Baron Samedi is known for his bold, rude, and provocative behavior, often making obscene jokes and worshipping rum. He is a protector of children and is considered the patron of rebirths. He has power over life and death. If he does not accept a soul into the realm of the dead, the person cannot die. He can also protect people from any form of premature death by ensuring that they are not harmed or injured. He is associated with rum and tobacco, especially cigars. He is also sometimes depicted with a watch symbolizing how short life is. There are many anecdotes and tales about him in the voodoo tradition. In these tales, he acts as a mediator between humans and spirits and plays tricks or helps those who seek his intercession. He is known to be unpredictable. He can be very kind and generous, or very mischievous and malicious. Number 17. Mot. Mot is a deity in Canaanite and Ugaritic mythology. He represents both death and sterility. In Ugaritic mythology, he is found on ancient tablets from the city of Ugarit. Mot has clashes with Baal, the god of rain, storm, and fertility. Mot has control over death, barrenness, and drought. He is a consuming and devouring entity, often associated with the mouth or throat that swallows the living. It is depicted or described as an unpleasant figure linked with scorching heat and drought that causes the death of crops and living things. One of Mot's most famous myths involves his conflict with Baal. Baal, after establishing his own palace and demonstrating his dominance over other gods, challenges Mot. However, Mot, as the embodiment of death, devours Baal, causing drought and desolation in the land. Anat, Baal's sister and lover, seeks revenge, confronts Mot, defeats him, and scatters his remains. Baal is then resurrected, symbolizing the cycle of the seasons and the renewal of life after the drought. Number 18. Aran. Aran is a central figure in Welsh mythology. He is the ruler of the Anan, the otherworld or Welsh underworld. Although he is the lord of the underworld, Aran is not a malevolent figure. Rather, he is a just and honorable king. Anan, the Welsh otherworld or underworld, a place of beauty and peace that is often contrasted with the Christian concept of hell. He owned a herd of supernatural dogs known as the otherworldly dogs. These dogs were used in hunting and were known for their white color with red ears. As Lord of Anan, he has authority over souls and supernatural beings within his realm. Hope you guys dug this video as much as I loved making it for you. If you did, how about smashing that like button? And if you think someone else might vibe with it, share it out. Remember, your support is the real MVP here. YouTube's algorithm is a beast, but with your help, we can tackle it together. Thanks for being on this ride with me. Finnish mythology is definitely one of the most curious I have ever found. Their gods are evil, disgusting, and responsible for human suffering. Well, at least part of them. The other is the opposite extreme, with much more hippie and generous gods who love nature and protect humans. Number 1. Ilmatar. She is known as the Maiden of the Air, deity associated with creation and primordial nature. Before the world as we know it existed, Ilmatar floated in the primordial waters. One day, a bird's egg fell on her knee and broke. The parts of the egg were transformed into the earth, the sky, the clouds, and other features of the world. In this way, Ilmatar played a direct role in the creation of the world. Ilmatar is described as pure and ethereal, representing the creative and formative aspects of the universe. Although she is a deity of the air, her connection to the primordial waters also links her to the element of water. From her waters, Vainamoinen, one of the most important and central heroes of the Kalevala, was born. Vainamoinen is a bard, magician, and sage, and his adventures make up much of the content of the epic poem. The story of Ilmatar and his role in creation is central to Finnish mythology. Number 2. Ukko. Ukko is commonly known as the god of the sky, the atmosphere, and the weather. He is the supreme god in Finnish mythology and holds a position similar to that of Zeus in Greek mythology or Thor in Norse mythology. One of the main symbols associated with Ukko is the hammer, which is often interpreted as a parallel to Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. His hammer is associated with thunder, and when Ukko uses it, it is said to cause storms and lightning. He is shown as a powerful and elderly god who watches from the heavens. While he is known primarily for his control over the weather, he also plays a role in fertility and is invoked to ensure good harvests. Ukko is married to Akka, the goddess of earth and fertility. Together, they represent the duality of heaven and earth. During ancient times, Finns used to offer sacrifices and rituals in honor of Ukko, especially when they needed his intervention for favorable weather conditions or to ensure the fertility of the land. Number 3. Akka. Akka is a female deity linked to the earth and fertility. While Ukko is the sky and thunder, Akka is connected to the earth and its fruits. She is considered a mother and protector deity, invoked especially for fertility and childbirth. She could also be invoked by women for help in matters related to femininity and motherhood. Being an earth goddess, Akka also has connections to agriculture and is honored for ensuring bountiful harvests. There are variations in the stories about Akka depending on sources and regions. In some tales, Akka and Ukko are said to have joined together to create the universe. In others, Akka plays a more passive role, but one that is essential to the balance of the world and the continuity of life. Number 4. Lovitar. Also known as Lovijatar, she is among the darkest and most fearsome goddesses of the Finnish pantheon. Lovitar is known as the goddess of pain, sickness, and misfortune. She has malevolent features, is blind and treacherous. Lovitar was fathered by the east wind and gave birth to 9 children, who are diseases and plagues, including pestilence, gout, and tuberculosis. She represents the hardships of life, disease, and suffering. She is invoked as the mother of many diseases and misfortunes, making her a feared goddess in mythology. Although she is sometimes confused or overlapped with Louhi, the sorceress and main antagonist in the Kalevala, they are distinct entities. While Luhi is known for her tricks and magic and rules the northern territory called Pojola, Lovitar is more specifically associated with human suffering and disease. If you want to know more about Luhi, I talk in more detail about her in the Finnish creatures video above. Number 5. Ahti. He is known as the god of the deep, the seas and inland waters, such as lakes and rivers. He rules over aquatic creatures and is associated with fishing and the abundance that comes from the waters. Ahti is often depicted with a trident or spear. He may have features that link him to the aquatic world, such as scales or a fishtail. He lives in an underwater palace called Atola, a beautiful and magical place full of treasures. In some stories, this palace is shown as a place of abundance and wealth. He is married to Velamo, the goddess of waves and currents. Together, they control the movements of the waters and the creatures that live in them. Ahti is known to bestow blessings on fishermen and sometimes to cause storms or challenges for those who venture into his domain. Fishermen would offer sacrifices and make promises to Ahti to ensure an abundant catch and not be attacked by sea creatures such as Ikuturso, which, by the way, we talked about in the Finnish creatures video. Number 6. Velamo. Velamo is known as the goddess of waters, waves, and currents. While Ahti, her husband, is the god of the deep and the sea creatures, Velamo rules the watery surfaces and the movement of the waters. She is described as a beautiful woman who emerges from the waters with aquatic features and attire. Her name is related to the Finnish word veli, meaning water surface, and vela, meaning ripple or wave. Velamo has the power to calm waves, control currents, and affect water-related weather. At times, it can be capricious and at times help sailors, while at others it can cause storms and challenges. Like Ahti, Velamo is said to reside in Ahtola, the underwater palace. He has servants and magical creatures at his disposal. These creatures sometimes come out of the water to interact or interfere with the lives of mortals. Number 7. Tapio. Tapio is the god of forests and hunting. He rules over forest animals and plants, and has influence over hunting and gathering activities. He is depicted as a majestic figure, with features that reflect the forest itself, with a beard made of moss or a headdress of branches and leaves. He can be benevolent and generous, especially towards those who treat the forest with respect, but he can also be a capricious god. Those who entered the forest used to invoke Tapio for protection and good fortune. Finnish hunters used to perform rituals and prayers to gain his favor, hoping for a successful hunt. At the same time, he was asked to keep dangerous animals away and to guide hunters to good prey. Tapio has a family that is also associated with the forest. His wife, Miliki, is the goddess of hunting and forest animals. They have several sons and daughters who represent different aspects of the forest and its creatures, as we will see below. Number 8. Mieliki. As we have just seen, Mieliki is the wife of Tapio. She is the goddess of forests and animals, in particular hunting animals. She is considered the protector of animals and the one in charge of ensuring that hunters find good prey. She is a beautiful woman with characteristics related to the forest, such as dresses made of green leaves and a crown made of branches. She is often accompanied by different forest animals. Mieliki is known for her kind and benevolent nature, especially towards animals. She has the ability to heal injured animals and ensure that the forests are full of life. In addition, she is the creator of bears, one of the most revered animals in Finnish culture. As Tapio's wife, they form a powerful couple who rule and protect the vast forests of Finland. Mieliki is believed to help hunters who are respectful and act with honor. She can guide them to prey or even heal their injured animals or pets. Number 9. Tuonetar. Tuonetar is the queen of Tuonela, the underworld or realm of the dead in Finnish mythology. She is a dark and shadowy goddess, fitting for her role as ruler of the souls of the departed. In song number 16 of the Kalevala, the hero Väinämöinen travels to Tuonela in search of knowledge. During his journey, he encounters obstacles and challenges, and Tuonetar plays a large role representing the oppressive and deadly forces of the underworld. Tuonetar is delighted to offer him a golden cup of ale, but when he looks closer, he can see that it is actually a black poison made from frog eggs, young poisonous snakes, lizards, snakes, and worms. If a person drinks the brew, known as the Beer of Forgetfulness. He forgets that he ever existed and cannot return to the land of the living because only Tuonetar and the sons of Tuoni were allowed to leave the underworld. In various stories and songs, Tuonetar, along with Tuoni and his sons, acts as Tuonela's guardian, making sure that souls who enter do not leave and that the living do not enter without permission. Tuonela, the realm she rules along with Tuoni, is a dark and often dangerous place, but it is also a place of knowledge and wisdom, accessible only to those with the courage and skill to travel there and back. Number 10. Tuoni. Tuoni is the god of death and the ruler of Tuonela. He represents the forces of mortality and the inevitable fate of all living beings. He is depicted with fearsome and grim characteristics. Tuoni, with his family, watches over the souls of the dead in Tuonela, ensuring that they remain in the realm and do not return to the world of the living. Tuoni is a representation of the cycle of life and death, a relentless force in human existence. His domain, the underworld, is a place that all Finns, according to mythology, must visit after their death, a place where the soul rests or faces challenges before continuing its journey. Number 11. Nyrikki. Nyrikki is one of the gods of the hunt in Finnish mythology, protector of hunters and guide for those seeking legendary prey in the forest. He is shown as a horned being with animal-like features, reflecting his dominion over the beasts of the forest. Is the son of Tapio, the god of the forests, and Mielikki, the goddess of hunting and forest animals. This family of gods and spirits work together to oversee and maintain the balance in nature between humans and the natural world. Number 12. Vamatar. Vamatar is known to be the goddess of pain, suffering, and disease. Her name derives from the Finnish word vama, which means injury or wound. Vamatar is one of the most obscure divinities in the Finnish pantheon, associated with various evils and ailments. She represents pain and suffering, especially those related to illness and injury. In some legends, Vamatar is the mother of Lovatar, who is another goddess of suffering and misfortune, as we saw above. Although in other versions, Lovatar and Vamatar are the same entity or are closely related. It is also possible that Vamatar is seen as the mother or progenitor of various diseases and evils. She is invoked or mentioned in contexts where there is pain, illness, or suffering. People in ancient Finland could invoke her in healing rituals, asking for relief or protection from illness. Although a feared goddess, she may also have been seen as an entity to bargain with or appease in order to avoid or alleviate suffering. Number 13. Pekko. Pekko is the god of fields, barley, and by extension, beer.
To alcohol, the cause of and solution to all of life's problems.
He is invoked to ensure good harvests and, on festivals, to bless drinking. Pekko does not play a leading role in the best-known stories of the Kalevala, but there are mentions and allusions to him in Finnish folk songs, festivals, and rituals. His importance is felt more in agricultural festivities and harvest-related celebrations. He is recognized as a friendly and protective deity. Pekko has a special place in the heart of Finnish agrarian culture. Invocations to Pekko during festivals and rituals show the importance of ensuring a good harvest and recognizing the relationship between the land, the crop, and the people. His name and figure can be found on some traditional Finnish beers and at craft beer events in the country. Number 14. Tellervo. Tellervo is a minor deity within the family of forest deities and is particularly associated with young animals and the more tender and caring aspects of the forest. She is depicted as a beautiful and radiant young woman, reflecting her connection to youth and rebirth in nature. Tellervo is the daughter of Tapio and Mielikki. Along with her brother Nyrikki, she plays a role in overseeing and caring for the forest and its creatures. As a god associated with youth and care, Tellervo symbolizes renewal and growth in nature. The ancient Finns saw the forest not only as a resource, but also as a living being in itself. And Tellervo represents that vital and rejuvenating aspect of the forest. Number 1. Umvelinkangi. Umvelinkangi literally translates as "he who was in the beginning" or "he who shows himself for the first time," and is considered by the Zulu as the supreme god, the creator of the universe, and the source of all that exists. This supreme being represents the sky and celestial phenomena, is the god of heaven and light. Umvelinkangi is omnipresent and omnipotent, transcends human understanding, and has no physical form. He is rarely interacted with directly. Umvelinkangi is the one who sends Unkulunkulu to create humanity and teach it the essential arts for life. The Zulu regard him as the supreme being and origin of all. He is the being to whom they turn for blessings, health, and rain. The Zulu see him as an all-powerful and eternal being, the beginning and end of everything. Although in daily life, more emphasis is given to the worship of ancestors and minor deities related to specific aspects of nature and daily life. The veneration of Umvelinkangi is realized through respect for the natural and moral laws he establishes and through the observance of harmony with the world and its creatures. Number 2. Unkulunkulu. Unkulunkulu is often confused or overlapping with Umvelinkangi, but there are key differences between the two in Zulu mythology. Unkulunkulu is the first man, is the origin of everything, both people and natural things, and the environment in which they live. According to Zulu belief, he is the first man and the oldest of all beings, whose existence precedes everything else in the universe. Unkulunkulu is a manifestation of Umvelinkangi. That is, Umvelinkangi could be the supreme principle of everything, and Unkulunkulu, his manifestation as the creator of humanity and the physical world, was born in a huge reed swamp called Uhlanga. The more time passed, the more he grew until he was fully developed. At that time, he felt the urge to create a world, and so he began to shape the land and water. Unkulunkulu possesses the ability to give life and form the world from nothing. He is a being with unlimited knowledge, capable of imparting wisdom to mankind. He teaches men the techniques of hunting, agriculture, metallurgy, and the laws of society. His influence extends to the moral laws and social norms that govern Zulu communities. In Zulu culture, he is not attributed a physical form, nor is he represented visually. His presence is more conceptual and is linked to nature and human lineage. The Zulu tribe sees Unkulunkulu as the great ancestor and the point of origin of all life and wisdom. Number 3. Mbaba. Known as the goddess of rain, barley, and rainbows, she represents fertility and agriculture. She is shown as a beautiful woman adorned with bright colors, with elements that represent her domain, such as rain and rainbows. She is revered as the goddess who brings fertile rains, essential for agriculture and crop growth. Farmers depend on her blessings to ensure the fertility of the land and a good harvest. It was she who taught the people the technique for making beer from barley, a drink that has a central place in many Zulu ceremonies and social gatherings. As the controller of rain, her command over this element is crucial to survival. The rainbow is a symbol of her presence and promise of rain. There is a famous story in Zulu mythology about Mbaba that tells how she fell in love with a mortal. Despite warnings from other gods, she searched the earth for this mortal who had captured her heart with his music. This story highlights her connection to human affairs and her tendency to act based on her emotions. Prayers and rituals to Mbaba are performed to ask for rain, especially during times of drought, and to give thanks for rain and abundance. Number 4. Tikdoshi. Tikdoshi is an evil dwarf. He resembles the Cheruwi and the High Uri and likes to fight humans. The Tikdoshi, also known as Tokoloshi or Hili, is a mythical creature in Zulu and Xhosa mythology and is known in many parts of southern Africa. Tikdoshi is considered a malicious spirit or mischievous creature. Losing to Tikdoshi can mean death for humans, but victory can grant a man great magical powers. The Tikdoshi is described as a small, ugly, goblin or gremlin-like creature. It has ape-like or animal-like features and is sometimes depicted with only one eye or one arm. The Tikdoshi is known to be an agent of chaos and evil. It can turn invisible by swallowing a stone and uses this ability to frighten or cause harm to people. In some southern African cultures, people elevate their beds by placing them on bricks to prevent the Tikdoshi from reaching them while they sleep. This creature may be used to scare children into behaving or as an explanation for unexplained phenomena or bad luck. It is said that the Tikdoshi is invoked by someone who uses black magic to cause trouble to others. Number 5. Mam Lambo. In legends, she is described as a kind of water deity or river monster. Mam Lambo is known as the goddess of rivers and is said to control aquatic elements. The creature has the ability to bring rain or drought, bless crops and fishing, or bring disease and misfortune if provoked or ignored. Locals respect and fear it, and may make offerings or rituals to appease it or gain its favor. Descriptions of Mam Lambo vary, but she is depicted as a large, serpentiform creature or with features of several mixed animals, such as a horse, a snake, and a fish. Some legends describe it as having an attractive and seductive glow. It inhabits the bottom of rivers and streams, especially in areas remote or inaccessible to humans. Mam Lambo also has associations with wealth and prosperity, although these blessings may come with a high price or curses that mark your life. Number 6. Inkosazana, also known as Inkosazana Yezulu, is another important figure in Zulu mythology and is closely related to agriculture and crop prosperity. Her name is associated with the planting season and the hope of a bountiful harvest. Like Mbaba Mwana Waresa, Inkosazana is invoked to ensure the fertility of the land and the abundance of crops. However, her figure is more directly linked to the specific rituals of agriculture. Inkosazana is a manifestation of the energy and blessing necessary for the sowing and growth of plants. The similarities between Inkosazana and Mbaba Mwana Waresa are centered on their association with nature and the fecundity of the earth. Both are maternal goddesses who nurture and care for life, ensuring that communities have the resources they need to survive. Although Inkosazana is more linked to harvesting and agricultural practices, rituals for Inkosazana include practices that mark the phases of the agricultural season, such as planting and harvesting, involve offerings, prayers, and celebrations that seek to ensure the success of agricultural activities. Number 7. Amatongo are the spirits of the ancestors who play an active role in the lives of the living. Amatongo are intermediaries between the spiritual world and the physical world and can influence the fortune, health, and general well-being of their living descendants. Belief in the Amatongo is central to Zulu life. Zulu believe that the Amatongo can communicate with the living through dreams, visions, and signs. Interpretation of these messages may require the intervention of a sangoma, a traditional healer or shaman, or inyanga, traditional medicine specialist. Rituals are performed to honor the Amatongo, which may include offerings of food, drink, or animal sacrifices. These practices are intended to maintain a good relationship with the ancestors, ensuring their benevolence and protection. Zulu may consult the Amatongo in important decisions, asking for their guidance and help in matters such as marriage, birth, death, and other life transitions. Ancestors are respected not only for their blood relationship with the living, but also for their greater closeness to the spirit world and their ability to intervene in human affairs. Number 8. Uhlakanyana. Uhlakanyana is known for his wit, cunning, and ability to outwit others, despite being physically small or weak. He is small in stature but compensates for his size with a keen intelligence and an exceptional ability for deception and strategy. Like figures such as Anansi in West African mythology, Uhlakanyana plays the role of the trickster. He uses his wit and cunning to deceive others, especially beings greater and more powerful than himself. In traditional tales, Uhlakanyana finds himself in situations where he must use his wits to survive or get what he wants. His adventures are popular in stories told to educate and entertain children. Uhlakanyana represents in these communities the ability to overcome adversity through intelligence and cunning, rather than brute force or power. Number 9. Sangoma. A Sangoma is a very important figure in the Zulu culture and in many other communities in southern Africa. Sangomas are traditional healers or shamans, crucial to the physical health and spiritual well-being of their community. They are known for their ability to heal physical and mental illnesses and disorders, but their role goes beyond the merely medical. They are mediums or bridges between the physical and spiritual worlds, communicating with ancestors or spirits to seek guidance, healing, and advice. One of their main functions is the practice of divination. They use a variety of methods, such as bone reading, to diagnose spiritual and physical problems and to offer solutions. Becoming a Sangoma involves an intense period of training and apprenticeship under the guidance of an experienced Sangoma. This process, described as ukuthwasa, involves both learning healing techniques and spiritual development. Many Sangomas report being called to this role through dreams or visions. In addition to their spiritual skills, they are also experts in the use of medicinal plants and the preparation of traditional remedies to treat various ailments. Sangomas perform rituals and ceremonies to heal, protect, cleanse, or bless individuals and communities. The Ainu are an indigenous people who primarily inhabit Hokkaido, the northernmost island of Japan. Their mythology is filled with deities that are connected to nature and the elements. From fire gods to bear spirits, the Ainu worship a variety of gods and spirits that inhabit the world around them. The Ainu people historically have their own language, but as a result of assimilation, most speak Japanese and do not speak the Ainu language. In Ainu mythology, gods are known as kamui. These kamui can be powerful gods, but they can also be lesser spirits of nature, animals, and the elements. The word kamui is key in this mythology because each god has his or her own specific role in the natural world. The relationship between the Ainu and their gods is close, almost familial, and that makes this mythology especially unique. In today's video, we'll look at 12 of the most important gods in Ainu mythology. As always, I have created this content with the utmost respect for this unique culture, and if at any time the pronunciation is not correct, you should know that I do it from admiration. I invite you, if you can, to explore more about the Ainu people, because their history and mythology deserve to be known and appreciated. As some of you already know, we are going through certain challenges with the channel. If you want to join as a member and support us, it would be a great help. Also, leaving a comment is also a great contribution. Your support means a lot to keep us moving forward. Number 1. Kandakoro Kamui. Kandakoro Kamui is the god of the sky in Ainu mythology. He does not usually interact with humans directly. Imagine Kandakoro Kamui as a cosmic administrator who makes sure everything runs smoothly, but who rarely gets his hands dirty. He is calm, serene, and above all, fair. Although his presence can be felt in the rain that falls from the sky or the wind that blows, he rarely comes down from his heavenly throne to intervene directly in the affairs of mortals. Although Kandakoro Kamui is believed to be powerful, he is not presented as a supreme being. In many ways, he is a secondary figure. While his presence was necessary for the creation of the world, he plays only a small role in subsequent events, often as a mediator. He is considered the overseer and master of heaven, in the same way that Chikap Kamui is the overseer of the earth. Number 2. Chikap Kamui. Chikap Kamui is the protector of birds and an important figure in Ainu mythology. The Ainu believe that birds are divine messengers, bringing news from the gods and carrying prayers to the heavens. The relationship between humans and Chikap Kamui is very symbiotic. Birds, under the protection of this god, help humans find food and read signs of nature. For example, a flight of birds in a certain direction might indicate the arrival of a storm. Chikap Kamui is also seen as a god who protects hunters, as birds can serve as guides in the forests. Chikap is the Ainu god of owls and the earth. He is responsible for overseeing the behavior of humans and gods. He is considered a deity of material success. It is depicted as a large owl, unlike smaller owls, such as the horned owl, which represent demons and other evil spirits. The Ainu believed that the owl watched over the local Mosir, country, and Khotan, villages. So Chikap Kamui came to be depicted as the master of the domain. In some areas, his tears were said to be of gold and silver. His most important myth establishes him as a god of abundance who ensures that rituals are performed correctly. As the story goes, famine had struck the land and humanity was starving. This god wished to send a message to heaven asking about the cause of the famine and asked the crow to be his messenger. However, his message and instructions were very long and took days to recite. On the third day, the crow fell asleep and Chikap Kamui became angry and killed him. So he asked Mountain Jay to be his messenger, but on the fourth day, he fell asleep and was killed in turn. The third messenger was the Dipper Bird, who listened respectfully for 6 full days until Chikap Kamui finally completed the recitation of the message. The Dipper Bird then flew to the heavens and returned with news that the Kamui of fish and game were angry because the humans had stopped showing proper respect for the gifts they gave them. Accordingly, Chikap Kamui went to the humans and taught them the proper rituals to perform after killing a fish or a deer. Once the humans began performing these rituals, the Kamui were appeased and the famine ceased. Number 3. Kimun Kamui. Kimun Kamui is probably one of the most popular gods in Ainu mythology. He is the god of bears and mountains. Bears are considered sacred by the Ainu, as they are seen as divine beings that come down from the mountains to bring blessings to humans. Bears are generally benevolent, although there are stories of Ararush, monster bears. While we're at it, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask for your comment in case you want me to start working on a video about the mythological creatures of the Ainu people. If this video reaches 50 comments, I'll get to it. One of the most important rituals in Ainu culture is a ceremony in which a bear is sacrificed to send its spirit back to the world of the gods, thanking it for the blessings it has brought. The ritual that was carried out in all the villages that could do so consisted of capturing a live bear cub. This cub would be cared for, fed, and well treated for a year. A bear ceremony was then performed, during which it was shot with arrows until it was dead. After this, its flesh was eaten to free its spirit and return to the heavens, and when it arrived at Kim Un Kamui's house, it would recount the mercy of humans in gratitude for this service. Number 4. Hashinau Uk Kamui. Hashinau Uk Kamui is the goddess of hunting and is especially important in a culture that relies heavily on hunting for survival. She is sometimes called Iso Sangha Mat, woman who brings down prey, and Kamui Pasaguru, powerful Kamui. This goddess teaches hunters the skills necessary to track, trap, and respect the animals they hunt. The Ainu believe that every animal has a spirit, and this goddess is the mediator who ensures that the slaughtered animals are treated with respect. She is depicted as a long-haired woman wielding a bow and arrows, often carrying a child on her back. She is accompanied by, or sometimes appears in the form of, a small bird, which shows hunters the way to prey. She is also represented by the aconite plant, with which Ainu hunters poisoned their arrows. Hunters worshipped her to ensure a successful hunt, and fishermen to ensure a bountiful catch. She is also invoked to aid in motherhood. Number 5. Repun Kamui. Repun Kamui is the god of the sea and is revered by fishermen and travelers who navigate the waters. The sea is both a source of life and a dangerous place, so Repun Kamui plays a dual role. He can be a generous provider, filling fishermen's nets with bountiful catches, but he can also be volatile and capricious, unleashing storms and waves. This god is sometimes depicted as an orca. In other cases, he is a carefree and somewhat mischievous young man armed with a harpoon. He is an important figure in Ainu mythology because the sea represents opportunities for harvests that could not be found on land. Fishing, whaling, and maritime trading expeditions. One of his myths shows his carefree nature and generosity. In the story, he harpoons a whale and its calf and throws them ashore near a human village. When he arrives home, he is visited by a sea wren who tells him that humans are cutting up the whales with sickles and axes, that is, without showing proper respect to the animal or to Repun Kamui as the donor. Instead of getting angry, he laughs and says that the meat belongs to humans and they can do with it what they want. Shortly after, he sets off again and passes through the same village where he discovers that the sea wren has lied. The humans are dressed in ritual robes and cut the whale's flesh with sacred swords in the proper manner. Touched by this display of mercy, Repun Kamui assures the humans that the sea's bounty will protect them from starvation. Respecting orcas as deities, Ainu tribes held traditional funerals for stranded or deceased orcas. This god is also credited with saving a village in Hokkaido from a giant spider, Yaoshikep, by dragging it out to sea from Uchiura Bay and transforming it into an octopus-like creature, Akoro Kamui. But hey, I won't go into detail. As I mentioned before, if this video reaches 50 comments, I'll get to work on a video of the creatures of the Ainu people. Number 6. Shiramba Kamui. Shiramba Kamui is another of the most important gods within Ainu mythology. He is the god of the forest, wood, grain, and other forms of vegetation. He is therefore also the god of many household tools containing wood. Forests are sacred to the Ainu, as they provide food, wood, and shelter, so Shiramba Kamui is seen as a protector and guardian of these vast natural spaces. In Ainu culture, everything in the forest has a spirit, and it is Shiramba Kamui who ensures that these spirits work in harmony with humans. Often depicted as a calm and wise god, Shiramba Kamui watches from the shadows, ensuring that humans do not take more than necessary. His relationship with the Ainu is one of mutual respect. Hunters and gatherers ask permission from this god before taking any resources from the forest, knowing that they must maintain a balance between giving and receiving. The presence of this god can be felt in the calm of the wind blowing through the trees or in the rustling of leaves underfoot. Number 7. Kamui Huchi. Kamui Huchi, or Kamui Fuchi, is the Ainu goddess of the home and fire. Her name means woman of the sparks of rising fire or woman of the sparks of rising ash, and she is also known as Iresu Kamui, mistress of the people. She is one of the most important Kamui in Ainu mythology and acts as the guardian of the gateway between the world of humans and the world of the Kamui. Her position is so important that she never leaves her home. Therefore, the fire in the home must never go out completely. There are several myths about the origin of Kamui Huchi. In the most common, she descends from the heavens, accompanied by Kana Kamui, the Kamui of thunder and lightning. In another version, she was born from the fire-producing drill and is the sister of the goddess of hunting. A third holds that she is the daughter of an elm tree by the primordial creator Kanda Koro Kamui. Kamui Huchi instructed Ainu women in the making of kut, sacred belts. In one myth, her husband is seduced by Waka Kamui, the deity of fresh water. Kamui Huchi, insulted, challenges her rival to a duel of sorcery, from which she emerges victorious with relative ease, and her husband, chastened, returns home. She is the guardian of the home and also the judge of domestic affairs. She is said to punish those who pollute the home or fail to maintain proper domestic relations. Number 8. Nusa Kor Kamui. Nusa Kor Kamui is the god of altars and offerings, an important figure in Ainu rituals. He is the founding god of the community, representing the dead and serving as a messenger for the other gods. The Ainu built small altars to honor the Kamui, where they left offerings such as food, alcohol, and sacred objects. Nusa Kor Kamui oversees these altars, making sure the offerings are proper and that they reach the gods. Although he is a background figure, his presence is essential for the rituals to be carried out correctly. He is like the intermediary who ensures that the lines of communication between humans and the gods remain open. Without his blessing, the offerings might not reach the gods, so it is vital that each altar is maintained with respect and care. Number 9. Kinasut Kamui. Kinasut Kamui is the god of snakes. He is a benevolent figure who is invoked to ask for protection against various calamities. He is a benevolent and helpful god to humans. He controls the behavior of snakes and protects those who worship him from their bites. In Ainu mythology, snake spirits are believed to possess people and cause various ailments, such as eye diseases and paralysis, and Kinasut Kamui is invoked to exorcise these spirits from a victim. He also offers communities protection from other diseases, particularly typhoid fever. He is generally said to be the brother of Nusa Kor Kamui, but the two are sometimes considered to be one entity. Number 10. Aye Oina Kamui. Aye Oina Kamui, or Oina Kamui for short, is a god and cultural hero. In Ainu mythology, he is credited with teaching humans domestic skills and is called Ainurakur, he who has a human scent, father of the Ainu or father of mankind, and also known as Okikurmi. He is described as a large man enveloped in smoke. When the smoke clears, he is seen surrounded by flames from waist to feet and wears a cloak of elm bark and a sword. He also wields a magical spear of mugwort. The flames he is enveloped in indicate his virtuous character. Aoina Kamui is taught by Kamui Huchi, the deity of the home, and descends from the heavens to impart his knowledge to mankind. He is responsible for teaching Ainu women to weave and men to carve. He is credited with teaching fishing, hunting, gathering, architecture, medicine, and religious rituals, and is associated with law and song. He also fights several battles on behalf of humanity. On one occasion, he destroys a personification of hunger with his sagebrush spear, then creates herds of deer and schools of fish. Finally, Aoina Kamui, disappointed by the decadence of the Ainu, departs for another country. Some myths say he returns to the heavens. In one myth, when he returns to the heavens, the gods send him back because he smells of humans. So he leaves his clothes on the ground to return. His old sandals are said to have become the first squirrels. Number 11. Waka Uskamui. Waka Uskamui is the goddess of fresh water. She is also known as Petorushmat, woman of the watering hole. She is portrayed as a long-haired woman who is a skilled dancer and singer. In Ainu mythology, she is a benevolent goddess who oversees the river valleys in which Ainu communities are concentrated and is responsible for all fresh water. She is sympathetic to humanity and is sometimes called upon to intercede with other Kamui on their behalf. One such myth tells how Waka Uskamui ended a famine that had broken out. At the request of Aoina Kamui, the culture hero we saw earlier, she invites a few gods and the overseer of the land to a banquet. She dances and sings, entertaining them, and over the course of the evening she mentions the plight of the humans. The fish god informs her that the humans were not killing the fish in the proper ritual manner, so he has locked the salmon away in his storehouse. The hunting goddess says the same of the deer. Kotan Kor Kamui is also angry because the humans have not made offerings to him. So Waka Us Kamui and the sympathetic Hasinau Uk Kamui, while continuing to dance, send their souls to the storehouses and set the deer and salmon free. To avoid making a scene and spoiling the party, the other Kamui had no choice but to continue the feast. Afterwards, Waka Us Kamui sends a dream to Aoina Kamui, telling her what had happened and why, and warning her to see that the rituals were carried out in the right way. Number 12. Yushkep Kamui. Yushkep Kamui is the goddess of spiders. She is also known as Ashkatana Mat, long-fingered woman. She is the familiar of shamans and is invoked to help in childbirth. Yushkep Kamui is a benevolent and wise figure in Ainu mythology. Although traditionally Ainu women were subordinate to men, they had power in some areas, most notably in marriage, where they controlled the choice of their partners. According to legend, Yushkep Kamui was pursued by Poranitne Kamui, a demonic being who lived beyond the horizon. A friendly deity warned Yushkep of his unwanted suitor and set a trap for him, sending his servants to ambush him. He then transformed himself into a reed. When Poranitne Kamui appeared, he found his house apparently empty and began searching for it. As he searched through the embers of the fireplace, his servant, who had been hiding there, jumped out and hit him in the eye. As he fell back in surprise, another servant poked him. She then stung his other eye, bit his hand, and as he tried to escape, 2 other servants fell on his head. The demon, badly wounded, fled and was never heard of again. Women also turned to her during childbirth because her long fingers enable her to safely extract the baby.